americasbestracing.net today. Sights and scenes from the premier race meet in the country, the summer place to be, Saratoga Racecourse, and it is an absolutely stunning afternoon. Thankfully, that hot and humid weather has broken a bit, and we have a lovely day to look forward to. I'm your host, Acacia Kamal, pleased to be up here on the set today, hosting the early part of the show. Don't worry, I'll be back in the paddock reporting a little bit later on, but we have a terrific Friday coming up for you. It's the eve of the Jim Dandy, but it's all about the 3-year-olds today, as well as we'll see the field for the Curlin, our featured race today, which goes as race 7, a mile and an eighth on the main track. Non-winners of a graded sweepstakes at a mile or over. So some 3-year-olds who are not quite ready to take on the big dogs just yet. One scratch of Wolf Country, but a terrific field and an interesting field as well to see which 3-year-olds will take that big step forward. As I'm pleased to welcome in my co-host today, champion jockey Richard Migliori, Jonathan Kinchin with us as well. Guys, I don't know if we have ever gotten the chance to share the set together. Looking forward to it.
I'm sure this is a first, and I'm really happy about it. 2 great people to work with and good races to cover.
Richie and I will try to help you find some winners, but the definite winners on the day so far, me and Richie, we don't have to deal with Lafitte and Greg.
I'll give you a little bit of a break for a little bit on here, but don't worry, they'll be back soon. Lafitte and Greg will be around. But taking a look at one horse in today's Curlin, guys, who has stepped into that Grade 1 company. In fact, running in 2 legs of the Triple Crown in the Preakness and Belmont Creative Minister. We saw him finishing 3rd in the Preakness behind Early Voting, who will be a big threat in tomorrow's Jim Dandy.
Yeah, Creative Minister, really took a big step forward. Put together back-to-back wins, Jonathan. His Preakness was really, really strong. Here he is winning that allowance race at Churchill Downs. But I just don't think he wanted any part of the mile and a half in the Belmont. So I'm going to just put a line through that race for him.
Yeah, I'm going to pretend it didn't happen as well. And I think if you look back at those 2 races, the Preakness and the race at Churchill Downs, he absolutely fits in here, and he should be the favorite in here. And if he takes another step forward, these other horses better bring their running shoes.
How about Gilded Age, though, because today is trainer Bill Mott's birthday, and when I was reading up on it, there was a stretch where 16 of 22 years he won a race at Saratoga on his birthday, and that's the only runner he has today, as, of course, this Curlin will kick off our 3-year-old stake schedule for the summer.
Actually became a betting angle. Bill Mott on his birthday, go to the window.
Yeah. His horse scratched in the first race, so the Curlin today, his only chance.
He's going to need more than his birthday for this horse to win today.
We'll see if that can help him out. But as mentioned, race number 1, Bill Mott's runner, is a scratch to the outside in Southern Flag. But we do have maidens running on the main track in a mile and an eighth, which will be the distance that the Curlin will be contested at a little bit later on today. Sidekick with the big pedigree, the half-brother to Code of Honor. Currently your favorite for this opener for the maiden special weight, as we welcome in the 4th member of our team, Maggie Wolfendale, with us here today. Hey, Maggie, as we get ready to see if these horses can navigate the mile and an eighth, that's been a tough distance on this main track at Saratoga.
It has been a demanding distance. That's right, Acacia. And with this track drying out after quite a bit of rain yesterday, we'll see, because the first race yesterday, before all that rain, it was tiring itself. So this is a group, though, of big, good-looking colts and geldings in here. I really like what I'm seeing from number 2, Golden Alchemist, as he'll stretch out in distance. The son of Nyquist, he broke fairly well that day, settled nicely behind the early pace, made a run towards the leader and winner that day, and galloped out right on in stride with that winner. And his size just suggests that this distance is going to suit him very nicely. Furthermore, he's sharp for this second start. Flavien Prat gave him a solo warm-up. Look for him to be breaking alertly from that inside post. I wouldn't be though surprised if the other Chad Brown horse to his inside, switching from turf to dirt, is a bit more forwardly placed as well. Now, one that has had trouble getting out of the gate is number 3, Gate Runner, as we see the assistant starter there adjusting the trackus device that goes in the saddle towels right behind the saddle there of the jockeys, as Irad Ortiz is aboard Gate Runner. He seems to be, as most most of these are, a big horse. So sometimes bigger horses get a bit claustrophobic while standing in the gate. And watching his replays, he's always one that's a bit antsy, kind of shuffling around, and a lot of times that causes him to, as he did last time, leap up at the start or just get away tardily. Now, they put a shortcut cheater blinker on him today. We'll see. I think the key to him is getting him to stand squarely and quietly to ensure maybe a little bit of a better break. Not that he's going to have that much more early speed, though, with those blinkers going on such a short cut. But the horse that I like the most here, for me, it was between the 2 and 6, but I'm going to go with Bold Looker. I like that return race at Churchill Downs, going the distance of 7 furlongs, which I think is probably a bit too short for this son of Arrogate. We have 2 sons of Arrogate in here. And he was way back. I mean, he lacked a lot of early pace that day. He looked done along the inside turn, or last turn, I should say, then weave through traffic to run on very well. And he has so much size and scope to him that I think going longer, the better for him. Now, he is getting a little bit antsy as we approach the gate. I wish I could switch my picks in the 9th hour here to the 2, but I think this horse should run well. Really fit coming in here. Second start off the layoff for Brian Lynch, guys.
Maggie, thank you. 4-1 on Bold Looker as he is getting a little bit sharper as they approach the gate. These horses know that it's game time. Richie, though, the favorite Sidekick, that big pedigree as he'll get some more distance.
That's what won me over, Jonathan, with Sidekick. You know, and Shuggy McGay's horses get better with racing, too, and this horse took a nice step going 6 to a mile. I like the progression.
It's a confident move from the 2 Golden Alchemist to run at 6.5, and then for Chad to immediately throw this horse going 1 mile and 8. That suggests that the performance we saw last time probably kind of outdid himself a little bit. He's probably going to be better going longer. If he's better going longer, he's going to be tough today.
He was second to a talented runner for Todd Pletcher, St. Tappet, and will love the stretch out in distance today. Golden Alchemist, certainly one that will appreciate some more distance. Chad Brown represented by 2. We go 1 mile and an 1/8 in race 1 at Saratoga. Here's John and Brielle with the call.
And they're off. Golden Alchemist the way well. Cheeky Tico now moves up on the outside along with Sidekick. Gate runners in between horses. Internal Capital is down at the rail. The field races into the clubhouse turn. And it is a Golden Alchemist who's in between horses. Challenged on the inside by Internal Capital and on the outside by Cheeky Tico. So it is 3 of them across. Sitting right behind is Sidekick in 4th. And then it is Gate Runner, who is alongside of Sidekick. And the trailer is Bold Looker in 6th. The first quarter was run in 23 and 4/5 seconds. It is a contentious pace here with Cheeky Tico on the outside in the gray. Internal Capital down at the rail. Sidekick sits just off of them in 3rd. To his inside is Golden Alchemist, who is now back running in 4th. Then comes Gate Runner on the outside, and Bold Looker is the trailer. Opening half mile was run in 48 seconds. It is Internal Capital and Cheeky Tico. They remain together with Sidekick now moving up to challenge the front 2. So it's 3 of them across. And now it is Sidekick who has taken the lead as they race midway around the turn. Sidekick is in front. Golden Alchemist on the move now and up into 2nd. Then it's Gate Runner on the far outside, followed by Cheeky Tico. Internal Capital has dropped back. Bold Looker is picking up some ground now as the field comes off the turn and enters the stretch. Sidekick is challenged by Golden Alchemist. It's Golden Alchemist and Sidekick. They are right together as they come past the 8th pole. Golden Alchemist with a head in front now. Down on the inside is Sidekick in 2nd. It is Golden Alchemist who is getting clear now. And Golden Alchemist wins the Friday opener here at Saratoga.
Golden Alchemist and Flavian Pratt with a win in the opener. JK, nice call. He was impressive stretching out in distance in just his 2nd start.
Yeah, you got to think the way that I kind of landed on the horse was, you know, Chad ran this horse going 6.5, and then the immediate move to 1 mile and an 1/8 suggested to me that he thought this horse wanted more distance. And for him to run as well as he did going 6.5 and to earn that speed figure, you had to think that he would take another step forward, and he did that today.
And particularly with his pedigree, right, being by Nyquist out of a Lemon Drop Kid mare, Lemon Drop Kid, a Belmont Stakes winner. I hope we can get back to the top of the stretch.
Yep.
I really want to show a clear illustration of a horse needing to change leads and how he panned out. And there's Seth Klarman with Chad Brown, although he didn't own Golden Alchemist. Watch the outside horse here, the winner, Golden Alchemist. See him sideways, left lead, head cocked out, trying to lay in. Watch his right front leg right there. When he changed over to his right, how he panned out and he leveled off and he started to run straight.
And that was at that moment when Flavien Prat was asking him to switch. He went to the left-handed riding crop because he was starting to lug in on the runner-up sidekick a bit because he was hanging on that inside lead.
Well, and for people that don't understand, riding crop's supposed to be an aid, and that was a perfect example of it being an aid because you don't have your leg aid as a jockey. You ride too short to be aerodynamic and make it easier for the horse to carry the weight. But that instance, when he went after him left-handed with the crop, it made him step away from it onto his right lead, and that's a perfect illustration to me why crops are necessary.
Good ride by Flavien Prat. He gets the win 5-2. Golden Alchemist over your favorite sidekick 2-5-6-3 in the opener at the Spa. We have a lot more coming up for you today, though, as you take a look at today's races, as always presented by our friends at Claiborne Farm. We're dealing with that fast main track. Race 2 off the turf. The rest of the race is to be run on the grass as scheduled on a good turf course after the rain that we did have yesterday, the Curlin Stakes. The feature today in race number 7 for those 3-year-olds. You can join Naira Bets today and play all of the action on our program, plus a whole lot more, while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up using promo code TOGA200, and you could earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And join now at NairaBets.com for your $200 deposit match. 1 race in the books, 9 to go. The Curlin Stakes coming up a little bit later on the eve of the Jim Dandy as we march forward to the Midsummer Derby and the Travers. We'll see Chad Brown represented by 2 runners in the Dandy tomorrow. Zandon, the Bluegrass winner, Preakness winner, early voting. They'll take on Epicenter as well.
Eclipse champion Blaine ranks among the nation's top sires at a fraction of the price. His recent top runners include these standout performers. With success on the track and success in the ring, this proven son of Arch annually ranks among America's top value sires. Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:15 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to 6-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live on a glorious Friday afternoon at the spa. And if you want to play all the action today, make sure you do so with your Naira Bets account. Pleased to be joined in the winner's circle with Chad Brown as Golden Alchemist took that big leap forward, Chad, going from the 6.5 to the 9 furlongs today and handled it with authority.
He did. I was relieved. You know, it's a big jump from 6.5 to mile 8, like you said, and particularly track's been very demanding lately in the afternoons here. So I was a little skeptical if I asked too much of him today, but he really delivered. I'm proud of him.
Now, you will be sending out one in the Curlin a little bit later. Another one that kind of has the same look, has shown a lot of promise early, jumping out to the 2 turns for the first time is Artorias. What do you think about his chances, and how confident are you with stepping into stakes company?
Yeah, well, at least he's had 2 starts, and he has that mile under his belt at Belmont, which was a very solid race. I feel like he's much more prepared to handle mile and 8th against good horses today.
Now, Chad, we'll see you well represented tomorrow in the Grade 2 Jim Dandy, which will be on Fox. We'll have Zandon on the outside coming back off of 3rd in the Derby, but also with early voting. There's been talk that Epicenter is going to show a bit more speed. Are you just going to let him break and see where he ends up? Do you think he's a horse that can be successful rating?
Early voting, yeah. We were happy that he had a target in the Preakness for the first time, and he handled that just fine. We're just going to plan on running our race with both horses. Hopefully we break clean, and if early voting breaks clean, he's going to be very forward. If somebody wants to go ahead of him, that's fine. And if nobody wants to, I'm very happy to have him on the lead either way.
You sound very confident in both your horses.
Well, they're training really well, and it's not a big field, but it's a very solid field. I have a lot of respect for Epicenter. He's definitely one of the top 3-year-olds in the country, along with the 2 that I have in here. So it should be a great horse race for the fans.
We're looking forward to it, Chad. Best of luck later on today and tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right, but Golden Alchemist, he could be throwing his name into the ring for a future stake horse himself, Acacia.
Indeed, Maggie, makes things exciting. He's a 3-year-old, maybe starting a little bit later than some of the other ones that Chad was just talking about. And of course, he'll send out Artorias out of the impressive sprinting mare Paula Silver Lining later in the Curlin. But Maggie teed us up perfectly, guys, for our next conversation as we take a look at that Jim Dandy tomorrow. We'll be on Fox from 4:30 to 6. It is our America's Best Racing race of the week, and it truly is a great race for the fans, as Chad Brown mentioned. Now to the inside, the number 1 Western River. He will be running in the Curlin today and not in the Jim Dandy tomorrow. But Chad Brown does have 2 of the big ones, as we'll take a look at the top 2 finishers from the Preakness Stakes. Early voting, the winner, Epicenter in 2nd. Early voting, Richie, the break really put him in the right position.
Absolutely. He's a horse that's been handy. He's always shown good gate speed. He creates his own trip. Epicenter looked to me like he lost his footing a touch at the break, like he slipped behind. Now Joel Rosario had to make a decision. He gets squeezed a little bit here, kind of made his decision a little easier. I'm just going to go to the fence. And he wound up working out a great trip. It would have been nice for him if he had gotten better or more forward position. But I still think he ran a tremendous race. And listen, early voting in his 4th start to win the Preakness and be as powerful as he was, Jonathan, he's an impressive colt.
Yeah, and one of the reasons I like Zandon so much tomorrow is it's still at this point, early voting and Epicenter have not looked each other in the eye yet. I would predict that tomorrow in the Jim Dandy, that will happen a lot earlier in the race, maybe halfway through the turn, the 3/8 pole, maybe even the half-mile pole, and I think that they could potentially set it up for Zandon really well. I wish we would have seen them look each other in the eye and the Preakness to see what would have happened. Early voting definitely got a better trip. Epicenter ran a nice race.
We're taking a look at early voting's last work, Richie, as he is being worked by Jose Ortiz with his regular rider. He is outside of Akrativ, who we'll see in stakes action on Sunday. He was an impressive first out maiden winner for Chad Brown. And Jose, I thought, in this work, similar to what Chad was talking about the maturity, being able to settle a little bit more, Jose Ortiz never asked early voting.
No, and for people that don't know, in workouts, you're not trying to beat your workmate. It's not a race. Think about a sparring session. You're trying to get something out of it. You're trying to get fitness, but also, you know, continually school your horse. And this is the way early voting worked to the Preakness, where he showed the ability to sit alongside of a horse or just off of a horse and wait on his rider's cues. And that made him a much more successful horse, and being versatile is going to make you a better horse.
No, absolutely. I mean, I think early voting of the two Chad Brown runners can make his own trip. It doesn't matter if the pace gets cooked up in front of him. He can kind of find himself where he needs to be. And I think that's a big advantage when you're talking about him versus Zandon.
As far as Zandon does go, Maggie, we'll bring you into this conversation. And as I know, you got a chance to see him train leading up to the Kentucky Derby. He ran a good third that day, back to the drawing board, and we look forward to seeing him tomorrow. What have you seen from him as he gets ready for the second half of his 3-year-old season?
Well, Acacia, I really like what his trainer Chad Brown has said about him, that the fact that he has given him the time off from the Kentucky Derby to this Jim Dandy start, it's allowed this big frame of a horse to become more furnished, to develop a bit more, to have a bit more conditioning put on him. And we see him working by himself as he typically does. You know, he's such a big striding horse where I'm sure it allows the rider to kind of ease him into a work, to build him up to a work rather than going with a workmate. And we'll see as the rider kind of drops his hands when he approaches the wire, you see him spurt on a little bit more after he completes the 5 furlongs in the 101 4/5, which is kind of typical of him. The week before, he came in with a 48 4, kind of building a little bit more of that speed, make him a little bit sharper. This more of a maintenance drill prior to a week out, I should say, from this Jim Dandy. I've always liked this horse. I always have thought that he has shown a lot of promise. He was my selection in the Derby, though Epicenter held him off valiantly, just could not hold off the upset leader that day. But I think Zandon, he could sit the right kind of trip. He's drawn favorably to the outside in this Jim Dandy, and he's hoping that there is a little bit of hitting up front, possibly between his stablemate Early Voting and Epicenter. Acacia.
He'll be running late, Maggie. Thank you. We can't wait to see him. The rematch of Zandon and Epicenter. Pretty exciting, guys, as we talked about. Though it is a short field, I mean, you've got the 2nd and 3rd place finishers from the Derby, the top 2 from the Preakness, and we'll get a chance to see them rematch. And the latter part of the 3-year-old season, I think, is when the boys really start to become men.
Yeah, I think a lot of times when the Jim Dandy is coming up, we're trying to convince you that this is an exciting race, but we all know that it's kind of a stepping stone to the Travers. This one feels a little bit different. Kind of a little bit of a Epicenter Zandon rematch when they turned for home. I thought most people thought one of them was going to be the winner. Early Voting in Epicenter, another rematch there, and then Epicenter and Early Voting and Zandon getting to hook up for the first time. So I think it's actually a more intriguing Jim Dandy than we're used to.
I just love the fact that I think this 3-year-old crop is very, very deep. And you think about going back to Mo Donegal beating Zandon and Nose in the Remsen, and you can make a case that Zandon was best that day, and then he's a Belmont Stakes winner. You've got all these horses, and Cyberknife throwing his hat into the ring with the win in the Haskell. The Travers this year, the Run Happy Travers, takes on even more importance to settle 3-year-old divisional honors.
Can't wait to see what happens down the road. You can catch all the action tomorrow for the Jim Dandy on Fox, on Big Fox. We hope that you'll tune in and join us for the show featuring the Preakness winner, Early Voting. Can't wait to see these horses throw it down on the racetrack Saturday from 4:30 to 6. Hope that you'll join us back here today. We continue on with our live racing action. Race number 2 coming up next here at the Spa. There's a look at the number 5 Media Sensation. Manny Frank will be in the saddle. It's currently 9-5 on the board. We'll talk more about him and the rest of the field after this on Saratoga Live.
Perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big cap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race and the race, scintillating performance in the TBG Delmar debutant.
And Clariere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curlin, the classic sire.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, in all weathers. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Have you ever wondered where racehorse names come from?
Inside information.
Seattle Slew. Secretariat.
Zenyatta.
How exactly do owners go about naming their horses? The Jockey Club Registry governs the daunting task of naming a racehorse. Andrew Chesser oversees the process of naming horses for the Jockey Club Registry.
So I'm always quite keen to see names that are a good tip to the sire and or the dam. I'm remembering the Kentucky Derby winner, Authentic, is out of a mare named Flawless. Stakes winner, Stolen Base, is out of a mare named Running Wild.
Stolen Base to win.
We've got some that are good tips to the sire. Constitution has some good stakes horses named We the People, Independence Hall. Quality Road has Bleecker Street, which I find, as a native New Yorker, quite interesting. Or even ones that combine the sire and the dam. I know the nice stakes mare Rushing Fall by More Than Ready out of Otondo. Combine the sire and the dam. I know that quite interesting too.
Like anything else, there are rules. You are limited to 18 letters. Punctuation and spaces count towards a limit. A name can also be rejected for being too close phonetically to another name.
A different spelling doesn't change the fact that it sounds exactly the same. And again, we're trying to avoid confusion.
How long is the name protected? Well, that depends on the horse's success on the track.
Names that are currently in use, whether they're active racing stock, active breeding stock, or if they've reached a sense of famousness because they've won certain stakes races. Those names can be protected for longer, or they can be permanently protected. You know, for example, if a horse is in the Racing Hall of Fame, has won an Eclipse Award, won a Triple Crown race, you know, those names become protected forever. So there's a general rule of thumb that if a horse is over the age of 10 and in the past 5 years has neither raced nor been bred, and its name is not protected for another reason, that name can be re-released.
You can still submit your name by mail or fax, but today, owners use the Jockey Club website or the naming app.
You really see an owner's creativity when they go about naming their horses or things that are really special to them. So I would just want to make sure that anyone who's involved with that horse, you know, have the opportunity for a say, and that it's a name that everybody can be agreeable to, that's impactful, has a bit of prominence to it as well.
This is a very nice racehorse.
What's in a name? Love hearing a little bit about the process. You're watching Saratoga Live, as I always love learning the story behind some of the names of these racehorses we have here. I've gotten to name a horse. It's a lot of pressure. It can be a little scary, too.
But you came up with a really good name and a very clever name, and the horse turned out to be a very good horse in Senbei.
I'm 1-for-1 naming stakes winners with Senbei, so I can only go down from here, I really feel. But, Jonathan, I mean, I know you have a special one named after your dad.
Yeah, I've Kinchin, that Bob Edwards and Chris Edwards at E5 named after my father when he passed a few years back. On a lighter note, I think Jamie Roth at L&J Foxwoods does a great job. One of my favorite that she has was a Tappet out of Fiji Moon named Tapwater, which I thought was really creative.
Really
and
good.
Kofefi obviously is outstanding.
Sure.
And she does a really good job with her namings as well.
Love clever names. And notably over the years, Caesar Kimmel would come up with names that would try to tongue-tie the announcer. It'd be Flat Fleet Feet, Shiny City Shoes. And, you know, in the heat of a battle, if a guy's calling these fast, it's easy to flub up. But Caesar had a lot of fun with that.
I'm sure announcers loved him.
Yeah.
Maggie, any favorite names that come to mind?
Well, as Jonathan said, I love what Jamie Roth does with naming her horses. She's very clever with combining the pedigrees, but I have always loved the one-word names, and Claiborne Farm has done that better than anybody throughout the years, and it tends to follow, you know, I'm sure they have a lot of thesaurus in their possession because it tends to follow the same meeting from the dam or from the sire. I mean, you think about Blame and his pedigree and how that all added up. But one name that my dad actually trained a horse by the name Excuse My French, and kind of going back to that piece, Acacia, that name reappeared when I was up here with a Chad Brown horse. It was actually a filly this time with the same name, Excuse My French, which I think is a very cute name, for lack of a better way to put it. But I too have named horses, and you're right, it's a lot of pressure.
It is. You hope that they're good. You always want to give the good ones a good name, and doesn't always work out. Poor Mr. Connecticut still trying to break his maiden. We'll get there, though. We're going to get there before the end of the summer. I believe it.
You know, it's also kind of funny, too, if you have a naughty side to you, trying to sneak one past the Jockey Club. It's always, I think it's done usually
Cat and mouse game, right?
In good, it's usually done in good humor to try to sneak one past.
Somebody named a horse the Mig. Bruno Morabito, a friend of mine, named a horse the Mig. Broke his maiden for $2,500 at Finger Lakes.
Well, he won, so there's always that. Race 2 is off the turf. We're dealing with a fast man track. We went from a torrential downpour to 8 million degrees yesterday on the racetrack, so it was an interesting, typical Saratoga type of day.
We had a little bit of everything yesterday, didn't we?
At all 4 seasons. Call to post as we get ready for race 2. We'll get into our post parade, starting with the number 2, Shannon.
This horse is a turf horse, obviously, who just doesn't have a lot of early speed. That doesn't translate well to switching to the dirt.
Here's the 4, Sell Something.
Kind of the same situation. Been running for 40. Doesn't have a lot of speed either, and seems to be better on the turf.
Media Sensation.
Mare was a 3-time winner on the dirt. She's had 2 other foals, and they both won on the dirt.
Co-favorite with this one on Palm Sunday.
This one might appear to have a little bit of tactical speed, but that pace was a crawl. I don't even know if this horse will make the lead in here.
And the 13, Phoebe's Frosty, Trevor McCarthy aboard.
Yeah, and you get first time for Charlie Baker, drawn towards the outside going a mile. Looks very sharp on his toes here on the racetrack. And guys, I don't think that's Trevor McCarthy.
That's Jose Gomez. I'm sorry,
Okay,
it's a late jockey change, so don't mind that graphic there. Jose Gomez, apprentice rider, will climb aboard Phoebe's Frosty to the outside. Good catch.
Of all the riders here, Trevor's like the easiest one to identify.
Well, he's got a lot of length to him.
He's just a little bit taller than the rest of them.
But he folds up nicely on a horse.
2-1 right now on the current co-favorite Media Sensation, Manny Franco, going to be aboard. And we do see Irad Ortiz in here, apprentice jockey Jose Gomez. Richie, we've talked about him quite a bit, so take a look at the WinStart jockey standings. Jose Gomez getting on the board with a couple of wins, but Irad Ortiz currently 4 ahead of Joel Rosario in the standings. It's early yet, but a strong start.
Yeah, I mean, it's always important to get off to a good start at any meeting. Years ago, when this was a 24-day meet, it really set the tone for the whole meet. It still sets the tone, but it's not a sprint anymore. It's a marathon at 40 days.
This is one of my favorite kind of side stories while we're at Saratoga. Obviously, it's about the horses, the pari-mutuel payoffs and all of that, but I love watching the jockeys race just because I feel blessed every day we get to watch this talented group of riders, and it's always fun to see who's going to win, because I know it means a lot to them.
2-1 currently on Media Sensation. For more, let's check in with Maggie trackside. Maggie, what do you make of these turf meant runners trying the main track?
Yeah, it's always a big question mark, Acacia, as we'll take a look, though, at one that's actually bred a little bit more for the dirt. On the inside is number 2, Shannon, who comes back for this 4-year-old bow as a new gelding. And he's by Union Rags, whom I know a lot of trainers feel as though turf is the answer for Union Rags progeny, but I think they just don't work very well in the morning, so that's why trainers often put them on the turf. But statistically speaking, he's had more success with his dirt runners. The dam was multiple stakes place going long on dirt. She ran mid-80 buyer speed figures on the dirt, and all the siblings, while in mediocre races, were better on the dirt. This guy looks like a dirt miler. This is a perfect situation for him to win. My one concern, and it's not often I have this concern about Christophe Clement horses, is that he just looks as though a start might be needed. But I will say that in his last start, he deceptively broke better than it looks on paper. So look for him to have maybe some tactical speed, which you often need breaking from the inside when dealing with this Wilson Chute configuration. Number 5, Media Sensation. Look, it's my husband's horse. He's improved. He's a little bit of a slow learner. So I'm willing to forgive the basically eased effort. First time out, going the 6 furlongs, that's way too short for him first. He's so big, so rangy. And I like Manny Franco sticking because Manny's giving him a good warm-up. We told him he needs to be forwardly placed. He's going to do that with him here on the dirt at a better distance. But in my heart of hearts, ever since this horse came in as a 2-year-old, he's always trained like a turf horse. He's always moved like a turf horse. So at a short price, I'm not sold that this is going to be the right surface for him. As we'll take a look at number 13, Phoebe's Frosty, a horse that I saw first time out, and boy, was he so laid back. He wasn't that fit. It's like a 180 with this horse. Phoebe's Frosty is like a coiled spring out there. He was so aggressive in the paddock. I mean, they could barely get the tack on him. He was about to explode. He kept a lid on it, thankfully. This horse is a speed, especially with apprentice rider Jose Gomez aboard, with everything that he's showing me here in the preliminaries. And he's so much more athletic than what he was as a 2-year-old. I think this horse is very, very interesting. I know he has not run very fast on the dirt, but at least he has more dirt experience than any of these other horses in here, Acacia.
A great point, Maggie, as Phoebe's Frosty making his first start since January. And Richie, as you brought up this point, apprentice rider Jose Gomez doesn't get to ride with the weight allowance in here because it's a late rider switch because this horse draws in off the also eligible list.
Yeah, to have the apprentice allowance, you have to claim it at time of entry. And this horse had Trevor McCarthy named, but he had another call, so once he came open, it speaks of volumes of confidence that trainers have in Jose Gomez. They know he's an apprentice rider, but an apprentice rider that is riding more like a journeyman.
Yeah, and one of the things I love about Jose Gomez, and to Maggie's point, he's always finds himself forward when he should be forward. And I think that's, you know, I think as a bettor, I think that is a great start for a young rider who's trying to kind of stamp himself in a colony, is be aggressive out there rather than the opposite, which I think could kind of backfire.
We going from the Wilson Chute here as this race is off the turf. There's a look at the chute, Jonathan, from a handicapper's perspective. I mean, this chute is being used now for what it was intended to as well. With these off the turf races, we get to go to the 1-turn mile. How do you navigate these races coming out of the chute?
I don't navigate it. I feel like the 1 or 2 times this meet that it's going to matter is random, and the rest of the time the best horse is going to win.
Yep.
From the races I've seen so far, I haven't seen anything just tragic go on in terms of like a bad trip situation. So I think in racing, and especially in handicapping, the moment you start holding on to a lot of things that aren't going to be rewarding to you can put you in bad spots. I frankly could care less.
So basically, I mean, and I know it's a small sampling, you haven't really seen any sort of trend.
No, I think that there is a horse that's going to get hooked wide one time and get beat. I think there's a horse that's going to get shut off inside one time and get beat. But I don't know when that's going to happen.
And that can happen in any race.
Exactly. So trying to make a decision, oh, I'm not going to play this horse because he's drawn inside, or I'm not going to play that horse because he's drawn outside. The times that it would that would save me, it's going to also talk me off of winners.
Gotcha.
So I just pretend it didn't happen.
Gotcha.
The jockeys had an opportunity to kind of have a practice run out of the chute before it was used on opening day, and it seems the races have been fair. As Jonathan mentioned, the best horse usually gets the right kind of trip.
Yeah, and talking with the riders, everybody seems very comfortable with it, very happy with it. And I've been out there for a couple of starts, Jonathan, and it's been very quiet. When races are run roughly, you'll hear a lot of hollering and even cursing going on amongst the riders if, you know, they feel like they're getting bounced around or put in tight. It's been very quiet.
And I'm certain that I'm going to get one of these horses in trouble in this 5-horse field by acting like it's not a big deal, but that's just the way things go.
There's a look at leading jockey Rod Ortiz Jr. riding on Palm Sunday. It is Friday, July 29th. One day, hopefully, this horse will get a chance to run on Palm Sunday.
He will be overbet that day.
Yes, he will be. That's for sure. Into the gate for race 2 at Saratoga. The voice of New York Racing, John and Brielle, standing by.
They're in the gate. And they're off as they race up the Wilson chute. And it is Sell Something along with Shonen. Shonen has the lead now from the outside. On Palm Sunday moves up along with Phoebe's Frosty. So three of them are battling for the lead as they move on to the backstretch. It is On Palm Sunday and Shonen down at the rail. Phoebe's Frosty on the extreme outside. Three of them stacked across the track through a quarter in 24 seconds. And then it's almost 5 lengths. Back to Media Sensation, who is racing in fourth. And farther back is the trailer, Sell Something, in fifth. The quarter went in 24 seconds. Shonen leads here by a length. Phoebe's Frosty runs in second. And then it's a break of 2. Back to On Palm Sunday in third. And farther back, it is a Media Sensation, and Sell Something is the trailer. The half in 47-1. It is Shonen and Phoebe's Frosty. And the two of them are now heads apart for the lead. On the inside, Shonen. On the outside, it is Phoebe's Frosty. Farther back is Media Sensation. Sell Something moves up on the outside, and On Palm Sunday is now the trailer. The field is at the top of the stretch, 3/4 in 1:13-1. It is Shonen closest to the rail. Phoebe's Frosty on the outside. Shonen getting away now. Shonen has opened up 4 lengths on Phoebe's Frosty. And then it is Media Sensation, followed by Sell Something and On Palm Sunday. Shonen with a big lead as they come on for the finish. It will be Shonen and Dylan Davis, much the best. Phoebe's Frosty was second. Sell Something finished third in this off-the-turf event.
Shonen from the inside off the layoff, new gelding by Union Rags, much the best in race 2 under Dylan Davis.
He was much the best. Dylan did a really good job being aggressive, going forward from that inside post. You know, in a race that, a lot of horses were probably going to be a little bit hungry on the dirt. Being in front's a good place to be.
Absolutely, it's the way I look at the Belmont Stakes. Everyone's tired when they turn for home. Let's go ahead and be forward. It's exactly what we saw here. And these horses, I don't think there's any horse in here that's a dirt horse. I think this is a bunch of turf horses, and Shonen just happened to be the one that handled it the best and got the best trip.
Clean faces win races, right? As you can even see, as it's a beautiful day today. We did, again, have some rain yesterday, and we've had a conversation about this track, Richie. It is a deeper, tiring track, and seems like it can kind of kick back a bit, too.
Yeah, I think it's a very safe surface, but it's yielding more towards being a little bit on the tiring side, a little more cushion to it, which does lend itself to being safer. But the kickback, to me, watching it, a lot of horses are really resenting how hard the dirt is coming back and not running as well through it. Especially when they're perhaps turf-meant runners. Jose Gomez, the apprentice, his runner, Phoebe's Frosty checked in second, but there's trainer Christophe Clement as he has Shonen with the win, homebred for Waterville Lake Stables, gelding by Union Rags. In race number 2, 2:13.45, bring you prices, reactions, and a whole lot more. A special treat coming up after this, the latest edition of Cart Talk. What unsuspecting trainer, owner, or agent did Jonathan Kinchin wrangle into the cart this week?
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal racing experience.
I would just say that it's a smaller, tighter-knit group. Everybody has a common interest. We spend a lot more time together than some of the bigger operations, and I very much enjoy that.
We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Contact us to get a taste of the Adelphi experience and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, off the turf race in the second, and it was won by the horse coming in off the bench, Shannon, ridden to victory by Dylan Davis. And we saw the Wilson shoot in action. Dylan, you were aggressive with this horse from your inside position.
Yes, Maggie. Just first off, Christoph did a great job getting him here. He saw the small field and he decided to leave him in here, and it worked out well. I mean, he broke well. We were coming from the inside, and we just needed to break well enough to get across that corner. That's the real tricky part about the shoot. But once he was able to clear, he got comfortable on the front end, and then he just kind of loped along there down the stretch.
See, trainers, Union Rags. There may be more dirt horses. Anyway, you'll be aboard Creative Minister coming up in our feature Curlin Stakes today for Kenny McPeak. Have you been on in the mornings at all?
I breezed him one time in the morning, 5:30 to be precise, but he's a great horse. He listens well, and he's a stayer. So I like what I saw with his performances, and I'm happy to be aboard him, and I want to get the job done for Kenny and the team.
And he's a horse that, you know, they threw him into the deep end of the pool, and he ran respectably well in the Preakness. Do you think a little more time now between his races is going to suit him?
Of course. I mean, he ran well in the Belmont. You know, he just maybe the distance got to him, but he's improved a lot, and it's been a tough ask for him, I saw, but he's showing up, and I think if he's on his A game today, he's going to be the horse to beat, and we're just going to have to show it to him.
I like the way you say he's a smart horse, too. I like that about him. But, Dylan, congratulations here. Best of luck later in the Curlin.
Thanks, Maggie. All right.
All right, Dylan Davis riding well, and even riding that Wilson shoot a bit better. Acacia?
Thumbs up from Dylan Davis, who does have that date with Creative Minister coming up a little bit later on. $7.60 winner for Shannon here in the second. How big is that, Richie, having an opportunity to work a horse in the morning before you ride him for the first time?
I think it's invaluable. I used to love to work horses and just get a familiarity with them, understand what they're about, what you can do with them. Some horses, you turn them on, you can't turn them back off. Knowing how much a horse will respond to you is so critical.
Dylan Davis, we've seen a lot of improvement, a lot of growth from him as he's had a terrific year.
Yeah, look, for Dylan to do what he's doing in this colony with guys who are established, and he's coming back off the injury and all, it's outstanding how well he's done.
Congratulations to Dylan Davis, as we teased before the break, and you might have guessed it if you saw the shirt that Jonathan Kinchin was wearing the other day. Owner Mike Rapoli climbs into the golf cart to join Jonathan Kinchin for the latest edition of Cart Talk and look back on some of the successes, some of the ups and downs of the games, and in particular, some of the horses that have really made a lasting impact.
My favorite debut of any horse, I was just so exciting, was Uncle Mo. Yeah. It's a pretty special horse to you, huh?
Uncle Mo was my first stake winner. It was a grade 1 in Champaign, and that was in 2010, and it's been 12 years at racing at a high level. That crop I had Uncle Mo and Stay Thirsty, and he broke his maiden here at Saratoga on Travers Day. Nobody knows who won the Travers that day, but they know that Uncle Mo ran a 102 buyer and won by 14.5 lengths.
One of the things I've always wanted to do with you is to watch one of my favorite race calls of Uncle Mo.
Uncle Mo tested by Jackson Bend off the turn.
This is
after
it.
3/4
Jackson Bend goes outside, and it was
Uncle Mo
adios.
in front. Jackson Bend comes at him from the outside now, but it's Uncle Mo's got something left. Now he's clear by 3. Now he's clear by 4 as they come down to the
back.
He repelled Jackson Bend. Uncle Mo, he's back.
Then he gets the time at the end, 1:33 and 4 in the mud.
Jackson Bend was second.
He gets all
Jersey
excited here,
Town was
fired up.
third.
Know the call by
Look
heart.
at the time in the mud. 1:33 and 4. Hello, Breeders' Cup.
I mean, that was the highlight of, obviously, his 3-year-old season, which, was cut short, obviously. And, Todd and I have a close relationship. And both of us just cared about his health. We didn't even think he'd ever run again. And, Todd got him back for the, back then it was called the King's Bishop, and he lost by a nose. I'm so sad for Uncle Mo. And I got Stay Thirsty in the Travers. 30 minutes later.
They're coming into the final furlong. Stay thirsty, 2-length lead.
Rattlesnake Bridge was coming after Stay Thirsty, and I was thinking to myself, am I going to lose the King's Bishop and the Travers by a nose on the same day? Because if it is, I'm getting out of racing. We wouldn't be in this cart right now. I'd be in a straitjacket, but that's another story. But But it was really, really special, and we won the Travers. And on a day that Uncle Mo loses by a nose, you know, you talk about the agony of defeat and the thrill of victory here. It was just amazing.
You missed out on the greatest owners double with Uncle Mo and Stay Thirsty, but you didn't miss out on the greatest owners exacta this year in the Belmont Stakes.
Mo Donegal got the lead. I looked at the finish line, I looked at Mo Donegal, and I looked back to see who was next, and it was Nest. And for those 14 seconds, I think the world just stopped for me. No matter how many years I'm in racing, I'll never have that feeling of winning that race and coming 1-2, and it was a really, really special race.
And then you come right back, and you come up here to Saratoga and win another race that you've won before, but man, was Nest impressive.
The plan was maybe we'll wait to the Alabama, get her fit, mile and a quarter, and Todd just said, man, she's just training like she wants to run today. She's gaining weight after the Belmont. That's unheard of. Honestly, I really think she was underrated, shockingly, until that performance. And that's, you know, I don't think she's just the best 3-year-old filly in the country. She's the best 3-year-old horse in the country.
Are you hinting at something here?
Running Nest in the Belmont, to me, I think she deserved to be there. She was fit to be there, and I thought it was good for racing. I thought it was good for Belmont. Racing her in the Travers has crossed my mind because it's a great story. No filly has won a Travers since 1915. It's 107 years. I think she'd be the favorite in the Travers. How's that sound? You know, I think she'd be the favorite in the Travers. And I think she could be a possible standout.
Well, the last question is, as we wrap this up, I just want to get your prediction. Which cart talk do you think is going to be better, yours or Todd Pletcher?
Well, it really depends. If you're using one for enjoyment and laughter, I think by far it will be this one. If you're using one to maybe put yourself to sleep at night because you had a, you know, you can't sleep at night, you put on Todd's. And, you know, I try, you know, every night about 2 in the morning when I can't sleep, I just put that on. 30 seconds in, I fall asleep right away like that. It's unbelievable. It works really well.
Thanks, Mike. Good luck this week.
Appreciate it, Jonathan. Thank you.
Terrific rendition of another Cart Talk presented by Gainesway, Mike Rapoli, and Todd Pletcher, of course, terrific friends. Mike introduced Todd in his induction to the Hall of Fame, and not only did Mike Rapoli win the Belmont Stakes this year, but he did so with a son of Mo Donegal, the race that he's always said he wanted to win.
Yeah, I've been hearing that forever, that, you know, that's the most important race to him, and him coming to Belmont and Aqueduct as a child. The funniest part about that entire thing was our editing team, and Mel did a phenomenal job. That was the longest Cart Talk we've ever done. It was like 25 minutes, and we had to trim it down into 4 minutes, but Mike was awesome. He had a lot of funny one-liners in there, and we got you as many as we could.
I liked the shirt, too.
Thank you. Yeah,
got the silks in
we
there.
did a little collab with Mike, and you see some. I already saw some Rapoli stable fans running around with those already.
Well, we saw the silks in the winner's circle yesterday as well, but here's a look at some of the top horses as they'll look to add to that tally with Be Better in the Curl. And today, of course, Mo Donegal highlighted by the Belmont. Nest, terrific in the Coaching Club American Oaks yesterday. Fearless in the Birdstone coming off of that Brooklyn victory. Luis Saez, Richie, he earned this victory aboard Fearless as he had to work on him pretty much every step of the way to get this win.
He rode this horse for about 1.5 miles of a 1.75 mile race. If he had given up a little bit, his horse would have easily said, okay, great, let's call it a day. Fearless needed a pilot yesterday. Well, he had one of the greatest pilots out there at the moment, peak fitness. I can't tell you how hard it is, Jonathan, to ride a horse for that long.
Oh, you don't have to tell me. I can't even jog half a mile, let alone ride a horse for 1.5 miles or 1.75 miles. Look, Fearless looked absolutely done at the half-mile pole.
Yeah.
I thought to myself, okay, well, let's see what Lone Rock's going to do here. And then Lone Rock got a little tired late. Fearless just kept grinding it out. You know, this is a tough race, 1.75 miles on the dirt. But Fearless has kind of found a new home, I think, going long on the dirt.
Talk about a bicycle horse. And Luis Saez was in the Tour de France here. I mean, he just had to keep pedaling his one leg after another, and it was pretty much uphill. But Boy, you want to talk about a rider making a difference. That was a difference.
Luis Saez, the regular rider for Fearless, picking up the win in the Birdstone yesterday as we see those familiar blue and orange silks of Foley stable in the winner's circle. Yet again, a mainstay on the New York circuit. When we come back, we'll talk about the terrific meet that trainer Brad Cox has had as he looks for it to continue at the spa this weekend. He'll send out Tawny Port to take on the big three in the Jim Dandy tomorrow. More on that after this.
The breeding industry is governed by one principle. Performance determines success.
And Constitution has won!
Now, he's earning his stripes by siring stars.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Bayette.
Law Professor just in front, and Law Professor.
American Revolution, fireworks in the stretch here in the Cigar Mile.
Constitution, a natural-born leader.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Keeneland September Yearling Sale.
A terrific maternal pedigree, Grade 1 winners, and champions across the page.
Life is good. Next go, superstar.
Go to the back. Good luck.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as his precocious 2-year-old Power Attack wins his turf debut at Belmont.
It is Power Attack, who has a 4-length lead as they come down for the finish.
As well as a 1-2 finish on opening weekend at Saratoga.
As they come for the finish, Dancing with the Stars won it.
Now with 28 wins in 2022 and over $3.5 million in prodigy earnings, War Dancer is a sire on fire. Join the momentum today at wardancerstud.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on Saratoga Live, brought to you as always by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. We turn the page and we move on to race 3 today. Once again, we're going 1 1/8 on the main track. This time for the fillies and the mares in the spotlight. There is Fingal's Cave stretching out in distance. Let's get a paddock report from Maggie.
Yeah, and she's going to be trying to do it while forwardly placed, you would have to think. And judging by the first 2 races, I think that's a good place to be. And that typically around these NYRA racetracks, when you get a track that was covered with rain and got really wet the day before, when it starts to dry out, that's when you see these more speed-laden type of tracks, just because I think the horses behind them start to struggle with it a bit. Now, Fingal's Cave, Acacia, you can comment on this, but I know that you said last time she was really wound up in the paddock. That's not the case today at all. She's incredibly relaxed here, which I always think bodes well for a horse trying a longer distance for the first time. And physically, she looks A-okay in getting 9 furlongs. She's a bit longer, bigger. She suggests to me that she should not have any difficulties in stepping out of New York bred company for the first time and handling this distance. It is a tall task, I will heed that, but I think she's up for it today for trainer Dave Donk, as she also has enough pedigree, too, to get this 9 furlong distance, whereas number 6, Spiked, I was intrigued by. Now, she wasn't flattered by Aunt Naughty not showing up at all in a 9 furlong race maiden yesterday, but she also has some tactical speed, which you would think she's going to display. She is sharp in here, and I can't say that she is necessarily physically built for the 9 furlongs. It looks as though she may top out at that 1-turn mile, and to the aggressive nature I don't always love, trying to go longer, as your favorite is number 7, Insignia, rightfully so. You know, it's odd, despite being by Curlin, on the bottom side, it's much more of a sprint pedigree, yet she seemed as though she wanted every bit of that mile and 3/16. Watching the replay, she's actually a little bit smaller than I anticipated her being here in the paddock, but she is ultra fit in here. You know that she can handle the distance, which is some question marks with some of the other shorter priced horses that we see in here. So, Acacia, I think she is a rightful favorite.
Cutting back in distance in here as well. Insignia, Maggie, thank you, 6-5 right now. And she did win that mile and 3/16 race at Churchill last time out, guys. Ricardo Santana will be aboard, who actually rode her in her debut, though that was sprinting, as we take a look at her maiden score last time out.
It's funny, this kind of reminds me of what we saw in the first today with Golden Alchemist. So she started, debuted sprinting, and then as soon as they had an opportunity to run her longer, they did. Insignia, the same thing. She started sprinting. They had a chance to run her a mile and 3/16. They did it as quick as they could, and she ran away from them late. I think she's going to be tough in here. She's going to have to deal with the New York bred and Fingal's Cave, but I do think Insignia deserves to be the favorite off of that performance.
And, you know, it's interesting, too. She's Keen, who won the maiden race yesterday, albeit got a very soft trip, very slow fractions on the lead, was a well-beaten third with no excuse in that race, with Insignia winning and drawing off at the end. And as tiring as this track can be, turning back from a mile and 3/16 to a mile and 8 is probably a benefit.
She has the fitness, she has the foundation. Insignia does. That filly by Curlin will run the Curlin Stakes later today. Perhaps a little hunch bet as far as that pedigree is concerned, but she was one who kind of sat a good trip in that race. She runs with her head, I noticed, a little bit higher up too. She doesn't seem like she's kind of that lower settled type to go a distance.
And not as comfortable for a rider
Yeah.
when their head carriage is kind of up in your face a little bit, particularly a taller rider like myself or Trevor McCarthy. You want them to put their head out and let me be able to stretch out on you a little bit.
Unless their name is Channel Maker or Monomoy Girl. Then you'll figure it out.
Yeah.
You'll make it work for horses like that, that's for sure. We'll meet the rest of the field, starting with the very sharp inside runner, Frost Me.
Yeah, Frostby from the John Kimmel barn. John off to a good start here, and being at his barn a lot, I think he's going to have a real good meet. Horses are doing well.
Here's the two Join the Dots stretching out.
Yeah, stretching out and putting blinkers on. To me, it seems like they're trying to work out some kinks with this horse.
The New York bred undefeated Fingal's Cave.
Well bred from Chester Mary Broman out of a Mine Chef mare. Has a pedigree to go further.
Scratch the 4. Here's the 5, Social Dilemma.
Social Dilemma. We saw Chad Summers get a winner yesterday. This filly would be a surprise, though.
Looking at the 6, Spiked.
Yeah, it's I like the style with this horses that find the front end. Stretching out, but this horse needs to get a little bit faster to compete with the top two.
And there's your favorite, Insignia.
Insignia, nice maiden win at a mile and 3/16, turns back a 16th of a mile and should be well placed from the outside.
Fingal's Cave, the 3 is looking to go 3 for 3 for more. Let's head back to Maggie with a special guest.
Pleased to be joined by her trainer here, Acacia, as Fingal's Cave. Dave, you're taking a big step, A, with the distance, B, with the company. Talk about your feelings and maybe your confidence in doing so today.
Well, first off, I entered in a 2 other than filly mare New York bred race, only had a couple horses. So didn't come back as an extra, you know, it's a non-starter for now. So my objective is a Fleet Indian in 4 weeks. Listen, I was either going to run against the boys, 2 other than, might be a little crazy. This came up a mile and an 8, you know, filly and mares. You know, who knows what's going to be in your open company. It's the next step after you win your 2 other than state bred anyways. So yeah, but I think she's a filly that wants to go long. It's a big test for her. I don't know how good she is. She obviously didn't beat a whole lot in her 2 starts, but certainly couldn't have done it any easier. She's trained really well. She breezed really well here last week and galloped out really well, and Jose was on her. So, you know, let's see. We'll find out a little bit what I have, and, you know, it's still, you know, a stepping stone to another race and just trying to develop her.
You have to be pleased with what we saw in the first 2 races, where it seems as though speed's good. Is that the game plan, to go to the lead with her?
Well, listen, Jose's going to let her leave there running. You know, not quite sure what a couple of them are going to do. You know, I'm going to leave it in his hands. You know, the only thing I'd say here, a mile and 1/8 is like going a mile and a quarter. Yeah. So, you know, it looks like Brad's horse, you know, he's definitely a route horse and being a Curlin. So, you know, listen, I've got to trust those guys. That's why we ride them.
Wishing you the best of luck with Fingal's Cave, stepping out of New York bred company for the first time.
Thanks, appreciate it.
All right, Acacia.
Maggie, thank you. Dave Donk sending out Fingal's Cave. And guys, I think it's worth explaining kind of the conditions as well. I think it's worth a conversation because this filly is a New York bred. Dave mentioned a one other than. The conditions of the race, a race other than a maiden, which is what she was. If you're a New York bred, you can run in the first level allowance race for your restricted New York bred company, which she did. Now she can run in that same condition for open company here.
Yeah, it doesn't count against her, and it says it right there. And here's we're watching her win her second start, drew off, readily. It says right there in the condition, never won 18,000 other than maiden, claiming starter or state bred allowance. So that doesn't count against her. She still has this open condition, Jonathan.
Yeah. So if you look through here, it kind of gives you that feel that she kind of has a little bit of an edge on a horse like Insignia. She has won twice. I think most people would kind of giggle, and I would imagine Insignia has the edge, have gone farther. But it's just one of the ways to kind of even the playing field for the New York breds. Richie talks about it all the time. The gene pool is just a little bit smaller when you're dealing with New York breds versus open company.
Yeah, in her foal crop, there were about 1,400 New York breds as compared to 20,000 foals overall if you take the national number. So just having to compete against a less amount of horses.
And having to compete against open company for the first time, rerouting. As Dave mentioned, this wasn't his first choice as far as a race for her, but looking in long term at some stakes opportunities later in the meet. Taking a look at her main foe, though, Insignia, who was impressive in that win last time out. JK, as you mentioned, she just does boast just the one win versus Fingal's Cave's 2 wins, but boy, she looks like she can handle the distance, and she's already proved she can go further than this.
Yeah, she was really impressive last time. She not only did she go 1 mile and 3/16, she probably went about 1.25 miles because she lost ground on every turn.
Yeah.
She was wide all the way around there, and you heard Dave Donk say it. The 1 1/8 here at Saratoga, especially now, is playing like 1.25 miles. And what he means by that is it's a deep, demanding track. So if you're a horse that just can get 1.8 miles, it doesn't mean you're going to get 1.8 miles here.
Good energy on track from your favorite, Ricardo Santana, climbing back aboard. Speaking of energy, though, Maggie talks about how sharp Spiked was as he is stretching out, or she is, to go the 2 turns for the first time, Richie. Why is that energy that we see them displaying prior to the race maybe a bit of a concern as she tries to navigate this distance?
Well, particularly going 1.8 miles, you don't want them keen. You don't mind a horse on their toes. You want them to get their position the right way, but you don't want them to pull. You don't want them to fight against the rider. You want them to listen to the rider's cues. One thing that Johnny Velasquez does incredibly well, amongst the many things he does incredibly well, is it lets horses run quietly up into his hands. He's not a rider that gets into a big fight with a horse.
And to your point, Richie, I every time, every 4 years when the Olympics are on and you're watching those sprinters that are running and they put them in slow motion, you can see their cheeks bouncing because they're just so relaxed. It's the best way to kind of compare it is these horses, when they're not relaxed, they're tense. They're using energy in that tension that they're going to need in a couple of minutes when they're going 1.8 miles on this demanding racetrack.
Yeah, they're not as fluid then either. Like you're saying, they're not using their energy as efficiently.
5-1 on Spiked, 7-1 on Join the Dots. Meanwhile, Maggie, blinkers going on at this filly. Does she turn things around today?
I don't think so, Acacia. She has the pedigree to go longer, as this is, her first step and try at 9 furlongs. She was disappointing in the slop last time in the Ladies' Secret, but overmatched, to be fair. Now, she's a generous price of 7-1. I don't want to, try to talk too many people off of her, but I got to admit, she won her debut going the 7 furlongs, and now they've tried distances longer than that from there on out, and she's yet to get the job done. She's kind of playing the bridesmaid role. She puts on a pair of short cup cheater blinkers. Like I said, she just doesn't instill that much confidence in me getting this distance, but she has a good trainer in her corner in Shug McGee to do so. I do want to go back to Spiked really quick. She has chilled out with getting that warm-up with John Velasquez aboard, so that's a good thing for her. I like the fact she's relaxed now, and something I've always learned about horses, you saw her while you guys were talking about her kind of chewing the bit, and when horses do that, that actually shows that they are listening to the rider, they're accepting the cues. I always, in my dressage dressage days, my instructor always said, get your horse to chew the bit, get them to accept it. And that's when they kind of show that they're accepting of you and a bit more relaxed, guys.
And we'll have them lick and chew. A good sign, Maggie. Spiked, relaxing there. Great crowd on track. Finally, not so hot, which we appreciate. Love getting a chance to see the fans out at the races today as we do see those horses approach the starting gate for the third race. And talking about that energy, back to the 3, Fingal's Cave, as Maggie had mentioned back in the paddock. I was in the paddock for her last race. You were there, Richie, for her first race. And last time out, she was so revved up. And it looks like the maturity is showing today with how relaxed she is.
Yeah, I love that 6 furlong work, a stamina building work last time. So that's where I landed. I think we got the favorites covered, though, right, JK?
Yeah, I mean, look, I picked a 7 here, Insignia, but I'm rooting for and use the 3 Fingal's Cave and everything else I did. I think she's a very interesting horse, and I hope she runs well. I just worry that maybe the 7's experience and stamina base might be too much.
The New York bred taking on Open Company. Fingal's Cave going a mile and an eighth. Here's John and Brielle with the call.
And they're off. And they all came away to a good start. Fingal's Cave is going out for the lead. And then comes Spiked, who's racing in second. Frost Me, the gray, is down at the rail. And on the far outside is Insignia. As they go around the clubhouse turn, and it is Fingal's Cave, who is the leader here. Fingal's Cave by a length. Spiked is running in second. And down on the inside is Join the Dots, who is right alongside of Insignia. Then a break of 2, back to Frost Me in fifth. And trailing the field is Social Dilemma in sixth. The opening quarter was run in 24 and 2/5 seconds. Fingal's Cave leads by a length and a half, with Spiked and Join the Dots right together second and third. Insignia is fourth, about 3 lengths from the lead. Then it's a break of 4 lengths back to the 2 trailers, Social Dilemma and Frost Me. As they continue up the backstretch after a half and 48 and 4, Fingal's Cave continues to lead here. Fingal's Cave, she's in front here by a length. And on the outside is Spiked racing in second, followed by Insignia, who is now moving up on the outside. Fingal's Cave, length and a half. Spiked and Insignia right together second and third. And then it's Join the Dots in fourth, followed by Social Dilemma, and farther back is Frost Me. Fingal's Cave ran 3 quarters in 1:13 and 1 and will take the field past the quarter pole. It's Fingal's Cave in front. Fingal's Cave leads by 2.5 lengths. Insignia is all out in second. Spike towards the inside in third as they hit the furlong marker. It is Fingal's Cave with a 4-length lead now. Then Insignia and Spiked. Fingal's Cave with Jose Ortiz. And Fingal's Cave is now 3 for 3. She wins here by almost 4 lengths. It was very close for second between Spiked and Insignia.
So seeing Jose Ortiz give his mount a few pats after the wire. Fingal's Cave stays undefeated. Impressive win here, Richie, for the New York bred. And you could see early how relaxed she was with those ears up.
She looked like she was going to get just a little bit keyed going to the first turn, and then the first turn kind of backed her off the bridle. Her ears came up, was always comfortable, asked for her best coming off the quarter pole, put an insurmountable margin, and kind of cruised through the wire.
It's my favorite trip when horses get out there on the front end and get comfortable, but don't invite the other horses in. Jose kind of opened up just a little bit the half-mile pole, and what it looked like to me was the other horses kind of got off the bridle, felt like they were chasing a little bit because she was cruising so comfortably there. Really cool horse, and very happy for Dave Donk. Dave doesn't have a lot of horses. He doesn't win a ton of races, but he always wins races, and he does it the right way. He develops horses the way they should.
I think this is the early morning light favorite for the New York distaff on Showcase Day. I like what you said, Jonathan, about not allowing or inviting horses into the race. It always boggles my mind when guys wait on the closers to be on top of them before they ask their horses. If you were a track runner, would you wait like on Dave Waddle to be next to you before you started running? He's going to outkick you. That might be a little young for you guys.
Jose Ortiz and Fingal's Cave, as you could even see it early on when Jose kind of just asked her a little bit, whereas Ricardo Santana on Insignia was really starting to pump his arms, really starting to ask her at that point. You could tell there was just so much left as we saw Dave Donk. And of course, the New York Jets cap on display.
The Jets cap wins a lot more on Dave's head than the Jets win.
I would agree with that.
I think last year we did a thing, who's going to win more races or games, Dave Donk or the Jets? And I think Dave got him last year.
He's got to have more than one cap, right? He's got to have a lot.
Either that or he gets it dry cleaned. It's in
always
pretty
looks
good shape.
It always looks good. There is his nice filly, though. Talented Fingal's Cave, the New York bred, handling the stretch out in distance with no problem under jockey Jose Ortiz. 3, 6, 7, 5 prices and reactions. When we come back, stay with us for a whole lot more on Saratoga Live.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales rate. On the track, his recent top runners include these star performers. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One horse, one partner, one victory at a time. Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
We're back on Saratoga Live, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. I nearly called it America's Day at the Races, but caught myself just in time. Race 3 here at the Spa. We're still up at Saratoga. We love being here, as does Jose Ortiz, I'm sure, especially when he rides winners like Fingal's Cave, and he's standing by with Maggie.
She was impressive, and I just said to Jose, you just raised your eyebrows like, yeah, she's a very nice New York bred, Jose.
Yeah, she's very nice. You know, she beat Open today, so yeah, that tells you how good she is, and she did it with ease.
Ears up, going down the backside, you had to feel so confident because you had a big hold, whereas the others were off the bridle fairly early on in the race.
Yeah, I felt like from the 6 full on I think I felt somebody kind of close to me, but she was doing so nicely around the turn there, passing the 7, going into the 6. She switched lead, and she was so comfortable. I was so happy in the backside, and when we approached the half a mile, I just asked her for a little bit, and she just picked that up liter by liter, the way I wanted it.
Now, we saw you aboard for her breeze going the 6 furlongs in the morning. Talk about breezing horses that distance to kind of get them prepared to run a longer distance in their next start.
Yeah, that was the question for us, for Davey and me. We were wondering if she would handle the distance. And he decided to work her 6, and we went from there. She won 113, and she did it the right way. She galloped out nicely, ears up, by herself. And with that, when I worked her, I knew she was going to handle it well, and I was very confident today.
You have a great opinion with the horses you get on in the mornings. Congratulations, your confidence paid off.
Thank you, Mike.
All right, and it sounds like we will see her later on in the meet in the Fleet Indian, and we'll see if Fingal's Cave Acacia can remain undefeated.
She'll be fun to follow, that's for sure. Maggie, thank you. $4.80 winner Jose Ortiz, as he's also been working in the mornings, early voting. Going to be a big contender in tomorrow's Jim Dandy. He's been a big part of that horse's preparation, and you will see so many jockeys out in the mornings right now too, trying to pick up those big mounts and keep those big mounts as well.
Everybody works hard in Saratoga. You've got Hall of Fame jockeys out there, future Hall of Fame jockeys out there. You know when guys impress me? When they're out in February on the training track at Belmont Park. That's when you know you're dedicated.
Absolutely. Fingal's Cave, definitely going to be a fun one to follow. As you saw the field for the 4th race coming up next, it'll be a turf sprint. We'll be on the grass for that 4th race and for the rest of the scheduled turf races coming up. We'll talk more about it in a moment. We'll also talk about Jackie's Warrior looking to remain undefeated up here at the Spa. He works hard in Saratoga too. He's 4 for 4 over this track so far, looking to add another one to the tally in Saturday's Grade 1 Vanderbilt.
The Turf's champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets.
We take pride in what we do.
I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom. I love what I do.
We are New York Racing. New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
And now there's 3/16 to the finish, and it is Jackie's Warrior. Jackie's Warrior's got a 4-length lead. Reinvestment Risk in second, and Mutazabek is third. And this is an impressive performance here for Jackie's Warrior, who makes it 3 for 3 in his 2-year-old year. He wins the Grade 1 Run Happy Hopeful. Here comes Jackie's Warrior up the inside to take over the lead from Life is Good. There's an 1/8 of a mile to the finish. Jackie's Warrior, Life is Good, not done yet on the outside. A 16th to the finish. It's Jackie's Warrior, Life is Good. The two of them will battle it out to the finish in the Allen Jerkins, and it's going to be Jackie's Warrior by a head.
Perhaps the race of the year, last year's Grade 1 Alan Jerkins Jackie's Warrior game to beat Life is Good, multiple Grade 1 winner, Breeders' Cup winner as well, and Jackie's Warrior. What a treat for us to have him back here at the spa once again. A 4-year-old, 11 for 15, Richie, and he is just a tremendous racehorse. Big wins at 2, 3, and 4, and of course the long-term goal for his connections at Breeders' Cup Sprint this fall.
He epitomizes what I say. It's not how fast you're going, it's how you're going fast. Look how easily he goes fast. It just comes so natural to him.
Look, he's a remarkable horse because he's so gritty.
Yeah.
It's like even when you think that, oh, from a speed figure standpoint, from a draw standpoint, from a pace standpoint, that there's someone that can beat him, he always turns horses away. Now, I don't think he's invincible by any means. I don't think you can go ahead and crown him the Breeders' Cup Sprint champion, but I think you can probably crown him the champion of the race tomorrow when he's running in the Amsterdam.
He looks like he will be, as he will go out as your 1-5 morning line favorite in tomorrow's Alfred G. Vanderbilt Grade 1, going 6 furlongs here as he looks to go 5 for 5 at the spa. Taking a look at his win in the True North, he just absolutely dominated this field, crushing his competition, you could say, as he'll try to make it 4 graded stakes wins in a row and go 4 for 4 this year.
Again, just going so easily, and it seems like Joel Rosario purposely puts him out in the middle of the track. He almost like dares somebody, if you can catch me, go inside of me.
Yeah, and Joel rides him with so much confidence, and he has throughout his entire career. And my favorite part about Jackie's Warrior, I feel like all of his races, and not all of them, but a lot of them outside of the Life is Good, end like that, with Joel just kind of looking around and the horse kind of cantering across the wire. So maybe that's why his speed figures are a little bit lighter than what one might want from a champion like that. And I also try to take a year away from him and say he's running in the Amsterdam. I meant to say the Vanderbilt.
The Vanderbilt tomorrow. There he is, paddock schooling the other day with Steve Asmussen's assistant trainer, Scott Blasi. And if you've been following our show for a while, you know he's Maggie's equine boyfriend. But I think we all have a bit of a crush on Jackie's Warrior, because one thing you know, guys, and I love horses like this, no matter what, you can depend on him to show up with his A game.
He does. He shows
does.
up. He doesn't, you know, I've never seen him take a race off. Even when he's had thrown in an uncharacteristically poor effort, there was usually an excuse behind it. And the way he normally breaks from the gate, he kind of sets up his own trip.
Yeah, look, he's got a great relationship with me. I've tried to beat him before, but every time I've ever singled him in a pick 6 or something, he's always won for me. So he's good with me.
Gotta love horses like that. He's a 1-5 tomorrow in the Vanderbilt. Where's that Vanderbilt? Jim Dandy. We can't wait for all of that exciting action tomorrow. Well, at the top of the trainer standings, you see Chad Brown, Todd Pletcher, that we expect, but Mike Maker hot on their heels, challenging for the top spot. We'll talk more about the Maker barn and how well they've been doing up here at the spa.
Spun to run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, spun to run, standing at Gainesway.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Sharing the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced a winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
We're back on Saratoga Live. For more information on the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund, you can check out nybreds.com. We just saw a really nice New York bred filly in Fingal's Cave dominate against Open Company. Restricted New York bred allowance race sprinting on the turf coming up next in the 4th race. This race is on the grass, as are the rest of the scheduled turf races for the day. Good turf course we're dealing with here. This is for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. Taking a look at the 5, Lauband's Legacy, trying the turf for the first time. For more on this filly and the rest of the field, let's get a paddock report from Maggie.
Yeah, we'll take a look at Lauband's Legacy, a little bit of a wild card, so to speak, Acacia, as she was impressive with her debut, and the word was out on her as she made her first start as a 2-year-old here for Jeremiah Englehart and bet down to favoritism that day, and then things have kind of gone awry since then. But she was one that obviously worked well at the OBS sale over the synthetic course there, and a lot of times you see that translate into turf horses. This filly has a turf hoof. She looks like a turf horse physically. I watched her last breeze over the Oklahoma turf. She was by herself, and she looked like she was moving well over it, though I don't know, I kind of got distracted. The rider was moving around a lot, and it seemed as though he kept adjusting his hold, maybe to hold her together, but it didn't appear that she needed to be held together, if you kind of catch what I'm saying. So with the rider out of the question, she hit the ground really nicely, really smoothly to go the 49-1 around the dogs. She, like I said, she looks well suited to this condition physically. Now, there isn't much immediate turf pedigree, though the dam half to Storm Mesa, who is a graded stakes winner on the turf. Moving on to number 8, Silken Dollar. She'll turn back from the 7 to the 5.5 today. And last time out, we saw her in the New York Stallion Series stakes. I thought she had a wide trip throughout, where the winner, who did come back and win the Susie O'Kane Stakes here opening weekend, Dream Central, and I just thought she had a disadvantage being out wide the entire way. Turf racing is all about saving ground. Now, I don't know if she gets to do that here today with an outside draw as well, but she is one that won at 7/8, getting to dictate things. Now, if she can prove that she can win without being able to control things on the front end physically, I don't mind the turn back of a 1.5 furlongs, because she is compact. She's really well developed behind the saddle here for Rick Schosberg. She looks fantastic in the flesh, Acacia.
Maggie, thank you. Filly by Central Banker to the outside, Silken Dollar, as she's an intriguing prospect for our friend Rick Schosberg. The 4, Blame It on Mary, though, tepid favorite right now at 3-1. She just missed last time out. This was a heartbreaking defeat for her.
Yeah, look, she deserves to be the favorite here. The one thing I will say about this race is the pace was fast. So going 6 furlongs, she was involved in the pace, and it was a quick pace. And like you said, it was a heartbreaking defeat. But I think that kind of plays into her hands today, because now she's going 5.5. So if she can just run that same pace, the wire's going to come up a little bit quicker, or maybe she'll even go a little bit slower. Like I said, she deserves to be the favorite in here, but this is a wide open race.
She deserves to be the favorite. Does that mean you don't necessarily trust her as the favorite?
Yeah, I mean, I think I think you can feel that a horse deserves to be the favorite, but not feel comfortable in the price that they are compared to the competition. She can absolutely win. She's the most likely winner of all the horses in this race, but I'm not cutting in line to take 3-1 on her, because it's a turf sprint, and we talk about it all the time. We see it all the time. One misstep here, one shut off here, one length, lost because you're too wide. Anything like that can make a huge difference, and next thing you know, a 17-1 shot wins.
Call the post for the 4th race at New York bred turf sprint, starting with another first-time turfer. Here's Patria.
Yeah, this filly is by Bustin' Stones, gets 15% turf sprint winners. They tried to get this filly on the turf at Laurel after a slow turf work, but they must have liked what they saw on her grass work.
Here's the 2. Ouch, that hurt.
We talked about names today. That's pretty funny. This horse has some early speed, has never been on the turf before.
Looking at the 3, Flip My Id, filly by Freud.
Yeah, it was beaten 4 lengths last time. To Blame It on Mary's going to have to improve.
Speaking of Blame It on Mary, here's your favorite.
Involved in a quick pace last time. cutting back that little half furlong makes a difference a lot for these horses.
Maggie had some interesting things to say about Laoban's legacy trying the grass.
And the fact that she's had an ability, or the opportunity, I should say, to work on the turf certainly makes you feel like Jeremiah Englehart saw enough to like her.
Here's Artorias' mount, Bustin' Bullet.
She was close enough to a quick pace, but kind of in no man's land in that last race.
Summer at the Spa. Here's your hunch bet.
Yeah, well, here we are, Summer at the Spa. She'd like to see a fast pace, kind of set up her closing kick.
Silken Dollar is next.
This is a very interesting horse at 7-1. Cutting back from the 7 furlongs, I feel like she's going to appreciate that.
Here's Lucky Latkas.
Coming in from South Florida, it was last seen in May there, running on turf, but she's been on synthetic previous to that.
Tis a Pity is next, coming off of a win.
Yeah, another one that I think is going to appreciate the cutback. I'm just not crazy about the price in this field.
Here's the 11, 6-1 on Happy Hill Lil.
Well, last time she won 3 back was with Joel Rosario, the best turf sprint rider in the game as far as I'm concerned.
Next will be the number 12 outside post for Fontana Freda.
This is another interesting one at 15-1. There was a buzz about this filly last summer, if I'm not mistaken. Then she comes back off of a long break and runs well, then gets a wide trip last time. She is drawn outside. It's not ideal, but I do think she's interesting, and I've bet on significantly worse 15-1 shots.
Here's Joel Rosario climbing back aboard Happy Hill Lil. The last time he rode this mare was a win back in May. Richie, you called him the best turf sprint rider. What gives him that distinction?
How cool he is. He'll sit and make one short, explosive run. He'll save ground as much as possible. He never panics. It always seems like he thinks there's more time, and inevitably he produces them at the exact right moment.
Yeah, and it's frustrating because I typically try to beat closers in turf sprints because they got to work out trips. So it always feels like Joel comes rolling down the middle of the track and stuffs me in a locker, and I have to give Pete Fornatel credit because he always says that, and he got mad at me when I said it on air and didn't give him credit last time, but he does. Joel's stuffed me in many a locker in turf sprints rolling down the middle of the track.
I can't believe that ever happened to you in school. I don't buy that.
Oh, no.
Might have happened to me.
It never happened to me in school, but it happens to me often around the 8th pole here at Saratoga.
Joel Rosario, we saw his graded stakes wins. 5 graded stakes, including the Grade 1 Diana at the meet already, as we see him giving a big warm-up to Happy Hill Lil. Javier Castellano, meanwhile, will be aboard the 12 Fontana Freda. You heard JK say some things that could make this filly interesting as she comes out of this race. Javier Castellano, meanwhile, the Hall of Famer, been having himself, Richie, quite a summer, too.
He's riding in tremendous form. You know, riders go through periods of time. They're just not as strong or as good as they are at other times. He overcame injury. He's back riding as well as ever. Really been delivering some terrific rides. And for the record, I love Fontana Freda, the Barolo. It's a wonderful wine.
and Richie, I'm sure you experienced this at some points in your career, and it's like in any other sport, when we're talking about Javier, is that, you know, when the guys start to become veterans and the younger guys come in, the younger guys are kind of the buzzy types and the ones you want to get Irad and Jose and Joel and Flavian. You know, sometimes people like Johnny and Javier mistakenly get forgotten about.
And mistakenly, and that's, you know, at your own peril. The guys are incredibly experienced. They see a race better. There's a window for every rider where they're at their best, their peak physically and mentally. When you're younger, physically, you're all intact. You're not ground down between injuries and just wear and tear from riding, but you don't see a race as well. Then there's a moment in time where you see that race so well and you're still physically 100%. And then at a period of time, that window starts to close. The window I started to stay open with the longest for any rider I was ever around was Jerry Bailey. He was in his prime. His prime lasted longer than any other rider I had ever been. I think for 16 years he was at his absolute zenith.
I asked Javier Castellano the other day if Saratoga was his favorite racetrack, and he said, I won 6 Travers here. Of course it is. Maggie, what do you make of his mount here in race 4?
And I will say, you know, Andy Serling pointed this out to me a couple days ago. I was complaining about one of my husband's horses having an outside draw, and he said, yeah, but he has Javier Castellano on his back, who is the most adept, albeit at 2-turn races, getting over to the rail from outside post. But hey, he's got the whole backstretch to get over, going the 5.5 furlongs with Fontana Freda today. And she's won, at least I saw 2 back in her 3-year-old debut. And she just didn't look as though she filled out much. Her coat was a bit long and drab and dull. Not the case today. You can see it on TV, which I will admit does enhance things, but with my own eyes close up, she looks just resplendent in her health. And if anything, she's strengthened up now, 3rd off the bench. So she makes some sense here at a generous price of 16-1. I think we all have been waiting for this Bond Barn to kind of pick things up, as they typically do, though, here at Saratoga. Number 11, Happy Hill Lil, as you said it, Acacia, she was exuberant, to put it lightly, in the warm-up. I mean, usually Joel gets horses to come back to him in his hands, but I could tell as he headed down towards the clubhouse turn here, he felt as though he was a little undone by Happy Hill Lil. He went to the outside, and usually if you angle horses to the outside, that's when they'll slow down for you. So she was full of herself. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I haven't seen it from her in the past, to be honest, and I wasn't necessarily thrilled with her effort last time. I thought she had a great trip, and she didn't kick on at all, though it was a decent field, won by Making My Move on the front end. Gate to Wire, who came back to win with an 81 in her next start. Taking a look at number 6, Bustin' Bullet, I think it's intriguing that Artorias chooses to stay back on this horse after trying some open company last time out in the starter allowance. Ran okay that day, just kind of evenly, but she was the one that was moving best, at least in the warm-up, and just thought, given connections, I thought she was an interesting proposition, and I see that's where Richie lands here.
Yeah, I mean, actually, she won me over at watching her on TV in the Boast race. I'm glad that Maggie kind of reinforced what I thought I was seeing. I like the fact that she's getting back with New York bred. She's lightly raced, and I think there could be a forward move in her.
This is a wide open race, and I think one of the things that horse players have to realize about turf sprints is, more than any other race, there's never really that middle of the road. Either the best horse wins because they're tactical, they find themselves the best trip, or you're never going to figure out who was going to win because it's some trip situation that you couldn't predict unless you have a crystal ball. So I approach these races where I am extremely skinny and I live with the trip. I'll either pick the horse that I think's best, a Golden Pal, I'll be ice cold single to him. If he gets stopped, I get beat, no big deal. Other turf sprints, I have to spread because I just don't know what's going to happen from a trip standpoint. I have a feeling when they cross the wire here, whoever wins the race, we will be able to make an argument that someone else in the race might have been better.
Yeah,
you feel like sometimes turf sprints are just the biggest headaches for handicappers?
I think for some, because I think a lot of them think they're going to fall apart because there's a lot of speed. Stop doing that. Find the speed of the speed and then use closers as well, because often the speed of the speed will wire anyways.
New York bred turf sprint on the grass for race 4. Here's John and Brielle with the call.
They're all in. And they're off. From the inside, it is Patria going for the early lead. Bustin' Bullet racing in second with Flip My Id next in third. And Blame It on Mary, who is running in fourth. Silken Dollar now moves up a spot on the outside from fifth. Laban's Legacy is next in sixth. And then it is Lucky Latkes next, followed by Happy Hill Lil and Fontana Freda. Farther back, it is Summer at the Spa, along with Tis a Pity. And the quarter went in 21-3. Patria is the leader with Bustin' Bullet. And on the outside, Silken Dollar. And then comes Blame It on Mary. Fontana Freda forced widest of all. Blame It and Flip My Id and the white blinkers down towards the rail. It is still Patria, the big long shot there. Who's steadying there was Fontana Freda, who's trying to come on through here. Bustin' Bullet is there. And on the far outside, here comes Tis a Pity. As they come down for the finish, Patria and Fontana Freda and Tis a Pity. And it looked like Fontana Freda in between horses got her nose in front as they came for the wire.
Tight photo finish down to the wire, but it looks like it was the number 12, Fontana Freda. Javier Castellano, the Hall of Famer. We were talking about him, and he gave this filly by Stormy Atlantic great ride. from that outside post.
Any one of, it looked like 8 or 10 horses could have won at the 8th pole, and he just delivered the perfect trip, was able to even, overcome being a bit wide, but it was a fast pace. There is some give in the ground. We've got to be mindful of that. You can see them kind of peeling it up a little, guys, but she comes down the middle of the track. Took a little bit of a funny step there, was trying to lug in. Javier had to, correct her. You see her jump back to her left lead there, and he's trying to keep her straight and go forward at the same time. And how about game was the one, Petraea, and then here comes the Christophe Clement trainee, Tis a Pity, blanket finish.
And here's one of the things that a little note that I'll add is this is just a horse I remember being a buzz horse as a 2-year-old. And I think when you're here at Saratoga and you hear about these buzz horses at this meet and they don't go on to do what you thought they were going to do with the buzz that they were going to do, keep them in mind because they had some talent to get that that buzz going about them. And once they kind of find their perfect day, you can find horses like this that are 15-1.
The sons of Jimmy Bond, as it truly is a family affair for them. As we take a look at the stretch, keep your eyes on the blue colors, the white shadow roll, as she throws her head up, Richie, as Javier is trying to get her to angle out instead of coming into the horses inside of him.
Yeah, she was trying hard to get over, lug in on top of the inside horses. He was able to draw her out enough and then allow her to run, and he just barely cleared the 6. He didn't really bother her, kind of shaved her a little bit, but she was a little bit tough to handle, and that was a great illustration of it. Riders are so important in situations like that to be strong enough, but at the same time have enough finesse not to kind of mute their forward momentum.
I mean, there's a world in which, to our point we were making before the race, that if a younger rider who didn't have as much experience as Javier has were to be in that situation, maybe they would have got caught up in trying to get her to switch her leads or try to get her to do something that would have cost her the race, and Javier found a way to kind of see it through and got her across the wire first.
Big effort from Fontana Freda at 14-1. The 10, Tis a Pity, trying to close outside. There's Jimmy with Kevin and Ryan, his sons, as assistant trainers as well, following in Dad's footsteps.
It is certainly a family affair there. There's Song Hill Farm not far from Saratoga Racecourse. And we've seen this for years. They excel in Saratoga. It's kind of their home base. They've got that private barn down Gridley Avenue. See the Bond sets walking down the street past the Mexican Connection and the Brentwood Hotel there, stopping traffic to get to the main track to train.
Absolutely, as they will get a chance to celebrate with their homebred as Fontana Freda wins the 4th race. Of course, coming up on Saturday, we have a lot of exciting races to look forward to. What about Sunday, though, as we take a look at the field for the Amsterdam here? Excited to see what 2-year-old Breeders' Cup Juvenile winner Corniche will do, coming back now as a 3-year-old now with Todd Fletcher. Take a look at his Breeders' Cup win, and Richie, he was the workmate of Coaching Club American Oaks Victress Nest before her dominant win last week.
Well, he did a good job helping get her ready for the Coaching Club. Listen, this is a horse with a world of talent, and last year we saw Todd take over Life is Good and came back with he didn't win, but he came back with a winning effort in the Alan Jerkins.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It took me a while to get over the fact that I really wanted Jack Christopher to run in that race last year when Corniche won. But, it's interesting because Corniche leaves a high-percentage trainer in Bob Baffert, and typically I wouldn't be fond of that situation. But we saw what the same situation happened when Life is Good left Bob's barn and went to Todd. Now Life is Good, one of the best older horses in training. There's a couple of guys that I would be okay with getting a horse from Bob Baffert, and Todd Fletcher's one of them.
Todd Fletcher sending out Corniche. She's 5-2 on the morning line. Accretive going out for Chad Brown. As mentioned, he was the horse that was working in company with early voting in prep for the Jim Dandy. That'll be a fun race for the 3-year-old sprinters on Sunday. Also on Sunday on the turf, 1 mile and 3/8. We have the Bowling Green. The New York bred Cross Border will look to win it for the 3rd time, but Highland Chief, a special horse, Richie, for jockey Trevor McCarthy, as we saw him victorious earlier this year in the Grade 1 Man of War, giving Trevor his first Grade 1 win as a rider.
Yeah, big moment for Trevor, get that Grade 1, and this is a horse that's tactical. He can put himself in the game, should create his own trip, and he stays the distance, Jonathan.
Yeah, and like you said, in the Man of War, he was forward in that race and could try to find a similar trip in here. He's going to have to deal with a couple of others that like to be forward as well. But he's also been holding good company as well. You see Tribuven, who he ran into last time, Adamo, who won the Grade 1 in the United Nations down at Monmouth last weekend. So from strength of schedule, I would say Highland Chiefs right there.
Highland Chief coming out of a 4th in the Grade 1 Manhattan. Of course, that Grade 1 Man of War, though, a huge victory and an even more special win. Little fist bump past the wire from jockey Trevor McCarthy, getting his first Grade 1 win for Graham Motion, who he has a long history with in the Mid-Atlantic, too. I know, such a special and emotional day for Trevor.
Didn't overdo it, though. He celebrated, he did the fist bump, but he didn't overdo it.
Not too much.
And, you know, starting to get on horses for Graham when he was a kid in the shed row before he could actually even go to the racetrack. To get your first Grade 1 for people that were meaningful to you along your journey to get there is especially special.
Oh, I can imagine so. Just like you said, just having that relationship with Graham and riding for so many horses for Graham in the Mid-Atlantic through those years, it's got to mean the world to Trevor.
Well, those would be some fun races to look forward to on Sunday. Back here today, though, it was the Hall of Famer Javier Castellano who piloted Fontana Freda to victory in this turf sprint in race 4 for the Bond Barn, as Jimmy Bond, the trainer of this filly by Stormy Atlantic, and he is standing by with Maggie.
And Acacia, a bit of a bittersweet victory for Fontana Freda today. I'm pleased to be joined by you, Jimmy. Talk a little bit about kind of the meaning of winning this race, as you've just lost a dear friend.
We lost a friend day before yesterday, Harry Snyder. He was a commissioner here in New York. He was just great for racing. He would text after every race where I ever was in the country. He would be in the winner's circle today if he was here. And anyway, this one's for you, Harry.
Yeah, and I'm sure he's shining down on this brilliantly beautiful day. But Fontana Freda, 3rd off the layoff. Is that often when we'll see horses fire their best shot, as she did today?
Yeah, you know, it's a terrible post. I mean, everybody asked me. I said, I love this filly if she had inside. But, you know, Javier is really riding fantastic, okay? So, you know, Saez, he's my main man, as we all know. And he had a better horse, and I don't blame him, okay? And Javier was open, and he just rode her perfect. And, you know, she was training, she was telegraphing everything, but that 12 hole is a tough post.
I got to ask you on a lighter note. We noticed all your homebreds, all the horses that you guys own and train, are named after Italian wines. How deep is your wine cellar, Jimmy?
It's expensive, I can tell you that, okay? It's, you know, it's fun. It's just, all I do is I love training horses. I love drinking good Italian red wines, and it shows.
It shows in the winner's circle, and Harry here with us in spirit for sure, and congratulations on this win.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Harry.
Yes, and Fontana Freda, maybe she's putting it all together at the right time. Maybe the Bond Barn's starting to heat up, as we were saying, Acacia.
Something to keep an eye on, that's for sure. Special victory for the team today. Maggie, thank you, Fontana Freda, with the win. As Richie, no wonder you and Jimmy Bond get along. Horses and wine, things in common.
We have a lot to talk about. And the conversations usually lead from horses to wine, and you hope that they both get better with age.
My Italian wine repertoire is growing. I can assure you that.
I would think so,
yeah.
You must be in training now.
Oh, yeah, full training all the time.
$31 winner, Fontana Freda, Javier Castellano in the saddle, picking up the mount and making good work of it. Race 5, a mile on the inner turf. It's a meeting claiming for $40,000. Again, this one will be contested on that good turf course. Here's a look at the field, as we have a wide open board once again, sweeping giant 2-1 to the outside right now. But coming up tomorrow, of course, what we're all looking forward to, all about the 3-year-olds at this stage of the game, the Jim Dandy. And for me, yes, of course, this is a prep race for the Travers. It's our America's Best Racing Race of the Week. But Richie, I always find this is an important time of the year because it's the first time we'll get a chance to see these 3-year-olds out of that Triple Crown frenzy.
Oh, yeah, and you know, horses that maybe even get kind of rushed along to make the Triple Crown races have now had more of an opportunity to grow up, develop. They're more mature, and these young horses change a lot. Difference in trip in the Preakness. Epicenter, I think, slipped a little bit behind, lost some position, then eventually gets squeezed. You're going to see right in here, he's going to have to, you know, basically take up a little bit. Joel Rosario got out of the spot as smoothly as he possibly could, and he said, okay, now I'm going to dive to the fence, where early voting got to sit just outside the leader and just get a much softer trip.
Yeah, he did. Early voting got a good trip, but I don't want to take that away from him. Because horses that break sharply, we heard it with American Pharoah all the time. He keeps getting easy trips. No, he was making easy trips. Early voting made himself an easy trip. Here at Epicenter, frankly, in this situation, whether you want to blame it on Joel or on Epicenter or a little bit of both, they didn't make an easy trip for themselves in here. And that's one of the edges I think Epicenter does have on Epicenter. That early voting has on Epicenter. If he's ridden that way, I think Epicenter will be more forward tomorrow.
I think early voting makes the lead tomorrow. I don't see anybody that can run with him early, and I think he's going to be going along easily in the lead, and Epicenter's going to have to bring it to him at some point. But watching Epicenter train, and this is from Webster's Unabridged Dictionary, an epicenter is part of the Earth's surface directly above the focus of an earthquake. You're going to see an earthquake tomorrow, Epicenter. You heard it here.
I like that. He pulled out some Merriam-Webster on us today. But Richie, it's a short field as Western River will run today in the curling.
Yes.
From the rider's perspective, given the fact that early voting is agile at the gate, he has that early speed. Zandon's that come from the cloud, late kind of closer. You have all the running styles really represented tomorrow. What do those riders need to be focused on right out of the gate?
I think just getting your position going forward. You don't want to give anybody a head start in an evenly matched short field. There are 3 of the 4 horses here can win, in my opinion. The other horses in there, and he's a nice enough horse, but I just don't think he's as good as them. I think I want to get my position going forward, and if early voting's going, I want him to at least go a little bit. I don't want him to just gallop to the lead, and then at some point, I've got to play the chasing game.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm going to likely pick Zandon. It's because I feel like early voting and Epicenter are going to hook up because they're both tactical. And I think and they're both good. And at some point, earlier than they're probably both used to, they're going to have to look another good horse in the eye. And I think it could cost them late with Zandon rolling down the middle of the track.
4:30 to 6 tomorrow on Big Fox for the Jim Dandy. We hope you'll join us and get a chance to see who stamps themselves as a major contender for 3-year-old championships. Moving on to that Travers. Coverage continues next on FS1. Greg Wolf and the rest of the team coming up on the set to take you the rest of the way. Check your local listings. Thanks a lot for joining us on Saratoga Live.
Every breeder hopes to leave a lasting genetic legacy. It's one of the few true paths to immortality. The importance, permanence, and legacy of Alapa is best understood by the influence of Prince Palatine. To put Prince Palatine's significance and that of the farm into a proper perspective, every stallion at Alapa traces their parentage back to Prince Palatine. Hill and Dale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious.
Blood Horse Plus, available through bloodhorse.com, provides exclusive, timely, and unmatched content to subscribers, including Fox Sports, Blood Horse branded weekly programs, a detailed stakes winners section, behind-the-scenes videos from Blood Horse staff, on-demand access to deeper horse statistics, and a $5 monthly credit to equineline.com. Upgrade to Blood Horse Plus today.
This August, Monmouth Park has the perfect cure for a case of the Mondays. With live racing every Monday starting at 2 p.m., extend your summer weekends and wager on action-packed racing from the Jersey Shore. Plus, play the new 50-cent Monday Mid-Atlantic Pick 4, pairing 2 races from Monmouth and Colonial into Monday's featured bet. It's Monday racing all August long at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
welcome to continuing live coverage of the premier meet in the country here at Saratoga Racecourse in upstate New York. Program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Beautiful Friday afternoon here at Saratoga Springs, New York. And the competition heating up for this second half of the card. Hello, everybody. I'm Greg Wolf. Good to have you with us here on FS1 for what is a very important weekend to see who moves forward in this 3-year-old division for what is probably the top prize for 3-year-olds outside of horse racing's Triple Crown. That will be the Travers August 27th here at this meet. We'll see who moves forward out of today's Curlin Stakes and, of course, the Jim Dandy on Saturday afternoon. Loaded weekend coming up here at Saratoga. The Curlin is mentioned today for 3-year-olds. We're going to see the top sprinter in the country, Jackie's Warrior, back trying to collect his 5th win at this race course tomorrow in the Vanderbilt, and the Jim Dandy, that Travers Prep is well loaded with talent, with the top 2 finishers from the Preakness, 3rd place finisher from the Kentucky Derby in Zandon, Sunday the Bowling Green and the Amsterdam. Our feature today, of course, named after one of the all-time greats. Here with me, Hall of Fame rider Gary Stevens, one of the top trainers in the country, Tom Amos. Curlin himself, 2-time Horse of the Year, and he was elected into the Hall of Fame back in 2014.
Yeah, great looking physical specimen. He was consistent, he was versatile, and he loved to win, and he's taken it to the breeding shed as well and passed it on to a lot of his offspring, Tom.
You mentioned Greg, 2-time Horse of the Year, made over $10 million in purse money. And if that's not good enough, he's probably better as a stallion than he was as a racehorse. This is his one start that he had at Saratoga in his career, but what a special one it was in the 2008 Woodward, where he runs down, and that's him on the outside there with the white kind of shadow, blaze on the outside, running down a horse in the shadow roll. Curlin going on to victory here. Such an important victory here, Gary. It definitely helped make him Horse of the Year this particular year as well.
Tom Durkin's final call in this race was the world's best racehorse has just won the Woodward.
And you know, some people look at that race, and if you didn't see the whole race, he had to grind out beating a 40-1 shot. He got bounced around in that race early. He was carried wide. He overcame it, and that was one of his 7 Grade 1 wins in a truly great career. Robbie Alvarado aboard for that win. You take a look at an incredible resume, and as we've talked about at Stud, has been as good, if not better.
Full book every year. If you're lucky enough to get to breed the Curlin with your $175,000 that it cost, you know, you can be one of those important mares as well. He's done just as well as a stallion, if not better, than what he did on the racetrack.
So the Curlin, our feature today. We'll see if a couple of finishers from this race move forward to the Travers Stakes later in the meet. Take a look at today's action that's still ahead of us, presented by Claiborne Farm. Races 5 through 7 you're going to see on FS1, then coverage will switch over to FS2 for races 8 through 10. We're fast on the main track, good on the turf course, and we have some very competitive races still remaining on the program. Of course, you can play it all by getting signed up and started with Naira Bets. That's the offer, $200 deposit match. Sign up bonus, new members punch in that code right there, TOGA200, and you'll be able to bet any track, anywhere, anytime at NairaBets.com or on the Naira Bets app. So that Curlin Stakes we will see in race 7, 2 turns, mile and an eighth, and we have the 3rd place finisher from the Preakness for Kenny McPeak, Creative Minister, returning in this race as the horse to beat in this spot. Let's check in with our paddock set for more with Andy Serling and Paul LaDuca.
Thanks, Greg. Nice to see you, Paul.
You too.
Beautiful day at Saratoga.
Yeah.
Big crowd here.
Big
nice
crowd.
racing.
Yeah.
Some excellent racing coming up today, including the Curlin. I'm curious if Creative Minister really is going to be the favorite by post time. If David Aragona had that heavy a favorite, he probably will be. And he's a fully exposed horse. He probably couldn't get the 1.5 miles at the Belmont Stakes, but he had certainly been running well in races around this distance prior to the Belmont.
You're right. And he is the horse to beat. You're wondering, coming out 1.5 miles, 1 mile and 3/16 races, he probably has the fitness. Behind early voting. I mean, listen, he's behind Mo Donegal, obviously, in Nest in the Belmont. He's a tough horse to read, Andy, because I don't know if he's going to Really love this racetrack because how far is he going to be behind in here? And that's my little bit of a worry in here. Is he going to be too far behind? Now, Dylan Davis, I think, will have him a little bit closer.
He shouldn't
but
be
I
that
thought
far
there was
off.
others in there. We shouldn't be that far off.
Yeah,
there.
I like B better. I think that
I'm kind of with you,
Todd
too.
Pletcher and Mike
Yeah.
Rapoli are going to win this race in back-to-back years, but it's definitely a very interesting race and a race that could easily have implications for the Travers in
No,
just
I'm
a few
with you.
weeks.
I think Be Better is a horse that's getting better, no pun intended. I also think the 2 Gilded Age is a horse that, if you look at the dirt form, besides the one race where they brought the horse over to Maidan, horse launches from way out of it. It needs a lot of pace, but the dirt form is okay. So there's other places you can go in this race just besides Creative Minister. So this is sort of not a layup. And I think if Creative Minister wins this race, it'll be a nice little feather in his cap.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
This is an important race.
Yeah.
It's not the Jim Dandy. And we've seen Travers winner come out of it. V-Day won this race
Yeah.
and went on to, for Jimmy Jerkins to upset another Jimmy Jerkins horse in Wicked Strong, an exciting Travers. A lot to look forward to, guys.
Yeah, and just VE Day, as Andy mentioned, the only horse to go on to win the Travers, but first edition of that Curlin, horse named Blame, who became pretty good as a 4-year-old, won the first edition, beating Zenyatta in the Classic the next year.
Yeah, he went from hero to zero that day. I was at Churchill Downs, and when Zenyatta got beat at the wire, Blame came back to the winner's circle, and no one was happy in the grandstand. Everybody booed him.
First
they
loss
love
of
that
her
mare so
incredible
much.
career. First and only loss. As we get set for the pick 6 here coming up. Mile on the inner turf. The rail's out 18 feet on both turf courses. This is the $40,000 maiden claiming race to kick off the sequence. And Todd Pletcher, Irad Ortiz Jr. with the 10, a big drop in class for Sweeping Giant, who's the 9-5 favorite.
And rightfully so. A horse that hasn't run since last September at Monmouth Park. Actually raced here at Saratoga once and was an unlucky second to a horse named Martini and Moonshine on Travers Day on the grass. Martini and Moonshine, as Andy knows, because he bet on him, my horse, went to the lead and never looked back at 11-1.
Good memories from here at Saratoga. Let's get to our post parade. We begin with a first-time starter. My Playa Linda, Jose Lezcano, will be aboard at 19-1.
Yeah, and works don't really tell you a whole lot. Just average works for this first-time starter.
Trainer Chad Brown off to another terrific start here at the meet with a first-time starter, Blueberry.
Another first-time starter. Not a lot to gauge in the family, brothers and sisters, mom. Very little experience on the grass.
Streaming Tap, big price stretching back out.
Yeah, going for his 7th run today. Has 2 third-place finishes.
Be the turf debut for Mad Magic, Ian Wilkes' claim.
Interesting horse. You said Ian Wilkes' claim. You rarely see that. I'd like to know what's behind that claim, but he puts him on the grass.
Al Stall with a horse who's dropping back down in class, gut feeling.
Yeah, and 3rd race off the layoff for Al. Al had a nice winner yesterday. Joel Rosario aboard.
Fazaro, an equipment change, 3 starts on turf, has not hit the board.
Yeah, and also getting the apprentice rider on him, try to get some weight off his back, 5 pounds less than the rest of the horses. We'll see if it helps.
Sabaret went by. We'll talk more about him in a moment. Here's the 8, Druid.
Druid, horse is going to come from back and try to pick up the pieces at the end.
Inspired Mischief at 21-1.
Blinker's coming off of this one. Gets Eric canceled today. Claimed for 20 last time. Out in for 40 today.
And the horse to beat, the big class dropper for Todd Pletcher, Sweeping Giant.
Yeah, we just talking about it. He's got the outside post, going to try to position and pick up the pieces at the end.
So pick 6 pool. Again, it begins right here, up and over $100,000 and growing as we approach the 3-minute mark to post. Let's welcome in Maggie Wolfendale.
Taking a look at your current favorite, that's number 10, Sweeping Giant for Todd Pletcher. Now, he's one that I didn't necessarily like in his first race, but he came back second time and looked so much more developed, so much more fit. The problem is now coming back as a 3-year-old, he doesn't look as though he's done much growing, but I will say he comes in here very fit and strong. I just thought there were some other more interesting propositions in here, but I do heed the fact that he can totally win as they give the proverbial give up, but we see this with Todd Pletcher and many other connections up here. They're trying to win races. We'll try to work out a trip, though, from that outside post. We see Sabaret here trying the turf for the first time for Ray Handel. They tried to get him on it in his first start for the barn back at Belmont, and he's a son of by Malibu Moon. Now, going back a generation, actually he's a half to Cerrone, who went 3 for 16 on the turf, multiple graded stakes plays. There's another stakes winning turf horse, greatest stakes winning turf horse named English Affair, albeit those ones by a little bit more convincing turf sires, though Malibu Moon, he's pretty versatile. I have to say, other than so frame, yes, he looks like a turf horse because he's a little bit one-sided, fairly narrow. Foot-wise, he doesn't look like he should like it, but there's give in the ground. With all the rain that we had yesterday, he might appreciate the fact that there's some juice in this turf course, as he is very sharp once again. Number 4, Mad Magic, as you guys were talking about Ian Wilkes claiming a horse. I went up to him and said, Ian, how many horses do you think you've claimed in the past 5 years? 5? And he said, no, 7 or 8. So I got a chuckle out of that. But he said last year they claimed one for the same connections, Lake Star Stable. Up here, ran her back, and she won. Flat Awesome Jenny. Mad Magic switches to the turf, and I got to say, this horse looks like a turf miler. I mean, he's really well suited, really interesting white markings on him, very chromed out. The dam, she handled it, but the dam's half to a grade 1 placed turf horse named Globetrotter, and I do like Munnings actually on the turf. So I like what I'm seeing from Mad Magic. I am on the positive end of the spectrum for him. His number 2 is Blueberry, looks just like his sire, Big Blue Kitten. Going back a generation with him, the dam, second dam's a Group 2 winner in England, went 4 for 6 lifetime on the turf. He's well suited to these conditions. He was a bit green though in the paddock and just doesn't look that fit for a Chad Brown first-time starter, guys.
Maggie, thank you. So 5-1 on Blueberry for the imposing Chad Brown barn as we get set for the first leg of this pick 6 coming up on this Friday card here at Saratoga. Today it's the Curlin on the road to the Travers. Tomorrow it's the Grade 2 Jim Dandy on the road to that very same race, which you'll see live coverage of on Big Fox, 4:30 Eastern start time. Preakness winner early voting. Runner-up in both the Derby and Preakness in Epicenter, and Derby third place finisher Zandon in that race as well for Chad Brown. It's the ABR race of the week. Small field, but it is quality top to bottom in this group, and a big race to see as we get into the second half of the year, guys, what 3-year-olds are taking that big move forward in the second half of the year.
Yeah, it's a confusing division right now. Who leads the division, who doesn't? This second half of the year is really going to determine who is going to be the top dog at the end of the year, and it starts right here at Saratoga tomorrow with our Jim Dandy.
Well, guys, first things first, trying to solve this pick 6 as we head back to the paddock set. Chad Brown with a first-time starter on the board at 5-1.
Yeah, I would use 2, 7, 10 here. I don't love the 10. The drop is very, very negative to me, but the horse can obviously win. The 2 Blueberry, as Maggie pointed out, there's no pedigree on the first side except for the sire, Big Blue Kitten, who was a multiple Grade 1 winner in the turf. For the second dam, a very good European, and I'm not going to be surprised when this horse runs very well, Paul.
No, I wouldn't either. Manny Franco gets aboard in a January foal. So, you know, horse has been, like you said, Chad said at least 4 or 5 times, like, thank you to my Monmouth crew. They've sent over like 4 or 5 winners for Monmouth. Yeah.
People who see Monmouth think it's a negative are wrong.
Yes.
I like Sibari, the 7. I've been waiting to bet this horse. Think of how much this horse improved on the dirt first time for Ray Handel. And Ray, being smart, knew the turf was the right surface. This horse is a half to 4 nice horses on the turf. There's plenty of pedigree for this horse to handle the turf. And if this horse, in fact, is a horse that wants turf and improves on the race last time, first time for Ray, other than the 10, I don't know who rates to beat her.
Well, you know, the 7, you know, that Colonial Fair on the bottom side, wow, that mare, that brings back memories. And the 10, I kind of like the 5 in here, and that's who I chose. And the reason why is that Al Stahl's horses are starting to fire. And Colby Hernandez, the Joel Rosario, I know the 5's a little washy, but that's a lot of lengths for me. So 7-2, I thought I'd get a better price, but I think the 5 is live here.
I used him defensively in here. You cannot ignore that rider change to Joel Rosario.
No, arguably the best in the business, coming off the first Eclipse Award of his career as outstanding rider. And on a day we talked about with a Curlin Stakes and the horse to win the first ever edition of that race, here is a Son of Blame. Gut feeling, the 5.
Yeah, and you watch these horses going to the post right now, you can see that they're pretty hot on the shoulder, Gary, but when you see the entire field that is all displaying the same characteristics outwardly. It's not the negative it would be if just one was doing it.
No, it's a different kind of hot today. We don't have the humidity that we've had, but it is hot. That sun is blazing down out there. I like the 5-horse for the same reason as Polly does, and the rider change, everything about it. Alstall's heating up. He had a lot of seconds at Churchill Downs. People don't know that. They look at his stats for this year, and he's trained at 12% winners, but that doesn't tell the whole story. His horses were running very well at Churchill. He got beat some dirty ones there.
Yeah, and his 2 starts at Fairgrounds were very, very good. When he went to Churchill, his most recent start on the grass, that's just a race you throw out. That turf course was not one that you can judge horses off of, and as we know, they shut it down early over there at Churchill in their turf course.
Joel Rosario moving in line. Terrific start to this meet. 7 wins that earned him National Rider of the Week. Pick 6 begins here. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
And they're off. From the outside, it is Inspired Mischief who is going for the early lead. Inspired Mischief is in front with Fazaro racing in second. Sweeping Giant is next on the outside in third. Followed by Druid, who is going wide into the clubhouse turn. Inspired Mischief is in front. Fazaro, Druid, Sweeping Giant, those 3 are all together. Seaburay is next in 5th. And down on the inside is Blueberry, who is running 6th. And then we come back to Gut Feeling, passed there on the outside by Mad Magic as the field straightens away and heads up the back stretch. At the back of the pack are the gray, My Playa Linda, along with Streaming Tap. The quarter went in 25 3/5 seconds, and it is Inspired Mischief, the leader here. Druid on the outside, so we have long shots 1-2 here after a half in 50 3/5 seconds. Sweeping Giant is in third, and it is Fazaro down on the inside in 4th, followed by Seaburay in 5th. Then comes Mad Magic and Blueberry as the field goes around the far turn. Here comes Sweeping Giant now with a sweeping move on the outside, up to challenge Inspired Mischief for the lead. 3/4 posted in 1:16. Inspired Mischief, Sweeping Giant on the outside. It is Sweeping Giant narrowly. Inspired Mischief continues to battle on. Then it is Fazaro and Seaburay's on the outside. Sweeping Giant has the lead. Sweeping Giant in front. Fazaro, Seaburay, Sweeping Giant, the son of Curlin, breaks his maiden here at Saratoga.
As easy as the class dropper who was coming out of a stakes race, no less, last time out for that Hall of Famer. Todd Pletcher, Arad Ortiz Jr. meets leading rider, guides this one to victory.
Yeah, he was second his first 2 times out up here at Saratoga, and then sent to Monmouth Park in September running a stake. Was beaten 13 lengths that day. Found his friends today.
Yeah, he got a great spot from that outside post going into the turn. He sat behind the speed, the 8 and the 9 horse, Druid and Inspired Mischief, bided his time, swung out turning for home, and just showed he was much better than this group.
8-5, and his 3-year-old debut gets the job done. He's going to be going home to a different barn, though, one of 3 horses claimed in this race as we send it to the paddock set.
Yeah, this horse was just best. Yeah. You know, and not the kind of drop down I think you and I are running to bet to, but was the obviously horse to beat 8-5, and Todd Pletcher having another terrific meet.
Yeah, just the best is right. When you circle a field like this and you get the job done, race was over. Congratulations to Donegal Racing. I tell you what, the 6, Fazaro, ran really, really well at 28-1 to light up maybe this exacta a little bit, and just nobody else really fired. You know, the 2, Blueberry, got caught behind horses, and there you see Todd walking down to the winner's circle again. But Sweeping Giant looked like the most likeliest winner on paper. Ended up being that way, Andy.
Fazaro ran just well enough to beat me out of the exacta.
How about this? That's why we love this game. You can still get the favorite and create value in races. 28-1 shot underneath Fazaro, completing the exacta over the 8-5 favorite.
Good finish right there by our favorite Sweeping Giant, coming home first. Off the long layoffs in September. Good job preparing this horse, and a great ride from that outside post by our Arad Ortiz.
Look, these fractions for this race were extremely slow. These are $40,000 maiden claim, but it's the fractional times have been much faster after that rain that we had yesterday. It makes you wonder just how soft this turf course is. And it's difficult to make up ground when a turf course does have a lot of water in it, a lot of juice in the ground. Gut feeling, it looked like Joel Rosario was full of horse going into the turn. He didn't want to go 5 wide, and he looked like he had a lot of horse. When he asked him, horse just wound up. He didn't have a big kick. He was just coming steady at the end to finish 4th there.
Todd Pletcher, 14-time winner of this Saratoga meeting. And this win keeps him in a tie for the barn he's going to be neck and neck with likely throughout the entire Saratoga season. Chad Brown. We're going to take a timeout. When we return, we'll meet the field for the Jim Dandy Zandon. First race back since that run for the Roses, in which he was 3rd Preakness winner. His stablemate Early Voting and Epicenter, the runner-up to Early Voting in the Preakness, in a big duel coming up.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
For over a century, success starts at Saratoga. As America's #1 ranked yearling sale by percentage of Grade 1 and graded stakes winners, Saratoga is the can't-miss event of the summer. One catalog of selected yearlings offered over 2 electrifying evenings. Recent Grade 1 winners include the brilliant Flightline, Bleecker Street, Maracuja, and Queen Goddess, plus new Hall of Fame inductee Tepin. The Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale, August 8th and 9th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
We are back on FS1, live coverage from historic Saratoga Racecourse. Program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Number 17 at the meet for the meet's leading rider, Arad Ortiz Jr., teaming up with Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher.
Having an excellent meet. Strong week last week. It continues on this week.
Things can change quickly around here.
They can.
You know, there's a lot of ammunition back there. If the right riders on them, they can put together a big day.
$5.20 for Sweeping Giant for Donegal Racing. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with Jerry Crawford of Donegal Racing, and Jerry, Sweeping Giant. You know, a lot of times up here at Saratoga, it's all about getting the win, and he was in the right spot to do that today.
He really was. You know, he ran really well up here last summer, finished second twice, and then got bumped up a little bit, and we had to stop on him, but he came back today in great shape. And he's going to make a nice horse for someone. He got claimed, as you know. So on to the next one.
I was going to say, he looked like a very attractive proposition for the claim box today. But as you said, on to the next one, and maybe kicking off a big weekend. Did you send out Arklow, the 8-year-old, in the Bowling Green on Sunday?
So he's a kid compared to me. Yeah. but yeah, Arklow, and you know, he's just as sound as he could be. When I watched him breeze earlier this week, I couldn't believe it. I could not believe how good he looked on the racetrack. So that's a tough race, by the way. Chad has 2 in. What else do you have to say?
I know, it's always a stiff competition when Chad Brown's name.
We call it the Chad tax that you have to pay if
you're in against him. But, you know, you had a very good year so far, winning the Belmont with Mo Donegal. I know he's on the sidelines. Can you give us a quick update?
Well, he's done so well that we're going to put him in the Travers. Just kidding.
I was like, this is a joke, right?
He's turned out, as they like to say, he's letting down well and comfortably. And, you know, his next vet is September 1st. And then we'll have more information at that time.
Well, wishing him a speedy recovery, but congratulations with Sweeping Giant.
Thanks very much. Let's keep it going.
Let's keep it going till Sunday as Arklow, he looks to go in the Bowling Green, Greg.
Yeah, thank you, Maggie. Arklow, a neat horse, just shy of $3 million in earnings. We'll see him in that Grade 2 Bowling Green and the 2 Chad Browns that Jerry Crawford a little worried about. Whenever you have Chad Brown on the turf at a graded stake, L'Imperator, Rock Emperor are going to show up in that race as well. So we'll have that for
Chad
you.
tax.
I don't know.
Jerry's in the political game, so I guess that would be a normal comment coming out of that.
Big win to get a Belmont Stakes, and Mo Donegal so impressive in that Belmont.
Indeed.
Hope to see him back for a 4-year-old campaign. That was a big effort from him. Coming up next, Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. It's brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home of North America's 3-time reigning champion, General Sire, Into Mischief. We'll take a look at the group. New York bred maiden special weight. And speaking of that tax, Chad Brown with a first-time starter on the outside. Bobby the Tank, who will debut. Son of Carpe Diem, Jose Ortiz will ride from the 10 posts.
Yeah, good work pattern coming into the race. First-time starter. That's a tough post for a firster. Horses that have never run before, and they get in the game with a lot of horses for the first time in the afternoon. They tend to shy away from the rest of the field and break out. It can kind of cost them at the break.
All the talk this weekend about the 2 Travers preps, though. Today it's the Curlin. Tomorrow it's this race, the Grade 2 Jim Dandy. You'll see it live on Big Fox Western River. He will scratch out of that race. We're going to see him today in the Curlin. So it is a 4-horse group that will line up and talk about quality top to bottom. Let's meet the field. We start with Epicenter, runner-up in both the Derby and Preakness for Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, second in both of those races. Took a little break, hadn't run since May the 21st. A little freshening to come back to get ready for the second half of the year, and we'll do that starting tomorrow in the Jim Dandy.
3-2 on the morning line, working lights out, according to his Hall of Fame trainer. Next door, Tawny Port for Brad Cox. He ran in the Kentucky Derby. Didn't run that bad, actually. He's got 2 wins surrounding that race.
Yeah, he was only beaten 4 3/4 lengths in that race. He came back. He was even money in the Ohio Derby at Thistledown. He won that. He ran to his odds. Brad Cox says he's improving. He's going to give him a shot.
The Preakness champion brought Chad Brown his 2nd win in that classic. Jose Ortiz will be back aboard.
Impressive early voting was when he won the Preakness back in May. And a horse that's got great speed if he needs to use it. There's not a lot of speed in this race. You might probably look at his pace setter right there.
And a horse for the same barn that looked like he was going to roll right on by in that Kentucky Derby. Past Epicenter, of course, that 80 to 1-shot Rich Strike would win at Zandon. He wound up 3rd in the Derby, his first start back.
Yeah, and that was, they turned him out, didn't turn him out. They let him down for a little bit with the goal being the Travers. This is his prep race for the Travers. In his training, he looks like he has improved. He's been training steady and has been looking great out on the racetrack.
Incredible group we're going to have lined up for this Jim Dandy. Rematch of the top 2 finishers from that Preakness. Zandon, 3rd place finisher in that Kentucky Derby. Let's send it over to the paddock set.
There's really 2 races within the race, right? Epicenter has shown he could beat Zandon. Can Zandon turn the tables on him?
Yeah.
Epicenter lost early voting. Can Epicenter turn the tables on early voting? And yeah, it's a prep for the Travers, but make no mistake, everybody wants to stamp themselves as the favorite going to Travers with a win here.
Yeah, and you can make whatever you want to make out of the break. You know, Epicenter just creates his own trips because he's naturally fast. Now, I do believe that you could see, early voting, you could see Epicenter get sawed off a little bit right here. And did it cost him maybe a couple lengths? Yes, but Epicenter did save all the ground on the rail. And at the end of this race, the more I keep looking at it, you do see that early voting had a little bit more to offer at the end of this race. It would have been very nice to see if we would have had a clean break, but early voting's tactical speed just puts him in the right spot. And I think, Andy, that a 4-horse field hurts him. If it was an 11 or 12 horse field, it would help early voting because all these other horses would have to come through traffic and his early speed would keep him tactical and he'd have a target. I just don't know if he's going to have a target in this race. He's naturally going to walk to the lead, is he not, Andy?
Not so sure of that. I have to believe that Steve Asmussen is training speed back in Epicenter.
So,
Remember, Epicenter was quick.
Yeah.
And he did the right thing in rating him in Louisiana to show he could rate. Obviously, he didn't want to be part of that pace in the Kentucky Derby. And I think the reason, all that nonsense about a bad break, Epicenter didn't have a bad break in the Pimlico. He got a little trouble afterwards, but mostly because he couldn't keep up.
Yes.
And
early, yeah.
I think Steve had taken some speed out for the right reasons, but now he's going to put it back into him. Not saying he's going to be in front of early voting, but I think it'll be much closer, and he may be in front. Listen, if you're Steve Asmussen, it's got to be very frustrating. You looked like you had the Kentucky Derby. He put away his main challenger in Zandon, and then who the heck is that in the inside was pretty much the common refrain for most people. So he loses to an improbable horse running a winning race in the Derby, and then he comes back and things don't go that well for him, and he didn't get the best of trips. And who wouldn't have been frustrated after that race? I mean, your head would be spinning if you were Steve Asmussen. The good news for Steve is reset, Jim Dandy, Travers, Breeders' Cup, big races coming up, and we'll find out who the best 3-year-old is in the country.
It's going to be very interesting. I'll put it this way. I know you're an early voting fan. Where would you want early voting sitting?
Well, I think it's a question of what Epicenter does. If Epicenter is going to be more aggressive, early voting showed how comfortable he was sitting off a horse, so he has no problem doing that. But if he's not aggressive, then early voting, as you said, is the controlling speed. I think either way, he's fine in here. Believe me, I'm not discounting either of the challengers.
Or Zandon.
I think Zandon's a big player too.
Yeah.
I just think the early voting is the more is shown to be getting better with every start.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Why can't he take another step forward?
Truly, we're going to see the beginning of that race. We're going to see some gamesmanship. Joel Rosario on Epicenter, Jose Ortiz on early voting. Who takes command early and goes to the front in the Grade 2 Jim Dandy on Saturday? We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back late pick 5 on this Friday card from Saratoga. When we return, we'll have the post parade for you when we come back. We're 13 minutes to post.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security, he smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Leading by 3, Gibberish and Dylan Davis.
Out of a Galileo mare, this dual surface star has sired juvenile stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live on a glorious Friday afternoon here on FS1. We are in the paddock for today's 6th race, which is our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. And we have a good mix of horses making their second starts, along with some highly regarded first-time starting New York breds here. And we'll begin with one that has been training at Monmouth, who dons a somewhat popular name, I would think, in honor of the late very good actor Ray Liotta. Is number 6 Liotta, as he sold for $40,000 at the Fasig-Tipton May sale, which takes place at Timonium. He did work 10-4 that day, which obviously isn't that quick, but often you will see slower times relative to the OBS sales works, and he really wasn't asked for much. He wasn't asked to do much. Now, I think it's interesting, and probably the most interesting thing about him is that Joel Rosario picks up this ride for him. Now, usually we see him on Christophe Clement horses, but I know that Manny Franco has been working Acoustic Ave, your favorite. Liotta, I almost called him Ray Liotta, is a horse that looks as though a start is going to be needed, but one I want to watch with interest. I love his professionalism here. He has that big fluid walk that suggests that there might be some ability here. It might just take a start or two to bring it out. Now, one where we might see the ability shown at first asking is number 7, Acoustic Avenue, $200,000 for this son of McLean's Music at the OBS April sale. He worked 10 flat. He was asked a little bit, as you can see. He stayed on his inside lead maybe a little bit longer than I would have preferred, but what you notice is that he is a very quick horse, and watching his last breeze, which was out of the gate over on the track here, he was very quick, along with a horse that did debut here earlier this week. Didn't run that well, but albeit that was on the turf, and this guy was just going way better than Disarmed, and he looks quick, as that work suggests, and he just looks like he's going to blast away from there. Was a little bit green when he first walked in here, but since being saddled, I think he has his mind on business. But probably the most impressive horse that, to my eye, was number 10, Bobby the Tank. Only $65,000 for the son of Carpe Diem. Worked 10-1 at the OBS March sale. Not asked for much. Has a bigger flowing stride to him. Really like the way that this horse moves as he shows up here for Chad Brown. Now, I do have it in my mind that he probably wants to go a bit further than this 6 furlongs, but he's well prepared. So far, he's been professional, maybe a little obstreperous to get the tack on, but he's very fit, and for me, the most physically mature of any of these debuting horses. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you. 2 first-time starters that are taking the attention on the board. As you look at Jose Ortiz, he'll be on Bobby the Tank for Chad Brown. Pick 5, of course, starts here. Tom, how'd you play it?
Well, I spread out here. You got a 10-horse field. Half the field hasn't started. Remarkably, the other half field all ran against each other in the last race. So, I took a couple of those first-time starters. I do think the one with experience, the 9-horse, 10 Cent Town, is important to use in your ticket. I really narrowed it down in the 9th race, a starter allowance race. There are some scratches in that race, and all of those scratches have one thing in common. They're very, very fast and want the front end. It leaves for a paceless race, and the 1A in that race, bet the 1, you get him, and I think that's the horse to beat. Nicholas James there, and then I spread out again in the last.
Paulie, how'd you play it?
A little bit different. I'm going to try to get to the last race. 4, 7, 8, 9, 10. I thought this was a difficult race. These first-time starters. 7, 8, Creative Minister. I also like the other horse in there, Be Better. 1, 5, 11. I used the 1 in race number 8 because if the 3 Much Better doesn't show dirt speed, the 1 could be on the front end alone. 3, 9 in race number 9, Balthazar. I'm also going to use the 3 Life Changer. And yes, I do like Rosemary Potatoes. This horse last time, Eric Cancel wishes he had that ride back.
Very difficult final race to close out this card at a mile and 16th on the turf. By the way, that 10th race moved to the inner turf, so keep that in mind to close out this Friday action. Pick 5 pool closing in at $500,000. Look at Jose Ortiz. collected his 10th win of the meet earlier today. He'll be on board for Chad Brown on that first-time starter from the outside post.
Yeah, Bobby the Tank, and money's showing for Bobby the Tank. You know, look, the 2 first-time stars are the ones that are getting action here. The 7-horse, Acoustic Avenue, and the 10-horse, Bobby the Tank.
Let me update that quickly. It was moved back to the Mellon turf, so.
So
As
it's
originally
where it originally was.
Yes.
And that's all you need to know.
All right, there we go. Call to post for the race that kicks off our Pick 5. And we're going to see Cam Duke first. We got 5 horses in here, everyone with experience coming out of the same race. The 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 8th place finishers from that race exiting that event, including Cam Duke.
Yeah, and like so many in there, didn't really do any running in there. That's why many of us favor the firsters.
Here's the firster for Mike Maker by Sharp Azteca, who's #1 overall, first crop sire from Winners.
Yeah, Tyler Gaffion, his main man, gets a good board for Mr. Butler.
Social Sidekick, 29-1 for Barkley Tag.
I like the horse inside of him, taking no money whatsoever, this firster.
11-1. D's Speedster Blinkers On.
Yeah, Flavian Pratt's going up that board now with 9 wins. Getting a good price on this horse.
Shorts in the winner. Mark Hennig took money first out.
Did get bet a little, Greg, and ran so badly you have to think he's better than he showed that day, but is he still good enough?
Leota, one of the all-time greats. Maggie mentioned in her paddock report, his first-time starter by Destin.
Yeah, Destin was a great name. Great actor, too, as well, and I think this horse has got an outside look. Joel Rosario gets drawn.
Destin just missed in the Belmont back in his running days. Here's Acoustic Avenue, the favorite.
Yeah, I picked this horse. I like the work out of 10 flat, the 2-year-old sale, and I'm hoping this one's a runner.
Second-time starter who was 3rd in that common race, Quick Chaos.
Yeah, well, Blinkers On was 4.5-1 that time, and Johnny V sticks.
And Andy, the horse who finished best of the bunch in that race.
Yeah, 10 Cent Town really didn't do much running.
Bobby the Tank, 3-1 outside for Chad Brown, first-time starter.
Yeah, taking all the money, and it feels like I don't want to run into the real Bobby the Tank.
That's, I think, all of us thinking the same thing. We'll avoid Bobby.
Yeah, as well as Frank the Tank. The most famous tank of all.
He was fun and lighthearted.
Old
at
school.
least.
Yeah.
Get signed up,
Let's go to
started
KFC.
with Naira Bets. Toga 200, that code to use at sign up at NairaBets.com or on the Naira Bets app. You can get down in this Pick 5 if you get signed up. It looks like a good one, over 600,000 in this pool. And we see the 7 Acoustic Avenue is the 8-5 favorite. But as you say, Tom Amos, always good to have experience, because you say that first to that second start, we can see big-time improvement.
And I think you will from 10 Cent Town, the 9-horse. Watch this race closely towards the finish. 10 Cent Town on the outside, making a move at the end. He's not going to get to the leader. And Dylan Davis says, you know what, I'm saving this horse for another day. He's actually going to wrap up right at the very end of this race and just allow him to cruise home second and save him for another day, which is today, the 29th of July at beautiful Saratoga.
I think Quick Chaos, who was 3rd in here, has the best chance of improving. Got hit hard at the start of the race, got banged leaving the starting gate, kind of got shuffled back, and was running on at the end. Didn't really, it got a little bit tight. I think he gained a lot of experience out of that race as well.
So Quick Cast, he's right behind 10 Cent Town that day. Let's go back to Maggie for more.
Unfortunately, I was on vacation when most of these horses debuted back at Belmont. So I always feel I'm at a disadvantage when I can't compare notes from first to second start, because a lot of times that's when you'll see the biggest difference in horses. But taking a look at 10 Cent Town here, you've got to love this warm-up. He looks like a coiled spring beneath Dylan Davis here. He was favored in that race. He's extremely fit for Bill Morey, who on average when he's debuted with horses, they look as though they improve and they get a bit more defined and toned with that start under their belt. He makes a lot of sense to me, and the fact that you're getting 5-1 on him now relative to the 2-1 that you got first time out, I think speaks of possible, I know Andy's going to cringe when I say this, but possible value. But I guess the first time starters are very highly regarded. As we'll move on to number 4, D's Speed Stray. talk about one of those names that's hard to get out. Adds blinkers here for trainer Danny Gargan, and he got a good experience, or a good education that day, I should say, as he dropped back while taking on dirt, angled out. Once he got clear, he ran on mildly again. He's a very physically mature individual, son of Outwork, who a lot of times we see them run well as 2-year-olds. Adds a shortcut cheater blinker today, and with Flavien Prat aboard, he's done mostly everything right with these preliminaries. Number 2 with no name, Shark Azteca. Talking about sires getting off to auspicious starts, he has been firing, and he's had a lot of 2-year-old runners already. 7 for 25 with his 2-year-old first-time starters, and this one, albeit in the first generation, there's not much pedigree, but go back one, and the dams have to Afraida Mama, who is a multiple New York bred stakes winner, ran well as a 2-year-old. There's some precocity in the family. Now, I wish he looked a little bit fitter, but he makes a lovely picture in here, and I like the pedigree coming in here, and of course, had to hit Kirk Wyckoff in my ear saying, put $10 across the board on the 2. And he said, of course I had to wait till your paddock report, but Kirk, I got you. I still do a trackside report, guys.
With no name, KNOW, 20-1 with Tyler Gaffleone for Mike Makers. We send it over to Andy and Paulie.
I'm not going to add anything you can't see on the board. There's 2 firsters taking the money, Acoustic Avenue and the 10, Bobby the Tank, and the 7 Acoustic Avenue. I was impressed with the 2-year-old work. Thought he ran well in there. Christophe Clement, this horse just seemed like a very logical horse to me.
Yeah, a lot of times we do fall into the trap of these first-time starters, but both of these horses are the lowest horses in the wheel pace, the 7 and the 10. They're really getting played, and the Bill Moyer horses have not really fired at this meet. And I get it. This horse ran a really good race first time out at 2-1, but 9-2, I prefer others. I'm actually against the 9 in here.
Yeah, I don't want any of the horses coming out of that race, to be honest. I didn't like that race at all, which is why I gravitated to firsters. Now, the 10, Bobby the Tank, I guess part of you could say, well, it's Chad Brown, and he's a distant second choice, but there are stories this horse supposedly could run, or at least that's what my Talking Horses partner, Anthony Stabile, said. No reason not to believe. I'm sure he has heard stories, and he's taking some money, and Chad Brown's dangerous with firsters, just like Christophe Clement is.
Yeah, they're both dangerous. Let's just put it this way. I've seen Chad Brown already cash at 8-1, 7-1, 6-1, and about 18-1. So at the end of the day, you just got to forget about the price. You throw the man's horses in, and the horse has been working well in the morning. And precocity, let's be honest. Carpe Diem, not a great horse, but was a good 2-year-old.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I know you like the 8 of the horses that ran. I actually do have. I have that horse 4th in the race, so I had him rated highest of the horses that ran.
Yeah.
Why did you like him?
Well, the only reason was, Andy, I didn't like anybody on the race. I said, blinkers on, maybe that can improve the horse. That was my only thing. Maybe the horse could be more forward. I don't really love the horse. I do think the likeliest winner is one of the first-time starters in here, 7 or 10.
Yeah, I mean, Greg, normally we like horse with experience, but in this race, I couldn't see anything really that positive about the ones that ran.
Yeah, they did not earn big figures in that debut. Nothing visually stood out, and you got some horses that have looked pretty sharp in the morning. We will see. Of course, you can make a big leap from that first to that second start, as Tom tells us all the time. Late Pick 5 begins here. It's our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day to kick it off. Let's go upstairs. John and Brielle, the call.
Bobby the Tank. They're in the gate. Rider was off number 4D's Speedster momentarily. Flavien Prat now back on. And they're off. Number 3, Social Sidekick, just walked out of the starting gate and trails the field. Acoustic Avenue goes for the early lead with 10 Cent Town, and on the outside, Bobby the Tank. And down at the rail is Cam Duke, who is racing in 4th. It's 3 lengths Back to Quick Chaos, next in 5th. And then comes Shorts in the Winter on the outside, moving up a spot, followed by D's Speedster. After that slow start, it is Social Sidekick, who is racing in 8th. At the back of the pack, With No Name and Leota. The quarter went in 22 seconds. And the leader is Acoustic Avenue in front here. 10 Cent Town, Bobby the Tank heads apart, 2nd and 3rd. Cam Duke passed on the outside by Shorts in the Winter, and they are all chasing Acoustic Avenue, who ran the half-mile in 45 and 2/5 seconds, and Acoustic Avenue has built a 6-length lead. 10 Cent Town in 2nd, Bobby the Tank on the outside, and then comes Quick Chaos. Acoustic Avenue, a first-out winner, and an impressive first-out winner under Manny Franco. 10 Cent Town held 2nd over Quick Chaos. Bobby the Tank was 4th.
Acoustic Avenue running to his morning workouts. Impressive first-time starter, son of McLean's music for Reeves Thoroughbred Racing. I think they like what they saw here.
I think I liked what I saw there. He was pressured from the word go from his outside. It wasn't easy on him. He had every right to get tired being a first-time starter. He didn't get tired. He hit another gear inside of the furlong pole, was reaching and running all the way through the wire.
Broke very, very sharp from the starting gate, was chased by the other two choices in the race, the 9 that had experience, 10 Cent Town and Bobby the Tank, the 10. They were all in the right position. They just couldn't get to this horse, and he draws off at the end. As you see there, Gary, he's not even being asked. Experience probably came into play for 10 Cent Town to be 2nd here, but no question who the best horse was.
Quick Chaos, he ran on to just be that neck for 3rd after being mid-pack early on, so he improved as well.
Nothing like having an impressive 2-year-old winning at first asking. There's Christophe Clement, trainer of Acoustic Avenue, who was working sharp coming into this debut. And as you said, Tom, from the break, I mean, this horse just looked like a winner.
He did. I mean, he's well prepared, left the gate like a good horse, took control of the race. I mean, everybody was in the proper position, but they just couldn't catch him. He's just too good.
And Manny Franco there late, Gary, not having to do a lot.
No, it just what we call an armchair ride. He just queued him up at the head of the stretch, and when he asked him, he responded, no need to do anything else except hang on and enjoy the ride, point him in the right direction.
Miguel Clement, important part of that Clement operation. They have a nice one here, Acoustic Avenue at 3-2 to begin this late pick 5 on our Friday card here at Saratoga. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. The Curlin on the road to the Travers is next from Saratoga.
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the juvenile,
Essential quality have won.
in the Belmont,
Essential quality has won the Belmont Stakes.
well named.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York breds start with an advantage. New York breds run for serious green. At Belmont and Saratoga, New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
We're back with you on Saratoga Live here on FS1. Our program brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Get signed up, started on the app, or go to nairabets.com and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. We're underway in the Pick 5. You can play the Pick 4 still to come. Manny Franco aboard an impressive first-time New York-bred Acoustic Avenue for Christophe Clement. Goes off as the favorite, and excited to see this one back.
Yeah, he looks the part, and he showed what he was made of today, and he's only going to improve off of this. Look, the final time, 1:12.1. Don't go by these times. We got to wait and see what the figures come back, because this track has been playing very slow the last week or so. So when they win by that far, the rest of the field don't pay attention to the time.
Acoustic Avenue takes our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Let's go to Maggie.
Pleased to be here with Dean Reeves. We were just discussing the name as he came with this name, Dean, and you say Acoustic Ave.
Acoustic Ave, and I wasn't overly crazy about the name. I was going to change it like 3 times, but it never worked out. But I love it now.
Yeah, he's a winner at first asking. We were joking. He looks like Senbei, and he ran just like Senbei, too. You have another nice New York-bred 2-year-old.
Yeah, he did remind us when we looked at him in the sale. I said, there might be Senbei all over again. So we had to have him, and they did a good job. Christophe and them do a great job getting him ready. But that horse just took out of the gate great and ran really, really well. Much better than I thought he would. But we're excited.
Much better. He was 3-2, Dean. I think everybody thought he might.
This is Saratoga. You just never know. And, yeah, he was 3-2, and he'd been working really well. So I did expect him to run good. I got to be honest.
You can be honest, and you can gloat in your winning glory.
Oh,
but
thanks.
we saw Senbei last year try the funny side. Will that be the next goal for him? All things going well after this race?
Well, that's some of the reason why we ran him now, is to be able to make the funny side. So, you know, I like that race, that New York bred funny side. It's just a great program, great race. So I would think right now that's what we would point to.
Well, Dean, thanks for supporting the New York bred program. You have another nice one in your hands with Acoustic Ave.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
All right, now you hear the plan for the talented New York bred Acoustic Ave, Greg.
A lot to be excited about with that first-time starter. So impressive in that debut. And now some options for some New York bred stakes with this horse at the meet.
Reeves Thoroughbreds has had a very good couple of weeks here at Saratoga for the first 2 weeks we've had.
They have, they've built a powerful stable, and it continues to grow. Loves the game.
So 3-2 favorite. Look, you don't keep many secrets here at Saratoga. This horse had been working very sharp, and obviously word got out.
Oh, no question about it. And well put about keeping secrets here at Saratoga. There's not a lot you can add to that.
Did I hit on something? You looked a little nervous there.
Look, if I heard about it, everybody heard about it.
Yeah, a lot. I even heard about it. Up next, we have the Curlin. As we take a look at the late pick 5 following almost $1 million in this Friday late pick 5 pool. So Acoustic Ave kicks things off. Thank you for correcting us, Dean Reeves. We move on to the Curlin, 1 1/8. And who will take this step forward and potentially line up in the Run Happy Travers later in the meet? Creative Minister, he deserves to be the horse to beat for Kenny McPeak off that 3rd place finish in the Preakness.
No, he does. He's faced better horses than everybody else in the race. Mo Donegal, the Belmont winner, early voting, the Preakness winner, Epicenter. I mean, it goes on, and none of those other horses have faced the likes of these. But sometimes the up-and-comers are building their way to face a field like this and can make a big move forward.
More on that field when we come back. We're 18 minutes to post. He is a warrior indeed. Jackie's Warrior, the top sprinter in the land. 4 for 4 at Saratoga, trying to win a Grade 1. At Saratoga is a 2, 3, and now 4-year-old. He'd be the first ever to do it. We'll have a preview coming up.
Idol perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big gap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable. Right
race, Adler, a scintillating performance in the TVG Del Mar debutant.
And Clariere will win the cotillion. Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
Lexingtonian, a consistent top-level performer from east to west. A debut winner at 2, winning and placing in multiple Grade 1 races, following the footsteps of his sire Speightstown to win the Grade 1 Vanderbilt at Saratoga, and placing second in the Grade 1 Bing Crosby and Grade 1 Churchill Downs Stakes, out of the daughter of a Grade 1 test winner. He has the pedigree, the speed, and the looks to succeed. Lexingtonian, standing at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Good to have you with us back here on Saratoga Live. Our program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. And we're going to see a son of McLean's Music, who's part of that stallion roster at Hillendale, the top sprinter in our sport. Jackie's Warrior back in action tomorrow in the Grade 1 Vanderbilt, trying to become, this so much history at this racetrack. No runner has ever won a Grade 1 in 3 consecutive years. Jackie's Warrior trying to do that tomorrow. His incredible resume that he's put together. Lost in that Breeders' Cup Sprint. He was a 1-2 favorite. Had a minor chip in his ankle. He had surgery for it, and he's come back, according to his trainer, I'm not saying this, as good, if not better, than he was before.
He's been so impressive. He won the last race. As impressive as you'll ever see a horse win. He was geared down at the end and just continues to thrive.
This is the field he's going to face, and as it's been in his 3 prior starts this year, there just don't seem to be horses that can run with him.
No, and you might notice that this is a handicap race, so it's weighted by the racing office. The racing secretary actually puts the weight on these horses as we're watching Jackie's Warrior in the True North. He's going to be wide here, but he can do whatever he wants. He set the pace. The pace was not that quick. He's not being asked a lot. He's got a tremendous stride. But back to the weight. 127 pounds he'll carry in the Vanderbilt. And that's the weight of the rider plus the weight of his saddle that he's carrying above him. And obviously the rider doesn't weigh 127 pounds. So that means a little bit of lead in the saddle to maybe even the race out a little bit. We'll see. But, I mean, I think it's at least worth discussing.
How many
127 pounds is more than he's ever carried.
How many pounds would you have to put on him to equal this race out?
More than that. More than that. And listen, every jockey has multiple saddles, and they've got pockets in them that rubber weights go inside to make up the weight. A couple guys have saddles that weigh up to 25 pounds to make up weight if they're super lightweights. But look, it's all about getting that weight moving forward. And the way he's built, he talks about the engine all the time, their rear end, their hind quarter. He's got a huge engine on him, and getting that weight moving forward is the key. Once they get the weight moving, that's half the battle.
Interesting point, though, you brought up, Tom. It's the most weight he's ever carried.
It is.
And all that means is he's been that good.
Yes, and it's a tough task for the racing secretary to give Jackie's Warrior enough weight that people want to run against him, because the other horses are going to carry less weight. That's what the handicap is all about. So there's a lot of politicking that goes on for how much weight your horse is going to carry in a big race like this.
Back to our curling, and there's our 9-5 favorite. This creative minister, he got a very late start as a 3-year-old. We didn't see him make his debut as a horse until early March of this year, and they were still able to get him into 2/3 of this year's Triple Crown. Of course, hitting the board in that Preakness as we go to Andy and Paul.
As winemaker David Aragona just said to me, finishing third in the Preakness is meaningful, and it's certainly meaningful to the bettors as he is taking a lot of money in here. But Paul and I are going to try to beat him in here. I like the number 8, Be Better. To me, this horse just looks like a horse that's improving for Todd Pletcher. I mean, look at him. He runs into Jack Christopher in his debut. He comes back a year later. He runs a big race going a mile and 70 yards. And then he comes right back and he improves on it next time out. Why can't Todd Pletcher and Mike Rapoli win this race back-to-back years after Dynamic One did it in 21?
I'm kind of with you. And a lot of people will say, well, he got a fast pace to roll into. Well, he was at that 109 and change already. He had already taken the lead and already swooped by. So he had already made that monster move, and he is improving. And like you said, he only had one start, and it was way back. Then Todd put him around 2 turns, and he's just been a better horse, no pun intended. Now he's going to have to step it up against Creative Minister, but he does have a pace advantage, I believe.
Yeah, now last year when Dynamic One won, Chad Brown and Peter Brandt finished second with the very talented Miles D, who was coming off a maiden win.
Yeah.
Well, Chad Brown's not throwing him to stakes off maiden wins unless he has a lot of confidence, and he's doing it with Artorias. And I can't argue it against this horse. The second-place finisher at Artorias did not come back and run well, but the third-place finisher came back and improved substantially.
Yeah, when it did. And you know what? This horse's first start, he should have won. He got dead left. He was the best.
He ran terrific, yep.
Yeah, and you know what? We're starting to see some of these arrow gates starting to run as they're going longer and longer, and I wouldn't think that the 1.1 miles is going to hurt this horse at all. The 9 is very dangerous.
I agree. A good race coming up, Maggie.
It really is, Andy, and I'll actually look at the same 3 horses you guys just did, the main 3 players who occupy the 3 outside stalls. And we'll begin with Creative Minister, whom I thought, looking at him at the Belmont, in which, don't forget, this horse participated, as far as time is concerned, like the Triple Crown is run. I mean, he won, broke his maiden on Derby Day, then ran in the Preakness and then the Belmont. So he looked like a tired horse to me in the Belmont. He looked light. He did not possess any energy in the paddock in the preliminaries. But today, he came in bouncing on his toes, just full of life, which you like to see. His weight is better too. This 1.1 miles suits him well. I was against him going into this race on paper, but having watched him now in the paddock, I'm a little bit more confident that as the favorite, he could be able to get the job done, but I do think the 2 to his outside will have a major say in this. Number 8, Be Better, as Andy pointed out, ran against Jack Christopher first time out, and he was just kind of a smaller, unassuming type going back to that day and looking at my notes. Now, he's been on a tour de force down at Monmouth in his first 2 starts back as a 3-year-old. And wow, physically has this guy filled out and developed so much. And 2, I really like the way that he moved away from that field last time out in that allowance race. This horse is on the up and up. And he looks a lot like his sire, and to me, Uncle Mo never really struck me as a horse that wanted to go much further than 1.1 miles, and he is very much of that same ilk, but he has the right guy in his corner in trainer Todd Pletcher. Number 9 is Artorias, and he has Arrogate on the top, Paula Silver Lining on the bottom, and he looks a lot more like his sire, which is good for trying to get this 2 turns for the first time. He's very tall, leggy, but also carries his weight well. Very classy horse. His is acting like he's done this 30 times as opposed to just 3. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you. Pick 4 starts here. It's getting intense. Luis Saez will be on Be Better for Todd Pletcher, who will take the Curlin and move on to the Travers. Everybody wants to know. We'll be back. Stay with us.
Lady Aurelia down the centre in the white and green colours is going away at the end.
Rachel's Valentina Ratner and takes the lead.
We are back on Saratoga Live at the summer place to be, Saratoga Racecourse. Program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Great spot to see the horses making their way down Champions Way onto the racetrack for our post parade as we get set for the Curlin. 2 turns, mile and an eighth. And again, our favorite, that third place finisher from this year's middle jewel of the Triple Crown in the Preakness, Creative Minister for Kenny McPeak. Dylan Davis will ride that as the 2-to-1 top choice right now. But races like this, you tend to see some up-and-comers for some of the top irons in the country, like Todd Pletcher, like Chad Brown with Be Better and Artorias. We start with Western River, who just beat older horses at Churchill Downs at 1.5 miles.
Yeah, it's going 1.5 miles. You're right, and he's tried some good horses. He was 4th, beating 10 lengths in the Peter Pan.
Happy birthday, Bill Mott. He sends out Gilded Age.
He does, and if you're a hunch player, Bill Mott had a pretty good streak going, having a winner on his birthday every year.
AP Secret, 11-1, Saffie Joseph Jr.
4th in the Wood Memorial, 3rd last time out in Texas Derby.
This horse moving from Saffie Joseph to Todd Pletcher for the first time. Make it big.
Yeah, overlooked in the betting here. I don't think you're allowed to say that in the same sentence, overlooked in the betting in Todd Pletcher.
Golden Glider, huge price for trainer Marquesi.
Yeah, he was second behind We the People in the Peter Pan, came back, throw out the Belmont Stakes, beating 24 lengths.
Preakness third place finisher and the favorite, Creative Minister.
Yeah, and super race in the Preakness Stakes to run 3rd after breaking his maiden, came back in the Belmont 5th, beating 12.
First stakes test for Be Better for Pletcher.
Other Pletcher horse in this race, coming off a win over at Monmouth Park. Look for Luis Saez to his best Paco Lopez impression. He'll be riding this horse all the way from the 3/8 pole home.
And an impressively bred, homebred for Juddmonte, Artorias for trainer Chad Brown.
Yeah, he was second first time out and really improved, stretching out to 1 mile last time. Was a nice winner. I think he's going to enjoy every bit of this 1.8 mile distance.
The countdown to the Curlin Stakes, presented by Longines, the official timekeeper of Saratoga Racecourse. So 3 minutes to post coming up in the Curlin. Let's go back to Maggie.
Kenny McPeak with your current favorite, Creative Minister. And Kenny, we were just talking about the disappointment of the Belmont. And as you said, you don't think that Creative Minister necessarily handled the track, but you've been up here in Saratoga training him forwardly for this effort in the Curlin.
Well, we ask a lot of him earlier in the spring, and any horse that jumps through the hoops that he jumped through, his 3rd in the Preakness was a great race, and no, he didn't handle the Belmont surface like I'd hoped. But look, he ran respectable to mid-pack, and we've spaced this race pretty good for him. He's had 6 weeks in between races, and if he's going to be a horse that can make the Travers, he needs to be able to beat this group. And I think between Paul Fireman and Greg Back, the main partners, I think that they're excited, and fingers crossed he can pull it out.
Well, wishing you the best of luck, and fingers crossed that we can see him in the Travers too.
Yeah, Dylan's gotten to know him a little bit in the morning, and Dylan's won some races for me over the years. It gave him an opportunity here, but it's a nice colt, and we'll see what he does.
Kenny, thank you so much for your time.
All right, you're welcome.
All right, Creative Minister looking to get back on track with this Curlin.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Yep, coming out of that Grade 1 Belmont, a lot of horses, don't handle 1.5 mile distance. Likely the only time in their careers they're ever going to try it.
Yeah, I mean, that's a true marathon distance for a racehorse. And like you said, Greg, if it's not in their lineage, they're not going to handle it well.
So here's the first time against winners for Creative Minister. This was off a win at Keeneland to break his maiden, and he followed it up with an even more impressive win on a fast track at Churchill.
He did. And, one thing they don't show in this race is Creative Minister at the starting gate. This horse is not a good gate horse. He'll act up sometimes in the gate, and when you lose position at the start of a race, which Creative Minister actually did here and still won, but has done it other times, it makes your task very difficult. I'm going to be watching this horse closely when they load him in the gate.
Lunged at the start as well in that Belmont Stakes. Here is the lightly raced Artorias, but obviously very talented son of Arrogate. Out of, Maggie mentioned the Dan Paula Silver Lining, who's a multiple Grade 1 winner as a sprinter.
And so professional in this race. You see him behind the wall of horses right here. He's going to split horses, go through a pretty narrow opening, and he accelerates coming off of that turn, secures that spot in between these two runners, and just hand urging here, and he's just now getting into his best stride. So this is why I think he's going to love the 1.8 mile distance.
I like that comment because he's making this transition from one turn to two turns today, and just like you watching this race, Gary, I think this transition is going to suit Artorias, the 9-horse, very well.
So 3-1 on Artorias as we send it back to Andy and Paul.
Thanks, Greg. Creative Minister. I get why he's favored, and he probably should be favored. You know, when you finish third in the Preakness and just didn't handle the 1.5 miles of the Belmont. I just feel like there are other horses that are kind of on the come, and to me, 7-2 on Be Better is just a little bit better gamble than taking over under 2-1 on Creative Minister. But I don't think you can knock him.
No, you can't. You can't knock him at all. I mean, Kenny's horses have been fired of late. Kenny McPeak, the trainer of the 7. But, I mean, so have Todd Pletcher's horses as well. So I think the public has it right with the 7, 8, and 9 as your choices in here. And look, people do look down. They see 2 grade 1s, so the 7's going to be the favorite.
Yeah, not surprising. So, as was mentioned, and as pretty much everybody knows, Bill Mott's birthday today. Wish Bill a happy birthday. And obviously, Bill not overly concerned with the whole birthday thing, or he might have loaded himself up for Bear today, but he didn't. He had a horse early that was scratched. I got to tell you something. This horse made some kind of run to the back of the pack to win last time. And the second horse, the West Point horse, that was a horrible beat, Paul. But he doesn't figure to get this kind of pace to close in today, even if he's good enough.
Brigadier General looked like he was home and cooled out for Dallas Stewart. I needed him this day, and this horse came rolling down the center of the racetrack. This is a dangerous horse. I don't know, he might be way too far back, but if you look, since they put blinkers on the 2, a W, a third in the withers, now they went over to Dubai. Usually horses bounce after they come to Dubai. Comes right off the plane and wins like that from way off the pace. I do think it's a 2-horse race, but if this race falls apart, you better watch out for that 2, Son of Medaglia d'Oro.
Yeah, I just don't think it's going to fall apart, Maggie.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you too, yeah.
No, given the track, Andy, it doesn't feel like horses are making big runs from the back. I do like Gilded Age. I wish things maybe were a little bit more fair for him, or that he was going to get the pace set up. He looks fantastic on the racetrack. He's such a good mover. But same thing may go. We'll see what kind of trip Western River pulls today, because he's actually turning back from 1.5 miles in which he easily set the pace, dictated things, had everything his own way, albeit it's a horse I've always been a big fan of for Rudy Brissett. I'm wondering if they do choose to keep him a little bit more involved given the success at the 1.5 miles, Greg.
Western River, full brother to Belmont winner Creator. It was basically a turf field he beat last time out. Runners have had more success on the grass. 9-5 favorite in the Curlin, Creative Minister. Let's go to Johnny Brielle.
They're in the gate. And they're off. AP Secret and Make It Big. Those two go out for the lead with a Golden Glider, a close-up third as they go into the clubhouse turn. Getting over to the rail is AP Secret, who has the lead here. And then it is Make It Big, who is running in second. Followed next by Golden Glider in third, and the front three have opened up 3.5 lengths. Artorias has made his way down to the inside and in fourth. And then it is Be Better next in fifth. The favorite, Creative Minister, runs in sixth. Gilded Age on the outside is in seventh. And the trailer here is Western River in eighth. The quarter went in 23 and 4/5 seconds. AP Secret leading Make It Big here. Make It Big getting closer now to AP Secret, and the two of them are heads apart for the lead, with Golden Glider running in third, and Artorias is fourth, now just 4.5 lengths from the lead. Creative Minister has moved up into fifth, now about 7 lengths from the front. And then it is Be Better and Gilded Age. The half was run in 48 and 1/5 seconds, and they're going around the far turn. And it is still AP Secret and Make It Big, with Artorias gaining down towards the rail. And then on the outside, Golden Glider, followed by Creative Minister. Creative Minister looks to advance down at the rail. And the field is at the top of the stretch. Here comes Artorias, now up to challenge for the lead. And Artorias has now taken the lead as Creative Minister moves up on the outside. AP Secret is down at the rail. And in the middle of the course, it is Gilded Age. It is Artorias who's in front and has drawn away here. Artorias wins the Curlin Stakes. Gilded Age up for second. It was close for third between Creative Minister and AP's Secret.
Impressive. First time going 2 turns, the homebred for Juddmonte. Artorias giving Chad Brown even more ammunition for the Travers later at the meet.
Yeah, look, this horse broke huge coming from the gate. Irad did an unbelievable job. Breaks smooth on the outside, and you got to watch what he does going into the first turn. He rides him with a lot of confidence. He secures a spot right on the inside rail coming from that 9 post position. Just perfect move right here. Gets over, saves all the ground. Rode him exactly like he did when he broke his maiden last time out at Belmont. Wasn't afraid to put him down inside behind horses. He was professional last time. He was even more professional today, Tom.
No, this was a great transition from 1 to 2 turns. I think Artorias showed his hand in his last race about wanting more distance, about being able to handle the 2 turns well, and he certainly did that today. For our favorite Creative Minister, he broke fine. Got great position. Just wasn't good enough today.
Impressive run. First time going 1 1/8. You talk about coming along quickly. We didn't say this horse until April. Just the 3rd start of his career. This is his first test in stakes company, and he does this to this group. You see how easily he did it late. Artorias with the win at 5-2. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with winning trainer Chad Brown. Artorias, I'm sure somewhat of a special win considering you had the dam in the latter stages of her career in which you had success with, Chad.
Thank you, and I ran against the father and the Travers and went home with my tail between my legs. So the fact that Juddmonte, brilliant operation led by Garrett O'Rourke and his team, and the late Prince's family, Prince Khaled's family and such, and to breed these 2 great horses together and then hand me this horse raised so well, broke so well, is just a real honor to train the horse. He does everything on his own.
And he's delivered immediately. Chad, we usually talk about embarrassment of riches with you with turf horses, but this year you were loaded for bear with your 3-year-olds. Does this guy throw his ring into the hat for the Travers?
Yeah, he certainly does if he comes out of it well. I'm just so fortunate this year it's the way it works when you're a top trainer. Some years you're dealt a really good hand, and other years you don't have it, and we all go through it. This year it was my turn to really have a good handful of them, and my team's done a great job of keeping them healthy, sound, and moving forward.
Well, you've done an excellent job with this one, rising through the ranks quickly. Congrats.
Thank you.
All right, Artorias, a special win here for the Chad Brown team. Guys?
Special indeed, and how about that? Chad Brown referenced it. This is the son of Arrogate, who had the fastest Travers in history when he won by 13.5 lengths. And now Chad Brown with an Arrogate, who he's likely going to be sending on to that race as we send it over to Andy and Paul.
Yeah, it's actually interesting. The dam Paul Silver Lining was owned and bred by Vinny Scuderi, who had Dad's Caps, the half-brother, who won the Carter twice. And Juddmonte gave the horse to Chad Brown, won a Grade 1 with her. She was a terrific horse, and it must be very satisfying. I can't say enough, and Gary nailed it too. This ride by Ortiz, it really was perfect. And you could see this horse was a winner every step of the way.
No, we both called it. You said this horse is gin. I was rooting for the 2 from way back to get up for a second, but this horse has got a ton of potential. And finally, somebody got it. Good job by Juddmonte. Arrogate, listen, we lost him way too young, but you could just tell his horses want to run 2 miles. They bred him to a horse that is a sprint champion out of Ghost Zapper, who was a champion as well, and probably got some of the highest buyer speed figures ever. This 9 horse has got a tremendous pedigree. I love the cross of being stamina on top, sprint on the bottom. You still get Ghost Zapper. This is a prospect for me, I think, Andy.
I have a feeling that we're really going to be ruining Arrogate's early death, because he could have been a very good
I'm kind of with you. It's just they needed to grow up a little bit. You're right. Yeah.
We'll see what happens, Greg, but 1 step at a time. But off a maiden race to win the Curlin this impressively, it's a nice horse.
And going to throw a little extra intrigue, assuming he moves on to that run-happy Travers. What a performance from this horse. Regally bred, as they were talking about, and beating some accomplished runners in here as we take a look at our winner's circle lead-in, brought to you by the 101st Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale, offering the best of the North American yearling crop on August 8th and 9th. where will you be? So Juddmonte with a homebred with a big pedigree and obviously big ability here.
He reminds me of his daddy. I mean, with that big long stride to him, and he threw his ears up when he crossed the finish line, showing me there's a lot more in the tank than what we saw today.
What do you think, asking too much too soon, facing the group he likely would face in the Travers?
Well, you know, I'm not going to question Chad Brown's decisions, but fourth start, the Travers, that's hard to do.
He looked very impressive today. We will find out if indeed that is the next spot. You would think after this performance, he's going to get his chance against likely a couple of his stable mates. Coverage continuing on FS2 here at the bottom of the hour, so we'll see you over there. Speaking of those stable mates, one of them, the Preakness winner, Early Voting, who we'll see in the Jim Dandy on our Big Fox coverage tomorrow at 4:30 Eastern Time. His stablemate, third place finisher in the Kentucky Derby. First start back since the run for the Roses for Zandon. And Epicenter, runner-up at both the Derby and Preakness, getting another shot at Early Voting coming up on Saturday.
There's no doubt that Kentucky Breds are number one.
We never could compete with New York and Florida and all those tracks.
We needed a boost, and HHR has given us that boost. The purses that the Kentucky Breds are now running for matches how dominant they are. We really have an opportunity to create new jobs and new tax revenue for the state on a year-round basis.
This is just the beginning. I don't think anybody has any idea how good it's going to get.
On the outside to take the lead. Audible by 3. Audible, no doubt about it. Audible on the inside, no confrontation at all. It's Audible to win the Holy Bull with style.
Audible on the outside races to the lead. Audible wins by 2.5.
New for Saratoga, the $3 triple play pick 3. Choose the winners of 3 selected races on the Saratoga card each Friday, Saturday, and Sunday of the meet to win big. Go to NYRA.com/triple play for more details. Good to have you with us on our FS2 coverage of the premier meet in the country here at Saratoga Live. Beautiful look at that 1863 club. Sun shining here on this Friday afternoon in Saratoga Springs in upstate New York. And we have a lot still to come on our Friday program. Of course, Saturday we're going to see 3-year-olds on the road to that Run Happy Travers in the Jim Dandy. We just saw also a potential prospect for that race, which we'll revisit in a moment. Impressive run in the Curlin for Artorias for trainer Chad Brown. Jim Dandy tomorrow, small field. It will just be 4 that run. Western River just ran, so it's a 4-horse field that will line up, but it is packed with superstars from top to bottom, likely 3 of the top 4 3-year-olds in the country right now. With me, Hall of Fame rider Gary Stevens, one of the top trainers in the country in Tom Amos, and we're going to see a rematch of the top 2 finishers, Gary, from that Preakness Stakes.
Yeah, and it should be a good one. I've been looking forward to it. We've been talking about it since the meet started. Early Voting won up the Epicenter in the Preakness Stakes. Epicenter didn't get away real clean, not too bad, but gets in tight shortly after the start and has to steady when he hits this traffic jam. Horse will come right out in front of him, puts him in a bad spot. He gets kind of pushed back towards the back of the field. Joel gets him on the fence, saves ground. Early Bowden's in a great spot going into that first turn lane second.
He is in a great spot. When you watch these horses turn for home, early voting on the lead and the winner of the race, watch him look over his shoulder to see where everybody else is. He's already done it twice on early voting, Jose Ortiz has, and that's the international sign for I got plenty of horse and you guys are in trouble behind me. But Jose does a crafty move here, Gary. It's his course. He can go anywhere he wants with his horse, inside out, whatever. He feels Epicenter down the rail. He's going to make it tighter. I mean, he doesn't take his path, but he's going to move over and get close to him and discourage him from going through that opening.
Yeah, I don't think he was getting through that opening anyway. The ground was coming, the wire was coming faster than the ground he was making up at the same time.
Meanwhile, Kentucky Derby, it looked like finally Steve Asmussen was going to get the big one race that has eluded him in the Derby, although Zandon making a big, bold move for a moment. Looked like he'd roll right on by. In the end, neither of them won it. Second biggest upset in the history of this race with Rich Strike.
Yeah, at this point, it looked like Zandon was going to get the better of Epicenter, and then up jumped the Devil. So.
Yeah, look, 1.25 miles the Kentucky Derby is, and it's that last eighth of a mile where all of a sudden Rich Strike on the rail was able to outfinish the two big favorites, in a sense, for the Kentucky Derby. It makes you wonder, is it a horse who just ran a huge race in Rich Strike, or is it maybe that 1.25 miles might be a little too much for those two horses? Tomorrow's race, the Jim Dandy, 1.8 miles, they're well suited for that. But the Travers, of course, is that 1.25 mile distance, the Midsummer Derby.
Yeah, so both proven. We know how good they are at that 1.8 miles, so maybe a different story Saturday as opposed to August 27th. We can't wait for it. It's going to be fun to see it. Today's action presented by Claiborne Farm. Here's what remains. Races 8 through 10 still on the card. Fast and Good on the turf this afternoon. And the 8th race, 5.5 furlong turf sprint. Then we'll get into that late double, which you can play all of it with Naira Bets. Toga 200, code to use for new members to get that offer right there. That $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. And bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the app or go to nairabets.com. So we just saw the other Travers prep. We'll have that Jim Dandy tomorrow, but the Curlin was just run over on FS1. And Chad Brown looks like he has another contender for the Run Happy Travers. What a performance from Artorias, who's now won back-to-back starts.
Yeah, he threw his hat in the ring for the Travers with this victory right here. Watch this horse lengthen as the further he goes, the longer stride gets. Wins with something left here. One reminder with the riding crop there, just keeping going on about his business. But Chad Brown just saying that, yeah, he will be pointed for the Travers as long as he comes out of this race in good order.
Yeah, and for Artorias, his first time to go 2 turns, Gary, you brought it up before the race. We both talked about it and how his style seemed to look like he would really relish this distance of 2 turns, going from 1-turn races. He did indeed. Short on experience, long on talent. But why don't you tell me a little bit about his father?
Well, his father, Arrogate, all he did was win the Travers, and he didn't have much experience either when he ran in that Travers Stakes. He was a special kind of horse, had the same kind of action that Artorias does. So a new one has thrown his hat in with what we consider to be probably the top 3 or 4 3-year-olds in the country.
Yeah, that Arrogate Travers was something to behold. It was my first summer here. Full-time won by 13.5 lengths. Fastest Travers ever run. I don't think you put him in the category, his dad, of the greatest of all time, but he had a stretch of 4 or 5 races that may have been the greatest stretch of 4 or 5 races we've ever seen.
And they were at the right time, for sure. That was your first year up here?
2016.
That's back when you were fun. I remember that.
Unreal. Guess we're not going to dinner tonight. We're looking forward to seeing Artorias go forward. That is going to be a very tough spot for him, just with his stablemates alone. Not to mention who else is going to show up in that Run Happy Travers. Late pick 5, so we're 2 legs in. Acoustic Ave, that was an impressive New York-bred 2-year-old first-time starter for Christophe Clement that broke incredibly sharp and never looked back in a debut victory. Now Artorias taking the Curlin Stakes. Long way to go in this pick 5. Up next, 5.5 furlong turf sprint. Allowance optional claiming field. Current favorite Fauci. We'll have Ricardo Santana Jr. aboard. Had a bit of a tough trip last time out. Just missed at 6 furlongs at Belmont. When we return, We'll take a look at the Jim Dandy by the numbers. Last year's 3-year-old champ, Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher, and fellow Hall of Fame rider John Velasquez. They have all had an impact on the Jim Dandy in their careers. We'll be back with that next.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You don't have to be a multi-millionaire to get into this game. You can have a few $1,000s and have fun with it. But with the bonds, you're actually going to win. I've had the opportunity to win multiple races. In fact, this year I won 2 times in one day, which is almost unheard of to be able to do. This is going to happen with them. You will get into the winner's circle in Saratoga. You will walk that horse in, and you will stand there, look at the crowd, and the bonds will take you there and get you into that winner's circle. And it won't cost you a lot of money.
Back on Saratoga Live. Step into this town and you go back in time. It is tremendous here. Not just the race meet, the town itself. Such a great time. Put it on your bucket list if it is not already. For most race fans, it is. The Jim Dandy, one of the great upsets of all time, beating a Triple Crown winner, Gallant Fox, at 100-1 odds. Speed record, Nick Cito's Louis Quatorze. Back in 1996 with Pat Day aboard. Most wins by an owner. Godolphin got their 3rd. Last year with the 3-year-old champion at Central Quality, Todd Pletcher, 6 wins in the Jim Dandy. The last to do it, Palace Malice, back in 2013. John Velasquez, one of 3 jockeys to collect 4 in a race, 3 of them coming for the Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. Dandy winners named champion 3-year-old. Last year, Essential Quality, Bernardini as well. And Jim Dandy winners named Horse of the Year. We're going to take a look back at one of them in a moment. Jim Dandy winners inducted into the Hall of Fame, affirmed in Arts and Letters in 1994. And Jim Dandy winner and Triple Crown winner. What a race that was. Again, we're going to have more on that in a moment. We had a huge upset of a Triple Crown winner, guys, in the Travers just a few years ago, and it looked like that almost was going to happen in the Jim Dandy back in 1978.
Yeah, I was sitting with my friend Larry. It was his birthday, and seen a firm win the Triple Crown, saw him win the Belmont Stakes. Yeah. And Sensitive Prince was a tremendous racehorse that Alan Jerkins trained. I mean, he was about 5 lengths in front of him at mid-stretch, and the firm was carrying, I think, 128 pounds.
Yeah.
And he just ran him down in the late stages under Steve Coffin.
On his wrong lead, too, right?
He was such an amazing racehorse. And Tenzin Bridge is the kind of horse who's born in a different year. They might be talking about him as great performances. And you know what, Paul? I have been here for every single one of them through a firm, not personality, arts, and letters.
Some pretty good horses on there. I think a lot of people forget right after that how good Conquistador Cielo was. Awesome again, who came back to, I would probably think, won maybe the best Breeders' Cup Classic, Medaglia d'Oro, but the Affirm 78 Jim Dandy was a lot of fun because you're right, it looked like he was beat.
It really did, because it's not just that he was a ways behind, and obviously he's a supremely talented horse, but the horse in front of him was a very, very good horse, and I think he was giving him 14 pounds. And interestingly enough, this is when the Jim Dandy was running, I want to say, 9 days before the Travers.
Yeah.
Now, the horse who ended up getting placed first, Alidar, his rival, the previous Saturday had beaten older horses in the Whitney in what I would guess was the most definitive performance of his career, winning by 7 lengths. And it felt like Affirmed sort of was up to the challenge to run not necessarily as well as Alidar, but to perform in a sort of brilliant way on the racetrack. I feel so privileged to have seen these horses. I saw them run together in the Hopeful as 2-year-olds, and I saw them in the Belmont Stakes as well, and even that Travers. They were incredible racehorses.
Well, it's just cool to see because you're always watching Affirmed and Alidar going head-to-head on the front end. It's kind of weird to see Affirmed coming from off the pace, to be honest with you.
Well, you thought of him as more of a speed-type horse, as he was so much, and an amazing, amazing racehorse, Greg, and, you know, it was a long time ago, but I'll never forget it.
And he refused to be a victim of the reputation of this racetrack, the graveyard of favorites. What a performance that was back in 1978. You can see this year's edition of the Jim Dandy Saturday, tomorrow on Big Fox, 4:30 Eastern start time. Top 2 finishers from the Preakness in a rematch. 3rd place finisher from the Kentucky Derby. Renewing acquaintances. It is going to be a tremendous edition of that traditional Travers prep race. That'll go as race 9 on the card tomorrow. Up next, it's 5.5 furlong turf sprint. Allowance optional claiming field. Right now it is Fauci, Ricardo Santana Jr., Phil Antonacci, who is currently the favorite on the board as we're 12 minutes to post. With us for the first time on our FS2 coverage here, or returning, I should say, Acacia Clement. Hi, Acacia.
Hey, Greg, back down in the paddock now after being up on the desk earlier. Nice change of pace here at Saratoga, but looking at some very quick horses and some very sharp horses here in the paddock for this turf sprint. Lyrical Poet down to the inside. We know speed is the name of his game. He looks like that typical kind of Wesley Ward, compact, stout, sturdy type of individual. He's been on his toes. He's been very sharp throughout all the preliminaries here in the paddock, but he hasn't been overdoing it, which I certainly like. It's kind of that good energy bubbling beneath the surface, right to the lead last time out. He was a little bit late to switch leads, but he certainly had enough and was impressive in that victory at Keeneland off the layoff in his last race. Your current favorite, Fauci, has really kind of raced into fitness. Yes, he was waiting for room last time out, but when he got clear, he finished well up the rail. I thought that it was a valiant effort from him. One kind of equipment note that I did notice, and that is previous race, at least a couple races back, he was wearing a bridle without a noseband, and he is wearing a bridle with a noseband now. Sometimes that can just kind of help to keep a horse's mouth closed, keep them into the bit a little bit more. I don't know if it was last time or today that they've made that change, but I did notice that equipment change. And again, he's one that has raced into fitness. He's also been sharp, but he's doing everything right in the paddock. Sharp and maybe doing a little bit too much was the 5 Anaconda. Short cut blinkers go on, just a very short cheater cup on him. He was one that they saddled outside of the saddling stall, and as they went to kind of tighten the overgirth, he kept trying to rear up. He was being just very, very tough getting the tack on. Once they've got the tack on, he's settled beautifully now, and he's calmed down a lot heading out, which I'm happy to see. I'll certainly keep my eyes on him as they head out to the racetrack, though. Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. Working so hard today. Hosted earlier in the program when we begin our FS2 coverage. Back at 1 Eastern to kick off our card. Now back to work as we're 9 minutes to post here in this 8th as they come down Champions Way. Post parade coming up. A lot of money on Lyrical Poet. With a scratch of the 10 becomes very dangerous with his speed.
Well, I don't think he's faster than much better, and to me, he's not easy to make on paper. He is taking a lot of money because he has reportedly worked very favorably with the top sprinter, Golden Pal.
Much better. We're going to see him right now, and he's quick on dirt. Is he as quick on turf?
He's so fast. Will he be as quick on dirt? I don't know, but if he breaks, it's hard for me not to see him on the lead. But the way Lyrical Poets mostly work, maybe he'll win, though I don't get it.
Fauci, bit of a trouble trip last time out with Flavien Prat at Santana today.
Yeah, but that's sort of been the same kind of movie with Fauci. Last win was at Monmouth in June of last year, and now he's starting to have trouble at the gate.
Joe Sharp adds blinkers to Anaconda.
Yeah, Anaconda's a little interesting to me. I just wonder if 5.5 is too short for his best, but I thought he was a player.
Dancing Buck, Michelle Nevin, trains went gate to wire, going 7/8 last start.
You know, this gelding's in really good form. You know, most that he's lost by is 3 lengths in his last 6 starts, so he's always right there at the wire.
Interesting long shot here. This is Comedy Town for Michael Trombetta.
Yeah, he didn't finish that far behind Fauci last time, but Fauci had such a tougher trip.
Spirit Animal, 4-time winner on the turf.
Yeah, really tough to get to in here. The last couple of races, he launches from way out of it if you like a long shot.
One of the speeds maybe does not break. Kobe Tough went gate to wire in Maryland last out.
Yeah, but he's moving up tremendously in company.
Noble Emotion, 5-1, Jose Ortiz.
He's my second choice in this race. I think you'll see him showing a lot more speed than he showed last time at Monmouth.
And Running with Scissors closed into a race with insanely fast fractions that we don't see often.
Yeah, we all also here on the set, we do not condone running with scissors. But this horse, the time before that, Greg, on the turf with Patrick Reynolds, horse got off to a brutal start and ran a much better 5th, and then franked it with that next effort at 21-1 in the John Kirby barn. This horse is 10-1 with Luis Saez. If this horse repeats that last effort, could be a player in here.
I had to ask Andy if those were for real. He ran into fractions 20-4, 43-2 for the half, and Andy said indeed those were legitimate. So he certainly got a hot pace to run into that afternoon. We'll see if he can do it again today, going 5.5. You can play with Naira Bets and get more. Everyone who bets with Naira Bets today, 10 times rewards points on all wagers at Ellis and Emerald Downs. No opt-in required. Earn more this weekend with your Naira Bets account. So 7 minutes to post coming up in this competitive 5.5 furlong turf sprint as we take a look at our WinStar jockey standings. And that's the man leading the way. Arad Ortiz Jr. already with a couple of wins this afternoon, and he is on potentially the one to catch, although Sandy mentioned that 3 horses shown some quickness as well.
Yeah, and being drawn down there on the 1 hole, Irad's going to have his work cut out for him because much better is very quick away from the gate. So Lyrical Poet, if he will allow Irad to sit comfortably, if for some reason, look, all of Wesley's horses break extremely quick. They get what they call flyers. They just leave there. And much better is quick too, though. So I think Lyrical Poet's going to have to prove that he can come from just off of the pace today to win. Not saying he won't be on the lead, but I'd be surprised if he is.
Well, he's never done it before. He's never come from off the pace to win, and he is fast, Gary, as you mentioned. Much better. The 3 horse is going to keep him company on the front end, out the gate. And, you know, that has the potential to set up for a speed duel where the 2 front horses kind of burn each other out and sets it up for some closers in this race. And that opens up the odds board quite a bit, too, if the one doesn't run his race.
So, guys, we send it to the paddock. 5-2 favorite here. How surprised are you by the money he's getting?
Well, I mean, in a vacuum, I'd be shocked. And I feel like, Greg, you and I are on the same page because he shouldn't be favored. He's not. I agree with Gary. I think I'll have trouble making the lead as long as the 3 breaks. The 11's quick, too. But it's not. He's getting bet because there's a workout report, and he's working favorably with Golden Pal, who arguably is the best turf sprinter in the country, won the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. So this is kind of a clocker-type workout story because, Paul, I'm sorry, I don't believe anybody can make a logical case that he should be favored in this race.
I kind of agree with you because if you look at the 1, the horse has been in for $40,000. You could have bought this horse for $40,000 twice in his 2nd career start. So Wesley bred this horse. He owns this horse. Now, I get it. He's been working very, very well. We're looking at Fauci now for Philip Antonacci, who Wesley Ward had this horse at one time. I think we keep on seeing the same movie. The horse that kind of just sort of idles when he gets towards the lead, or has he had bad trips?
I'm going to disagree, actually. I thought he ran very well in his first start of the year behind the slow pace, and Maxwell Espar's in great form. And then he went 7 furlongs in a yielding turf. He's not a 7 furlong horse. he was much the best in here. The winner, Artemis City Limits, who came back with a very impressive win, had everything his own way. He walked on the front end. The other speed got left. Fauci was held up in traffic. He tried to come through on the inside. He ran the best race that day. There should be pace in today's race. I believe he's supposed to be favored.
Yeah, I can see that. You lose Flavian Pratt to the 5 with Joe Sharp, who's very, very dangerous when he puts blinkers on. He's like 23%. But you're getting Ricardo Santana, who will have this horse probably forward. And Ricardo's ridden this horse before, Fauci.
I think you're going to see Jose Ortiz be aggressive with Noble Emotion. He was way farther back last time than he ever's been. He broke fine, as far as I could tell.
Yeah, I'm with you.
But you're at Monmouth, and, you know, it's not the caliber of rider that Jose Ortiz is. And he's a horse that doesn't need to be on the lead. He can stalk with his outside post, and I think he's a potential upsetter.
I think that's a key stalk, because if the 1 and the 3 do go at it, you can see Tom has the 11. If the 1 and 3 do go at it here, the 11 is clearly the other speed in here, the 3rd speed maybe, or the horse that's going to be laying in that position. If Jose can get this horse to relax, the Son of Noble Mission can finish. 2 wins here at Saratoga, so the 11 does like the track.
And he is taking a lot of money. The 1 and the money he's taken sort of spices the race up, but I know Acacia has some interest in Noble Emotion.
I do. I agree with you, Andy. I think that this is a horse who's better than what we saw from him last time. I thought it was a little bit of a non-committal ride, both early and late. He wasn't really persevered with out of the gate at all and was totally outfooted. And then late in the race, it looked like he was going outside, then ducking back down inside. I'm not really sure if there was much of a hole for him to really try to run through, but he ran that day, and that was off of a layoff too. He was one that, seeing him last year, he's really revved up out on the track, and he's very relaxed today. I like the demeanor that I'm seeing from this 5-year-old gelding now, and seeing how he's come back. He looks fit second off the layoff too, and I do think we're going to see him closer than what we saw from him last time out. As far as the 3 much better does go, as you all were commenting, he is a big key to this race as far as the pace is concerned. I'm still not sold that turf is really better for him. Physically, he looks great. He's beautifully turned out, as all of Steve Asmussen runners are. He was very laid back in the paddock, and then got a little bit more animated out on the track in the warm-up that Jose Lezcano gave him. But I thought it was interesting to note, too, that with previous connections, when Bob Baffert had him, he actually ran in the 2018 Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. He's a horse that top trainers all along have thought could handle the grass, and he does have that speed. Again, he looks a picture in here today. I'm just not sure, given his running style and given his overall recent form, if this is maybe going to move him up in this spot, Greg.
Okay, so we will find out. He is 18-1 on the board for Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen, who owns him as well. 6-year-old now. Long time since he's been on the grass. Getting back to it today as we take a look at Anaconda, the 5 for trainer Joe Sharp.
Yeah, and this turf course has really been playing for closers. If there's honest pace up in front of him, horses swinging a little bit wide, coming off the turn, coming with a big run. I like this horse getting blinkers on. Today, I like Flavian Pratt climbing aboard today. Joe Sharp, the new trainer of record. I think he can lay a little bit closer and be a little more focused early on.
When trainers make equipment changes, as we see here with the 5, Anaconda, blinkers on, oftentimes they're searching. They're looking for an answer. Anaconda, a 5-year-old, has only started 7 times, has tried this level a few times. Anaconda don't want none.
Okay.
Well done, Tom. Well done.
There was 4 of us that said he does want some.
You want to sing that
Unless
next line, by the way? We're taking a look at the 11 in here, and this is Noble Emotion. So Jose Ortiz on board, and as the guys had said over the paddock set, usually this horse is quick, shows a lot more pace, and is closer to it. That was not the case at Monmouth last time out.
Yeah, look, and that's a fair statement. As they're going into the gate right now, you're looking at the 11 waiting to go in. I really think Noble Emotion gets the great setup here to the outside of pace, and he's shown he can close and be very tactical.
4-1 with Jose Ortiz. A lot of money on Lyrical Poet from that inside post. Arad Ortiz Jr. looking for number 3 this afternoon, teaming up with Wesley Ward. Let's go upstairs to John Embrial for the call.
And they're off. Noble Emotion, and there goes Lyrical Poet from the rail. Lyrical Poet grabs the lead. Noble Emotion is racing in second. And then it is Comedy Town, the gray, next in third, with a Much Better running in fourth. Dancing Buck is in fifth, followed by Kobe Tough in sixth. Then on the outside is Running with Scissors in seventh. Farther back is Fauci, who is next in eighth, followed by Spirit Animal and Anaconda. The quarter, 21 and 4/5 seconds, and it is Lyrical Poet who has the lead here. It's Lyrical Poet on top over Noble Emotion. Down at the rail is Comedy Town in third. Much Better's on the outside in fourth as they head for home now. And it is Lyrical Poet challenged by Noble Emotion. Dancing Buck is coming on now out in the middle of the course, and Fauci's putting in a late run. Lyrical Poet, here's Dancing Buck now to take over. Dancing Buck is in front. Fauci continues to gain, but it is Dancing Buck who has the lead, and it is the New York bred Dancing Buck who wins it. Comedy Town noses out Fauci for second.
Dancing Buck, Michelle Nevin, Joel Rosario, back-to-back wins for this 4-year-old.
And Joel, considered the best turf sprint rider in the country. You can't disagree. Sitting down on the fence, Peak Silks right there. Speed duel going on up in front of him. And horse accelerates coming off at the turn. Race over.
You're just getting a typical Joel Rosario turf sprint ride, aren't you? Lets it unfold in front of him, waits, powers home, clears the whole group.
6-7-4-1. Big run from Comedy Town as well, who had to really wait a little while to get some running room in the stretch. But Dancing Buck shortening up from 7 to 5.5 today in back-to-back wins.
Yeah, great job by Michelle Nevin there. He was on the lead last time, going 7 furlongs, but going slow up front, 23.45. Joel allows him to settle into that kind of stride, same kind of stride, but it wasn't on the lead. Didn't bother the horse. He actually enjoyed it.
So 7-1 over 26-1. And there's a look at Michelle Nevin. Well done. Has this 4-year-old in fine form right now. 4th win on the turf, as we mentioned, back-to-back, but 4th win in 9 starts. And you always like in these turf sprints to have that man aboard, our reigning Eclipse Award winning rider, Joel Rosario.
Nobody times it more perfectly on the grass, and it wasn't even about timing today. This was an overpowering run, sitting back and letting the pace beat each other up on the front end and closing well.
Well, speaking of Joel Rosario, got a big one coming up tomorrow. Regular pilot on the top sprinter in the country, Jackie's Warrior, trying to collect yet another win at Saratoga. 4 for 4 here at the Spa in his career. Grade 1 winner at 2, at 3, and now trying to become a Grade 1 winner at 4 here in upstate New York as we get set for the Vanderbilt on Saturday. We'll have a preview coming up.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne. Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
This August, Monmouth Park has the perfect cure for a case of the Mondays. With live racing every Monday starting at 2 p.m., extend your summer weekends and wager on action-packed racing from the Jersey Shore. Plus, play the new 50-cent Monday Mid-Atlantic Pick 4, pairing 2 races from Monmouth and Colonial into Monday's featured bet. It's Monday racing all August long at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Unified, a 3-time graded stakes winner by leading sire Candy Ride, defeating multiple Grade 1 winner Mind Your Biscuits in the Gulfstream Park Sprint, and second in the Grade 1 Carter by a nose. With multiple stakes winners in his first crop, including Roger McQueen and Unified Report. Unified, a proven winner on the track, a proven stallion in the making.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire.
RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on Saratoga Live here on FS2. Good to have you with us as you get a look at Saratoga Lake. Just a few minutes away from this racetrack. So many great things to do outdoors here in the Adirondacks. Dancing Buck, familiar spot for Joel Rosario in the winner's circle with Michelle Nevin on this 4-year-old who's now won back-to-back starts sprinting on the turf. $17.80.
You don't see that much with Joel Rosario up here at Saratoga, a $17 winner, and he was well meant today for sure.
Overpowering performance. Just a second level allowance race. Dancing Buck looks like the kind of horse going this distance, as long as he can get some speed up front, can move on and go to the next level.
So back-to-back for Dancing Buck. Let's go to Acacia.
Form right now as I'm pleased to be joined by his trainer, Michelle Nevin. Michelle, Dancing Buck wired the field last time, and then coming from off of it today. How nice is it to see a horse that just has so much versatility?
Oh, it's great to have a horse like him. He's versatile, hard-knocking, always tries.
Was that the game plan today, to try to sit off of it?
Well, there was a lot more gate speed today, so we figured, you know, they're probably going to outbreak us, and Joel, he's the man, you know, did a great job.
So good at those turf sprints. And was there any doubt in your mind about him shortening up to the 5.5 today too? Obviously seemed to handle it fine.
5.5 always makes you nervous because you got to get a good trip, but Joel did a great job.
I had to ask you too, we saw the curl in earlier with Artorias out of Paula Silver Lining, who you had for the early part of her career and had a lot of success with. How exciting was that for you to see?
Oh, it's great to watch. You know, it makes us think about Paula, and we had so much fun with her. It was awesome to watch.
Well, congratulations on the nice win here, Michelle.
Thank you.
Michelle Nevin, terrific horsewoman, and has Dancing Buck in great form right now, Greg.
Yeah, she does. She's done a tremendous job with this turf sprinter. Again, a lot of these turf sprints, it comes down to a little bit of luck, but certainly trip, and got a good trip
Yeah,
today.
most definitely. I mean, when you're coming off that turn on a come from behind her, you've got to save ground around the turn, and then you've got to find the right split or come around them all. And sometimes when you come around them all, you're losing too much ground to make up that deficit. And Joel's one of the best at finding those gaps. He sees what's going on up in front of him. He's predicting who's going to do what. He sees little nuances on the riders that are in front of him. And more than likely, most of the time, he's following the right horse.
Yeah, look, the really good riders, they have an instinct. You had it too. They really see it before it happens. They know what's happening in front of them and the moves those riders are going to make because they know them from the room. They know their style, what they like to do, what they don't like to do. You definitely know who's in front of you and what they like to do and don't want to do, so you can play off of that.
Yeah, 100%.
2 more legs remain in this late pick 5 that now we have a bit of a number if you are still alive. Dancing Buck, $17.80. Kustakab was your favorite. Artorias for Chad Brown. Looks like, assuming he comes out of that curling, okay, moving on to the Run Happy Travers. We'd love to see him there. Race 9, 6 furlongs back on the main track here in a starter allowance, 50,000 starter allowance. And Tom, you talked about this race earlier when you talked through your pick 5 ticket with the scratches. You thought Nicholas James became very dangerous.
I think so. The 2-horse, as well as the other half of the entry with the 1-horse, Motion to Strike, and the 6, Street Culture. These are all horses that want to be on the lead. When you take those 3 out of the race because of the scratches, it becomes a race that doesn't have very much pace at all.
All right, we'll have more on this race coming up in a moment. Grade 1 we're going to have for you on Saturday as you take a look at our weekend stakes schedule on Big Fox. That Alfred G. Vanderbilt, top sprinter in the country. Jackie's Warrior, we'll see early voting, that Preakness winner in the Jim Dandy. In the Vanderbilt, he's just trying to find some competition. Jackie's Warrior coming back as a 4-year-old has been as dominant, if not more so than he was in his 3-year-old campaign. He's 4 for 4 here at Saratoga, and I doubt you'll even get 1 to 5 tomorrow.
Yeah, 3 for 3 this year, and this kind of race like he ran at Belmont, he's sitting off the rail. That wouldn't concern me. He's guiding perfectly. Gary, that stride is just big and long, and no one can keep up.
Yeah, and also what Joel was doing was staying out of his way. He was comfortable 3-4 wide around the turn. He remained in the 3 and 4 path. He wasn't steering him. He was just pointing him towards the finish line. And Jackie's Warrior knows where the finish line is, geared down at the end, plenty left in the tank.
And that's what Joel usually does with him. Even though he's out in front, as we see his work here, courtesy of XBTV, he doesn't put him up on the fence. He's always a few paths off.
So I think part of the reason for that is also, and Gary can comment on this, the more you put a horse against the rail, the more keen he's going to be. If you're making the lead easy against a group, there's no reason for your horse to be keen. You want him to relax. You want to save some energy in the tank. So staying off the rail, whether it's the workout we're watching here, Gary,
yes,
or the race itself, it works to the advantage of the horse if you're trying to relax him.
I would very rarely lay a horse on the paint in the morning for that one particular reason. If I wanted to go fast, I could drop them down on the paint and they would go as fast as you wanted them to go. But that was a controlled workout right there. This horse is capable of going 44, 48 and 1 there. He's just a special sprinter.
That was a work over that Oklahoma training track. 6th quickest of 56 in the morning, but if wanted to, he could go as fast as he wants. As we look at his resume, 11 for 15 in his career. As good as he is, and he's the champ, there's still some unfinished business for him, as he did not get the job done in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Obviously, that is the goal this year, coming back as a 4-year-old, as we send it over to the paddock set.
He only has the one bad race sprinting. It was the Breeders' Cup. Otherwise, he's brilliant, and he's fast, and he's good. And he has really compiled an incredible record at Saratoga. He's basically won just about every sprint race we had to offer.
That is true, right?
He won the 2 3-year-olds last year, the 2 2-year-olds.
He's won, what, 10 times around one turn. He's lost twice. One time he should have never lost to Drain the Clock. He stumbled to his face. So he's basically lost one race around one turn, and it was the Breeders' Cup Sprint. And now he's turning into a different type of animal. He's just... and I think he's purposely led out into the middle of the racetrack. Now, on this day, he was able to battle and get the job done. But I think on the rail, I think now that he's grown up, I think Joel wants him, you can see even trying to get him outside, he wants him outside of horses because he wants him to see his competition. He thinks that was the mistake in the Breeders' Cup because, listen, he had to get pushed from the gate from the 2-hole in the Breeders' Cup. He wants to be able to settle because I think now at his age, at age 4, Andy, he can rate. Even though you see a lot of ones, I still think he can rate off somebody.
We'll see. You know, we'll see what happens when he faces another rival with speed.
Yeah.
Obviously, he was able to do it till Life is Good. His Breeders' Cup, they went so fast early, he couldn't even make the lead, but considering his distance limitations, he ran a brilliant race that day. He's a tremendous racehorse, and if he can add the Vanderbilt, and then he can add the Forgo to his resume, I mean, he's basically won the only 4 Grade 1s at Saratoga he could conceivably win. It's pretty amazing. He's a really, really terrific horse.
He's stacking up some high buyers, too. I mean, he's getting in the 110 land, and he's not even getting pursued. So I wonder what the limit is, what the top is, you know?
Well, the question is there any competition for him out there? And they're going to face him because on paper, he's 1-9 in this race.
Yeah, I think we all are in agreement on that. Again, trying to make history tomorrow, become the first to win Grade 1s at this historic racetrack in 3 separate years. Amazing. We haven't seen it before. We may see it tomorrow. Breeders' Cup Juvenile winner, 2-year-old champion. Many remember Corniche. Been a long time since we've seen him. Used to be with Bob Baffert. Now he's with Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. He'll make his return Sunday in Amsterdam. We'll have a preview ahead.
I just happened to be up on the 3rd floor of the grandstand at Saratoga, so I saw a horse load up in the gate and just decided to clock it. Went like 11 and 22 and 33 and 44 and change. It was one of the fastest gate works I've ever seen.
Nashville, first time out, much the best.
Spice Down was a super fast horse, certainly no surprise when he has an offspring like Nashville.
Never asked for a thing, track record.
Nashville for the best sprint time of the Fairgrounds meet.
Like my old boss Wayne Lucas always said, you can't coach speed.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets.
Raise a toting gem. Lay down the shovel in the hole. Hang up the fiddle and the bow. No more work for poor old man. Gone with the big folk go.
All kinds of entertainment on site here at this historic racetrack. Welcome back to Saratoga Live, program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. You can put your handicapping skills to the test. Download Stay Lucky, the free contest app from ABR. Download today, start building your streak, and you can win exclusive prizes, including a chance to win $1 million. It's all free on the Stay Lucky app. Download today and start winning. Good luck to everybody out there getting involved with this. We might have seen a horse with Juddmonte colors who want to paint that canoe that color on August 27th.
Have we talked about how the canoe's looking a little bit more modern in the colors?
It is. It is.
You know, it's 2022. The paint jobs are much more modern to me.
Grade 2 Amsterdam. We talked about the 2-year-old champ returning, Corniche. We haven't seen him since that Breeders' Cup Juvenile win when he was with Bob Baffert. Now he's with Todd Pletcher. And Pletcher deciding to bring him back in a sprint spot, said we weren't going to tackle 2 turns against these tough 3-year-olds. We're going to bring him here, and then maybe we'll see him in the Alan Jerkins. This is his juvenile win.
He broke his maiden going 5.5 furlongs at Del Mar last year, and he ran fast. He got a 98 Beyer in that first out. It's the fastest Beyer speed figure that he ran. So I don't think he's going to have any problems being fresh coming back at 6.5 furlongs.
This juvenile win was remarkable. He broke from an extreme outside post position, went straight to the front, and just ran everybody into the ground. Just took them out of the game and just kept on going. 3 for 3 lifetime, like you said, makes his first start since November. Who wouldn't love to have one like this in their barn?
And he's going to try and deliver Todd Pletcher what would be a record-tying 5th victory in the Amsterdam, and he's by the sire that gave Pletcher one of those, Quality Road.
Ah, good point. Very good. I see what you did there.
He's talented. He's going to be fun to watch coming back. Extra star power on a Sunday card. Who's he going to line up against? Among others, Gunite, who was a Grade 1 hopeful winner here last summer, who looks like he's finally getting back into top form for Steve Asmussen now as a 3-year-old.
Yeah, he is. And that's him on the rail right there. Boy, the rail just opened up for him, Gary. He had a great trip that day to get the win.
He did have a great trip, and Mike Prankster was second in there. Hoist the Gold. They'll be coming back, tackling Gunite, tackling Corniche, excuse me. But shortening up, this race was 7 furlongs, so half a furlong shorter.
Look forward to it. That's going to be part of our Sunday coverage on Saratoga Live. Right now we have the late double still to come. This 9th race, 6 furlongs, main track. Let's head to Acacia for a paddock report.
I seem to have lost my cameraman, Greg, but we will go through the runners that I'm interested in here in the paddock. The number 9, Baltazar, starting with him, who is currently 5-2 on the board for Horacio de Paz, being a neck last time out as he was 3 wide, dueling to the wire with the winner, but got caught. I thought it was a valiant effort from him, and I really liked what I had seen from him physically leading into that race as he had come off of a maiden special weight score impressively over at Belmont. He looks terrific once again today. So strong, so well muscled. He'll shorten up once again to the 3/4 of a mile in here today, but he's a horse that really seems to have flourished with Horacio de Paz, looking so much more athletic now. He had a really exuberant warm-up last time out. I'll be curious to see what kind of warm-up he gets under Manny Franco again today, who's gotten a chance to really get to know this horse. The number 5 on the hill as Jim Bond looks for his 2nd win of the day. Of course, you can't ignore the fact that Luis Saez does climb aboard this horse in here today, and I thought that he was one who just really was kind of hanging on that left lead last time out, being a little bit difficult, a little bit erratic, and Luis Saez is just such a strong rider and actually rode this horse in his debut, which was the last time I saw him, in which he was very green and lacked a lot of focus. Obviously, a lot can change since November to July, and he he is so relaxed, so professional in here, and he looks great in his coat, just carrying a lot of good muscle mass. They do saddle him outside the saddling stall, but he's been the ultimate professional here in the paddock. Just physically, he was the one that caught my eye right away. Just looks so healthy and like a horse that's really doing well. And again, as we even heard Jim Bond say earlier today, Luis Saez is his main man. The 3 Life Changer, Joel Rosario climbs back aboard this one. Last time out, I thought that he was actually one who needed to be worked on a little bit throughout an early part of the race. It looked like he was just waiting for room. He tipped out. It just didn't really have enough. But Jose Gomez, who rode him that day, seemed like he was really trying to work on him a bit. He seems like he's the type of horse that you kind of need to keep after. He's very fit in here. He has a lot of good scope and muscle mass to him as well. Along the lines as well, they've added a shadow roll, a very small piece of fleece across the noseband to keep a horse's head out and down and keep them kind of reaching over that piece of fleece on the noseband, so to speak. I like what I see from Life Changer, and we'll see if he can relax a little bit and maybe respond to his rider's cues a bit sooner as we head over to Andy and Paul.
Thanks, Acacia. A number of these horses are coming out of a race at Belmont back in, which doesn't seem like that long ago, but back June 5th, the 6th race. And I thought Baltazar probably ran the best race in there. He was the most forwards. The race kind of came apart a little bit late. But Life Changer ran well, and it's hard to ignore the rider change to Joel Rosario and Life Changer.
Yeah.
I think the public's got the right 2 favorites.
Yeah, Baltazar just never got a breather this whole race and was really battling in between horses, you can see he was trying to fend off the horse on the rail, then he was trying to fend off the horse to his outside. I mean, he was trying to do everything, and he just got out finished late. But I thought, I'm with you, he ran a giant effort that day. Funny Joke just got the better of him because he did all the dirty work.
Yeah, I thought he ran terrific, and I think Life Changer ran okay. Baltazar was better, but maybe the rider change brings the 2 of them together a little more. I took Life Changer on top, but really it was a bit of a coin flip for me. On the Hill's going to get some attention this race, the 5, or Jimmy Bond, and he gets so much attention up here, and deservedly so. And I think one of the reasons such a short price is people see the rider change from Heman Harkey to Luis Saez. My problem is, and Luis Saez is a great rider, Heman Harkey gave this horse a perfect ride last time. So Louis may be a stronger rider, maybe that helps, but I don't think he can ride him really better than Harkey did.
I'm kind of with you. I think on the Hill, it's not the rider here, and I think a lot of people are saying, okay, I get it. It's Luis Saez from Heman Harkey.
Right.
But the first 3 starts, this horse got dead left. And finally, the last 2 starts, he's kind of figured it out of the gate, and that's resulted in 2 very good efforts. So he's getting closer and closer, and I actually think Heman Harkey's a nice little jockey.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's nobody around that wouldn't take Luis Saez if they could ride the horse.
Yeah, of course.
But that doesn't mean that Heman didn't give him a good ride last time. I think he's a little over butt right now, but he was my 3rd choice. But I got to tell you, Greg, I chalked it out here.
Well, there is Saez, the man that led the way pretty much start to finish at this meet last year. 64 wins, 4th most all time here at Saratoga. Just walked off our screen. And on the Hill, Paul referenced it, and there is the 5. Seems to be coming into this race really in the right way for Jimmy Bond, who won earlier on the card, by the way.
Yeah, 2nd at this level in his last start. So, I mean, a very logical horse here.
There's Saez. When you look at him, Gary, as a rider, what stands out to you?
His strength and his finesse. Very good away from the starting gate. Horses that hadn't previously broke well. They always show a little bit more speed with Luis Saez, and but his racing savvy. But I think you've got to put him right in the mix with Joel Rosario on his strength of finishing. There's not a lot separating. There's 3 or 4 guys here that are as good of finishers as I've seen in the game in my career.
To be
maybe
the best.
your 2nd favorite rider, Tom?
Well, he might be my 1st right now.
Okay,
but I mean, to be the best, you've got to possess a lot of things. Gary mentioned a number of them, but wow, he is a terrific gate rider.
And I only say that because obviously Jose Ortiz, big one for you.
Oh, yeah.
But
Jose
Luis,
won the
2 grade
Kentucky
1s for you,
Oaks,
right?
And he won 2 grade 1s for me last year. Yeah, so look, I mean, there's a lot to choose from up here. But those guys all have some same characteristics. They understand the race. They know how to ride it. They're paying attention to time. They're very strong finishers. Saez, as you mentioned, a great gate rider.
So let me ask you a question, Tom. Of all the tracks where you run horses, No, you'd get disappointed when a rider can't ride your horse. Are you as disappointed in Saratoga when you can't get who you want because of the depth of the jockey colony?
I'm not as disappointed for a couple of reasons. Number one, I think this meet up here, I would say more than a lot of meets, and you've competed at both as an agent and as a rider. I would say this meet up here is more controlled by the riders and their agents than a lot of other meets that I compete as a trainer. So I fully expect it, and I'm okay with it because the colony is so deep.
We haven't seen, and we've talked about it really since opening day, a jockey colony this deep in a long, long time here at this Saratoga meeting. Favor right now as they come down Champions Way, that 9, Baltazar. Horacio de Paz, Manny Franco will ride, just missed by a neck at the same condition last time out as a beaten favorite in that spot. Finished just ahead of Life Changer. We'll have the rematch with Life Changer's going to inherit the inside post, the 3 with Joel Rosario.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's going to make a lot of difference. You know, there's some decent speed in this race. Life Changer is going to have to, you know, figure out the trip, and we're relying on Joel Rosario to do that. Had a little bit of traffic in that paint that we watched with Baltazar. I saw him as the best horse in that race in that past race because of the
I thought he had a very
gain
subtle
curve.
bad trip in his last start.
So the remaining half of the entry is actually going to be all the way on the outside in here. That's Nicholas James.
Yeah, and this horse is quick from the gate. He's kind of done everything. They tried him on the turf last time, going on mile 16th. He shortens up today.
Here's Joel Rosario for John Terranova, Life Changer.
Yeah, and Life Changer, we just talked about the trip he had last time. Hopefully Joel can get him a clear trip today.
New barn this summer at Saratoga. Jason Barkley and a horse turning back in distance.
Jason's a young trainer from the Midwest, an up-and-coming trainer at that. Tried the allowance level and is making a bit of a class drop here after running second.
Here's Saez for the Bond Barn on the hill.
Yeah, first time Luis Saez has climbed on this horse. He ran second last time out. It was a game effort. Maybe he can change the gap today.
Turf back to dirt with a speedster, Dark Timber.
Yeah, Dark Timber, another horse that's got good early speed, going to be keeping Nicholas James company up front.
Turf to dirt move as well with Charger.
Yeah, popular horse in the claim box. You can claim these horses if they're running for a set price. You can buy them out of the race. He's moving into an allowance race where he's protected.
And Baltazar, again, who just missed at this condition last start.
Yeah, he's facing more speed today, but I don't think that more speed in the race is going to hurt him. He should get a good trip from sitting just off the pace.
5-2 on Baltazar, trained by the man standing by with Acacia.
Yeah, pleased to be joined by Horacio de Paz. Baltazar, last time, as you and I were just talking, he was pretty strong in his warm-up in his last race. He seems pretty relaxed today. And what were the conversations you had with Manny Franco leading into this?
I just told Manny kind of play the break. Seems like there's some speed in there. Outside horse has a lot of speed, so hopefully, you know, he can get a good spot off of them and, you know, see how he just closes up.
You ran a very valiant race last time out, and this was a horse that you'd actually claimed and stepped up. What was it about him that drew you to him?
Well, talking to the owner that helped, you know, to claim him, that spotted him out. You know, he had trouble trips in both starts at Aqueduct, so, and he looked like a winner, you know, in the race before we claimed him. So that gave us motivation to be able to, you know, claim him.
And how has he come out of that last race? As again, it was a hard-fought effort, but it looks like he is just really flourishing coming into this spot.
Yeah, no, he's doing really well. I mean, every race he seems to, you know, just be the same pro, so he's good.
Appreciate your time as always, Horacio.
Thank you.
Horacio de Paz sending out Baltazar. We'll see if he can be a little bit more relaxed on the track prior to the race today, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. There he is, sharp young trainer who claimed this horse, immediately puts him into the winner's circle in a maiden special weight, and then almost goes back-to-back, running second, missing by a neck.
In this exact condition. So the logical horse, the 9 horse, is in Baltazar.
Yeah, and as you had brought up, Gary, I mean, Manny Franco, boy, this horse tactically has the ability to stay very close.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be far away from Nicholas James or the other speed in the race here, Dark Timber. Dark Timber, I think he'll be in front or Nicholas James, but I anticipate Dark Timber being out in front, and Baltazar lane not too far off of that.
Meanwhile, somewhere through those trees, there he is, on the hill for the James Bond Barn, who would love to see a few of these speedsters battle up front. Take a look back to July 3rd, and he would wind up second, beat just a length. He was well clear of the third place finisher.
He was, and if he's looking for pace, perhaps he gets it today with the outside horse, the 1A, that will be breaking from the extreme outside, Nicholas James, and Dark Timber, the 7 horse, who's coming off a turf sprint back to the dirt, where he's shown really good speed out of the gate.
We talked about Luis Saez and horses that don't normally break as well or as sharp. They will break sharper with Luis, so hopefully that keeps him a little more involved early on.
There's what Saez has done this afternoon. Again, last year's leading rider here at the meet. Still looking for his first winner with 2 more chances coming up on this Friday card. This meet, we talk about how competitive it is. He comes in, Saez, with, among other mounts, the Kentucky Oaks winner. And you run into someone who develops like Nest and going to get another chance to meet that filly, but that was just sensational performance from Ness and that coaching club, American Oaks.
Yeah, look, if Ness comes back anything like she is going into the Alabama, they're not going to beat her in the Alabama. I mean, they got to run the race, but I haven't seen too many performances this year by any 3-year-old filly that would have beat her in her previous race.
I mean, it's certainly the best performance we've seen at this meet. I mean, maybe in Italian on the grass, it was impressive for sure, but Nest was something that was a little bit different than what we've been seeing at this particular meet this year.
Might be a little biased, but Cart Talk was earlier. Mike Rapoli, he thinks she's the best 3-year-old, period. That performance certainly gives him a big argument to back that up. Let's go back to the paddock set.
We'll see. I don't know. It'd be tough to pass up being 1-5 in the Alabama.
Right.
But we'll see what they do. I guess maybe some may depend on Charge It. The 7 here, and Gary was touching this. I agree. This horse is going to be very forward. And why he may face pressure from Nicholas James, he might not be quite as fast as that one. They're both very quick. You have to admit the scratch of the 1 makes his job easier if he can run his best race for Norm Cassidy.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, he's a horse that has very, very good gate speed. If you look, it's 1s all the way down. So the 7 usually breaks very, very fast. When you have the 1A on the outside, Nicholas James, same. So although Nicholas James is the 1A, he is going to break from the complete outside post. So he'll be on top of Dark Timber. So that would be interesting between the 7 and the 1A.
Yeah, no, it'll be interesting to see how quick they go, but I don't think the main players, the 3 and 9, will be compromised because they have the speed if the pace doesn't heat up that much. And now you want to talk a little about Jason Barkley and kind of rooting for him to have some success here because it's the first time he's tried to come to the New York circuit.
Yeah, you know, Tom hit the nail on the head. A young trainer. I know Jason very, very well. He's been trying to come up here. He took this horse off Brad Cox. Listen, you $50,000 too, and he moved this horse up. The horse ran very, very well, second with Francisco Arrieta aboard. He gets Ricardo Santana. You're getting a horse from Churchill that's cutting back. Now, I believe he's going to need some pace to close into, and he's going to have to improve. But I'm rooting for Jason, too. He's a good young guy that has a very good eye for horses.
Big price on the 1A, Acacia. You got some thoughts?
I don't necessarily trust him in here, Andy, but he is cutting back in distance and going back to the dirt. He's definitely not a turf horse. He's very sharp in here once again. In fact, they had a lot of trouble getting the tack on him back in the paddock, but they've been fooling around with the equipment on this horse. He used to wear an extension blinker in where his right eye was fully covered. They've gone back to then just kind of bigger open blinkers. He's pretty well closed in with the blinkers that he has in here too. I think he's the type of horse that just always is looking around at everything going on around him. So it looks like it's back to that extension blinker on the right eye today and the shortcut blinker on the left, which is what he was wearing in his debut, which is when he won. So we'll see what happens with him today. He can't see any horses to his outside. Quickly on the 9, Baltazar throwing his head around, trying to run off in the warm-up last time out. Manny Franco kept him with the pony, and he was a lot more relaxed on track today, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Last about to load up here, Baltazar, and then that speedster, who Tom likes, Nicholas James, the remaining half of the entry with the apprentice Jose Gomez. Race 9, Saratoga. Let's go upstairs. Johnny and Brielle, the call.
Set for the start of the 9th. And they're off, unseating the rider right at the start, number 7, Dark Timber. So you have a loose horse at the back. Up front, it is a Life Changer with On the Hill. And Nicholas James is racing in third. And then comes Baltazar on the outside in fourth, followed by Charger, and farther back is Quick to Blame, the trailer, in sixth. A battle up front between On the Hill and Life Changer through a quarter in 22 and 3/5 seconds. And right behind is the trio of Nicholas James, Baltazar, and Charger. And at the back is the trailer, Quick to Blame. Up front, On the Hill has taken the lead here from Life Changer. It's On the Hill in front as Charger looks to come on through. Then it is Baltazar and Nicholas James. The field is past the 8th pole now, and it is On the Hill who's on the lead here. On the Hill in front with Charger, and down on the inside, a Life Changer. On the Hill. Another New York bred winner here in open company. Life Changer was second. Then came Charger and Baltazar.
Well, Gary, you talked about this rider's one of his great traits, his aggressiveness. This horse a lot closer than really we've ever seen him.
Well, let me clarify. He's not that aggressive. Horses just break for him fast. He doesn't take them out of their game. It's just to add on links at the start because of the way they break for him. But this horse put Louis into the race, and he let him take advantage of it, and he finished strong, although finished on his left lead, never did change. And my theory is, if they don't want to change, try him once. He may have a reputation of not switching in the past, but leave him alone. When they get tired, they'll switch. May have noticed the 7 horse stumbled leaving their Dark Timber with Tyler Gaffleone. Here he is getting up, a little bit shaken there. The horse is pulled up. They caught the horse safely as well.
Well, great to see Tyler Gaffleone walking under his own power there after getting dumped from this horse, Dark Timber, right out of the gate, which really changed the complexion of this race early on.
And he's moving well, coming back with the outrider there without his rider, unfortunately. For the winner, On the Hill, and for Luis Saez, look, Dark Timber, who was part of the speed of this race, is braking right next to him. When he realizes he's out of the race, for On the Hill, his job on the lead and close up like that becomes a lot easier for him. And they weren't going super fast on the front end to begin with, and he's able to bring it home. Gary, you're right. He stays on his left lead, his inside lead there, but nonetheless is able to fend off any challengers.
Andy, Paul, James Bond Barn, couple of wins on this Friday card.
Always happy to see Jimmy Bond and the team get some wins. We talked about they knew yesterday, and the proverbial they, the wise guys, they knew. It's shocking this horse was favored in this race. Not as shocking, though, as him being on the front end.
Yeah, I was a little shocked. And I think that's the inexperience maybe of Jose Gomez. I'm sure Tom was thinking when the 7 came out of the gate, oh my God, the 1A is going to have a lonely lead. And Jose Gomez decided, you know what, I'm not going to go. So Luis Saez goes, you know what? If you guys don't want to go, I'll get my horse involved because I know this horse can finish, and that's what happened.
Yeah, I hope Jose Gomez, who's an aggressive rider, doesn't fall in that bad habit of rating speed horses. It wasn't that fast a pace. He was much the best On the Hill, and they knew he would be.
On the Hill, 2-1, actually goes off as the favorite in this race.
At our desk, they knew. That could be the name of a song. They knew.
I wish I knew they would get their tips.
You want they tips?
3-8-9. Luis Saez gets his 13th winner of the meet, staying within striking range of Arad Ortiz Jr. We'll be back.
Reach the starting gate. It's post time. Home front, the favorite comes forward. And they're into the stretch. Cold Front put to the test. Old Cash on the outside trying to go with it, but Cold Front kicks away. Cold Front 2.5. Cold Front does it again, wiring the field in the Amsterdam.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Keeneland September Yearling Sale.
A terrific maternal pedigree, Grade 1 winners and champions across the bench.
Life is good. Next
Go to the back. Good luck.
Every breeder hopes to leave a lasting genetic legacy. It's one of the few true paths to immortality. The importance, permanence, and legacy of Alapa is best understood by the influence of Prince Palatine. To put Prince Palatine's significance and that of the farm into a proper perspective, every stallion at Alapa traces their parentage back to Prince Palatine. Hill and Dale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious.
We are back on Saratoga Live, program brought to you where you can play it all. Go to NyraBets.com, download that NyraBets app, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Luis Saez gets his first winner on this Friday card, his 13th of the meet. Teams up with the James Bond barn. Dutchess View Farms own this 3-year-old who wins for the second time in his career. Returns $6.80 for the victory. Let's go to Acacia.
I'm pleased to be joined by winning rider Luis Saez. Louis, on the hill, I know this was your first time riding him. He didn't switch leads again like he did last time, too, and then you just kind of left him alone. Tell me a little bit about what you felt from him in the stretch.
Yeah, he don't want to switch the lead. I tried like twice, but he just want to keep going in that lead. But he was moving pretty well. He was running, so I don't want to, you know, like overdoing to him. And, well, the plan with him was try to put it in the clear because he always stay behind, and he's like still a baby. Yeah, and then, well, today he broke pretty well. He was right there, came to the top of the straight. He made a nice move. It was all about him.
Oh, Jim Bond said earlier, Luis Saez is my main man, and you've won a lot of races together. Tell me a little bit about that partnership.
Oh, my God, James Bond is pretty nice. You know, it's so nice to ride for him. He never get mad. He always let me ride the horses whatever I want, and, well, it's a pretty nice people. I feel very grateful to be a part of there.
You've teamed up for a lot of nice wins together. Now, coming up on Sunday, I know you haven't had a chance to work him and you don't know about him much, but Corniche, you'll be climbing aboard in the Amsterdam. Just tell me how excited you are to ride this horse. He was so good as a 2-year-old.
Geez, that was a privilege for us to be on top of a horse like that. You know, it's something big. We're pretty happy. We're excited. We can't wait to be here Saturday, and let's let him roll.
Can't wait to see him, Louis. Thank you so much. Congratulations here.
Thank you so much.
Luis Saez, always smiling at Greg and bringing home the winners, as always.
He's got a lot to smile about. He's had a tremendous run, especially the last couple of years. First classic win last year on the eventual 3-year-old champ, Essential Quality. That Belmont Stakes win, that Travers win, going a long way towards earning him that.
You know, Louis and I, we have something in common. I liked riding for trainers that were really, really nice, too. Don't get mad. The trainers that don't get mad, Tom has
nothing to say right now, does he?
Look, all I'll say is you put a lot of time and effort. The barn puts a lot of time and effort in between starts, 3, 4, 5 weeks. And if something goes wrong on the track during the course of the race, sometimes your emotions get the best of you and you think, you know, worse for it later, but it hurts. It matters. If it matters, it's okay to get a little upset.
Yeah, I understand.
No.
Understood.
It does. It shows that this means something to you, no question.
Thank you.
But not a guy I want to be on the wrong side of, I'll tell you that right now.
I'm on the right side.
Late pick 5. Follow along. 1 leg remains. $986,000 in this pool. These payoffs are tremendous in this pick 5 coming up. Wow. To the favorite right now, that is the 6. Stella Mars, it's over $1,700 and built different, the 10, $2,300 plus. much bigger to just about everybody else. And I thought this last race, I don't know what you guys thought, wide open way to close out this card.
I couldn't agree more. There's some question as to who wants to go this 2-turn distance in this race. There's some horses that are coming off races where they didn't get a chance to run, so you know, in terms of trip handicapping, they come into play as well.
Tomorrow, Big Fox, Grade 2 Jim Dandy, 4:30 Eastern start time, with 3 of the top 3-year-olds in the country. It's our ABR race of the week. Excuse me. You don't want to miss it. And you have Epicenter, runner-up in both the Kentucky Derby and the Preakness. Your Preakness winner in early voting, and your Derby third-place finisher in Zandon. Let's take a look at the Preakness winner for Chad Brown and Klarovich, working leading up to this Jim Dandy.
Yeah, and this horse is just super consistent with his workouts, under no pressure whatsoever here on the outside. Rider just sitting motionless there, you can tell, just sitting, hands very low, doesn't pick him up at all until they hit the finish line. He'll let him gallop out a little bit, but this is just a walk in the park for him.
It is a walk in the park, and as you said, Gary, the hands are so quiet. That's the way the rider communicates to the horse, tells him when to go, when to slow down, and those hands are still as can be. He's telling early voting, not yet, my friend. Let's just go nice and easy.
Meanwhile, his stablemate, first time we'll see him since his third-place finish in the Run for the Roses, working solo.
Yeah, and they always do this with him. Big, long striding Colton. Again, like instant replay of early voting. Rider sitting with a long cross there, not moving his hands. He does let him gallop out just a little bit after he hits the finish line.
Yeah, and for Zandon, I think the work may be a shade different past finish line because it's been a while. He hasn't run since the Derby, and you may need a little bit more when he comes back into this race.
So much talk about the big 3 in here. There is one other remaining horse with the scratcher, Western River. That is Tawnyport. We're going to send it to the paddock, guys. And guys, Brad Cox used that Lexington to see if he truly was a dirt horse to get into the Derby. Proved in that Lexington when he was, and he's backed it up with another Grade 3 win.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be careful in Saratoga sometimes, leaving out the horse who looks like he can't win on paper. We've seen some crazy results. It looked like Cloud Computing and Always Dreaming. The Preakness and Derby winner were the 2 horses, and they didn't do very well when they ran the Jim Dandy. Now, this is a tough 3-headed monster to take on, but he's not an untalented horse, Paul.
No, he's not untalented at all. He's 4 for 7 lifetime. Now, he's been behind Epicenter and Zandon. He didn't run an awful Derby either. He was 4 lengths from the winner. He was right behind Mo Donegal. This was his Ohio Derby win. He was widest of all, and he beat White Abarrio. White Abarrio, obviously, he won at Gulfstream. Yeah, the Florida Derby.
He wasn't flattered by his performance at Haskell, however.
Here's what happens. I can see Tawnyport, the big 3, do they run 1, 2, 3? I can see Tawnyport maybe getting 3rd, and maybe the big 3 run 1, 2. But he's a talented horse, but he's just running against 3, maybe other more talented horses.
You take a shot. You can't ever win if you're not in the race.
100%,
and we respect him for taking a shot. He's a talented horse. But it's a pretty tough Jim Dandy this year. We'll see if he can pull the upset. He wouldn't be the first horse to pull an upset in Saratoga.
Not at all in a history that's reputation is the graveyard of favorites. We'll see if that happens in the Jim Dandy on Saturday. Again, coverage Big Fox, 4:30 Eastern start time tomorrow. We'll have the story of the Big Red Spring when we come back. Those waters have healing powers, and you can drink them up right here at Saratoga Racecourse. Stay with us.
Catholic Boy, one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4, he was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
For over a century, success starts at Saratoga. As America's #1 ranked yearling sale by percentage of Grade 1 and graded stakes winners, Saratoga is the can't-miss event of the summer. One catalog of selected yearlings offered over 2 electrifying evenings. Recent Grade 1 winners include the brilliant Flightline, Bleecker Street, Maracuja, and Queen Goddess, plus new Hall of Fame inductee Teppan. The Fasig-Tipton Saratoga Sale, August 8th and 9th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Health, history, horses has been the slogan of Saratoga Springs for nearly a century, and the Big Red Spring is the perfect representation of this phrase. Long before the racetrack opened in 1863, Saratoga Springs was a popular resort destination. Its famous mineral springs were believed to treat a wide array of medical conditions. Introduced in 1975, the Big Red Spring was named after two of the sport's most legendary chestnuts, Man o' War and Secretariat. In addition to their immense talent, the two stallions also shared the same nickname, Big Red. For the last 46 years, people of all ages have sampled the Big Red Spring as a part of their racetrack experience. It is a tradition that establishes Saratoga as the most unique racing venue in the world.
While all of you at home are familiar with all the talent you see on the air, whether positively or negatively, we often talk about the many people behind the scenes that work incredibly hard to make this machine go. And I don't think there's anybody who works harder than our Director of TV Broadcast Operations, Eric Donovan. And I feel fortunate to have met Eric before he worked at NYRA a long, long time ago, back in 1997. And last Friday was the 25th anniversary of Eric Donovan joining us here at NYRA. He has held many, many titles here, and I don't think you can know what it's like babysitting people like me and perhaps some of the other people on the show. And Eric deals with so much and is such a huge part of making things go at NYRA. And we've been lucky to have him as we had him a morning line maker. I mean, David Aragona may do a good job. Eric did a great job as well. Used to be on Talking Horse with me and Take the Abuse. I'm the only person who ever made him mad, actually, on Talking Horses. Tough to do, and we're all very fortunate to have Eric at NYRA. And we just want to say congratulations on spending 25 years of your life with us at NYRA, and we hope it's many, many more.
I couldn't agree more. Listen, Eric, you call Eric, he picks up the phone. It's just the bottom line. He's a treat to work with. And since I've been here with NYRA, he's my go-to guy. I call Eric all the time. This is the bottom line.
Eric's the best, and Eric, we love you here. So.
Thank you. I love all you guys too.
Well, we appreciate what you've done, and 25 years at NYRA is quite an achievement.
Yeah, it is.
And we really do hope it's many, many more. I hope you outlast me here.
Hoping for another 25.
All right, Eric.
It's been a whole lot of fun and a lot of great people, and it's really a joy.
Does he want 25? Does he want 25 more with you, though?
Nobody wants 25 more with me. He would not have lasted 25 if I was here the entire time. Eric, thanks so much.
Thanks, Eric. Yeah.
Very nice. Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Paul, and everyone else.
Congrats, Eric Donovan. it's amazing. I call him the fixer because you need something done. It doesn't matter what it is. Call him and it gets done. He does everything for us behind the scenes with this production. There's so much on his plate, my head would spin.
Well, I was the new kid on the block, and he welcomed me with open arms. But I do have a question. That flashback picture we saw with Eric, was that Andy? It looked like Chuck Todd. So I'm just wondering who that was that he was with.
I came to Naira Fox in 2019, and I'm not a New York person. I'm just a kid from Idaho, but he's made me feel at home since I've joined up, and thanks for all you do, bud.
Incredible job he's done, quarter of a century, and we could not have done any of this without him. So vital to what we do on this program. Thank you, Eric, for all you have done in that long service with New York Racing Association, and anyone who puts up with 25 years with a certain someone on this set. Wow.
Well, he's got plenty of Pepto in his office, and then he's got this little brown bottle. It's about a fifth tall that he keeps in one of the drawers. I know I'm telling on Eric, but every once in a while you might need that.
We got the nightcap still coming up. We're going to get into this 10th race on the card, and we're going to close things out here. Probably the best betting race of the afternoon coming up.
Yeah, and as they say, a lot of directions to go. But in the way of trip handicapping, I noticed that Paul picked a horse that I also like. Sorry, Paul. Rosemary Potatoes, the 4. That last race that Rosemary Potatoes was in really never got a chance to run down the lane. And I think that, today with a clean trip, Rosemary Potatoes becomes a player in this spot.
Yeah, there she is, daughter of Exaggerator, who was the Preakness champ. And it was Eric Cancel aboard on that occasion. Was kind of quick early out of there and then backed out and gave up position. Paulie pointed that out to me, and now it will be Junior Alvarado who takes over this afternoon. We're 13 minutes to post. Let's go back to Acacia.
We'll take a look, starting with the horse that's taking the money with the 6, Stella Mars, for Ray Handel, beaten by just a slim margin last time out with a valiant effort to just miss by a nose, closing from off of it that day. This is a filly who doesn't necessarily carry a ton of weight from race to race. Looking at her here is hoping that I would potentially see her just be a little bit stronger in her hindquarters and behind the saddle. So that is my one complaint with her. But she's sharp. She's been consistent overall. And as she does stretch out in distance, that's certainly not something that I mind with her, though I do prefer her going a little bit shorter. Is coming in off of a good effort, but there are some others at prices that I'm a little bit more intrigued by. The number 7, Shaolin, was a horse that was purchased at the July Horses of Racing Age sale after her win last time out. I'm sure Connection's quite happy to get a victory and then go right into the sale. And she was bought for $60,000 by Jordan Wyckoff, who, again, Jordan's father, Kirk Wyckoff, have had tremendous success buying horses out of those Horses of Racing Age sales. And my guess would be that they purchased this one with the intention of trying the turf, as there is turf pedigree on the bottom. The dam was all turf. Her only win came on the grass. There were 2 other foals to win on the turf. Upstart, not necessarily known for being a strong turf influence, but this filly has a turf hoof. And I actually covered her last race from the set on America's Day at the Races and noted that she looked like a horse that was really tough to ride. So she will keep the blinkers on. Flavien Prat has tremendous and soft hands, and so that's something I'm going to be keeping my eyes on in the warm-up, that she was very aggressive and just being a little bit tough. The number 11, French Frank, for Mark Casse. Do note Tyler Gaffleone, who was unseated in the last race. He is coming out and he will be riding this horse. These athletes are so tough, so really happy that we will get a chance to see Tyler ride in the nightcap here, and he's walking out with Mark Casse right now. Coming off of a maiden win last time out, so she does have to step up, but she broke running. I thought finished up really well. She looks tremendous in here, dappled out from head to toe. So we'll see how she does stepping into deeper waters today as we head over to Andy and Paul.
Thanks, Acacia. Rosemary Potatoes is a very difficult horse for me because I bet her last time, and we talked about her quite a bit in the show about what an overlay she was, but I bet her at 15-1 in an easier spot. And yes, she should have won, but I don't like coming back and betting these. Interesting board right now. The 6, a crazy favorite in here trying to stretch out. Not one I'm inclined to want to bet on in here, but has taken all the money in those will pays and 2-1 on the board. Are you surprised by that?
I'm a little bit surprised because sometimes a lot of people fall into those deep closers one turn. Now, the horse has run around 2 turns.
Almost in December.
Yeah, like way back when. You're right. So you don't really know how she's going to react. Now, she lost on a dirty nose bob last time. She was probably best, but she might be way behind these. The 10 in here built different. I thought would actually take more money because
I thought she should be favored, Paul.
8-1?
Yeah, I think you're going to see some changes in the board going forward. I picked the race 10-4-7-13. Shows what I think of the 6. They'll probably get her in the winner's circle, but I don't disagree with what Greg was saying in the beginning. It's a very, very good betting race coming up. And, don't fall asleep on the 13 getting in off the also eligibles, Paul. This is the first time in a turf race since Tom Morley claimed. And he improved this horse in the dirt. Yeah. And this is a better turf horse, so don't be surprised. And Tom has had a lot of success off the claim, especially with turf horses. And, these horses getting at the AEs, sometimes they get a little lost.
And the other horse, Greg, we already saw Heman Harkey to Luis Saez. Gary Richards to Luis Saez on the 5?
Yep.
Yeah, that's a big move forward. Here, Huntress Moon went by 31-1. Here's the 2 Lady of Thoroton.
This one for Chris Engelhart and Jose Lescano, 2 for 10 lifetime.
Broke last out of the gate last time out on a turf course that does not favor you doing that. Voice of Spring, speed.
Yeah, I mean, was in a very weak field last time. I prefer others.
8-1, Rosemary Potatoes.
Yeah, complete trip play. Should have won last time, and if this filly runs that same race, she'll be there.
This horse closed with a fury last start. Was only 4th, though, beat a length.
Yeah, you're going on the rider switch, even though, the rider gave a very good ride 2 races back. I wonder if the distance is really appropriate.
Here's the favorite, Stella Mars, Joel Rosario.
You would think this daughter of Point of Entry, she would like the 2 turns. We'll find out today.
Shaolin getting on turf for the first time.
Yeah, she does have a very interesting pedigree. I have to a couple of turf winners. Upstart, not a turf sire, but some positive things from Acacia. I think it's an interesting player.
Radiant Gem trying to win 3 in a row.
Yeah, this is confusing to me because if you watch the replay, the 4 was 10 times better than the 8, and the 8 won that race. So you're getting 7-1 compared to 8-1.
I agree.
Christophe Clement filly won first time out here.
Yeah, but she's going to have to improve remarkably to beat this field.
Yeah, that was a slow figure in the win. Built Different, who both the guys in the paddock set believe should be the favorite.
Yeah, I thought so. Maybe this horse will show speed. It's going to be very interesting what Jose does with this horse. This is the one filly that's dropping the most in the race.
Mark Casse, Tyler Gaffleon, French Franc.
Just feels like she has to improve in that Gulfstream form.
And they also eligible that draws in Javier Castellano, looking for a second winner on today's card.
Javier is probably as good a rider at getting horses with outside posts and 2-turn turf races and getting position. And I think this is a very interesting player, the house horse for Mr. Maggie Wolfendale, Tom Morley.
By the way, how about Tyler Gaffleon, Gary? You guys are tough. This is a little hip injury, back on the horse in the last race.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's Saratoga. Got to bite the bullet. If it's nothing serious, if you get an ache and pain, listen, I know you played hurt. All athletes got to learn to play hurt, not let it show. You get your adrenaline running. Once the gates open, you might be hurting a little bit. When the gates open, you're involved in the battle. You forget about any pain that you might be having.
And look, I know this is week 3. We got a long way still to go. And that's a rider who probably has a lot of wins coming his way. Tyler Gaffleon coming off that monster meet at Churchill Downs. Let's go to Acacia.
Pleased to be joined by trainer Mark Casse, who does send out French Franc to the outside, is stepping up off of a maiden win, Mark, but she went quite nicely last time out.
She did. I thought she was impressive. Of course, this is a different kettle of fish, so we'll see. I told Tyler just try to save some ground. I was just happy he's okay. Yeah. He's tough.
He certainly is a tough cookie. Now coming up on Sunday in the Amsterdam, you're sending out Papa Cap, a horse looking to get back to the winner's circle. What can you tell us about how he's doing?
He checked over, and I was happy Jack Christopher's not in there. That's the big, I mean, he's chased Jack Christopher the last 2 times, so we're not going to do that anymore. The Amsterdam's a tough race, though, but he's doing well. He'll run well. He tries.
And tell me about the decision with him now that he's at this stage to stick with sprinting and going a little bit shorter.
I just kind of thought early, you know, obviously we want him to be a Derby horse, but I thought early on he just kept flattening out, and so we went back to sprinting. And, you know, his sprints have been good. He would have won his last 2 if Jack Christopher wasn't in there. So, you know, We're still, he's made almost 900,000, so he's a nice horse. And again, we're just happy Jack Christopher's not in there.
Now, you were telling me a little bit later in the meet, but you're charged for the Spinaway Wonder Wheel, 2 for 2. She just arrived in Saratoga. I know you're particularly excited.
I'm really excited about her. You know, a couple of years ago, we brought Classic Empire up here, and I think she's that caliber. I think she's a serious horse. Tyler loves her, and we're going to try. We've won the Spinaway a few times. We're going to try to win it again.
We look forward to seeing her. Good luck here. Thanks for your time, Mark.
Thank you.
Mark Cassidy sending out a runner here, but a lot of action coming up throughout the meet, Greg.
Incredible career. So much success north of the border for Mark Cassidy, but as you heard from his own mouth here at Saratoga as well, and his son Norm having a tremendous start to his career as well. 4 minutes to post coming up in this nightcap. There's Rosemary Potatoes with that interesting trip last time out. Now Junior Alvarado will be back aboard.
There is no doubt that she would have won last time if she was able to get clear. It's not even discussable. You'll see it, you know it. She would have won.
No, the problem I have with the race, Andy, is that Eric had this horse outside of the leader down the backside.
Don't slow any more salt in the wound.
I understand that.
She was 15-1. She was a week to best.
She's the horse on the rail that's not running.
The problem is, Paul, though, you know, one of the first lessons I learned in the game from somebody who made his living playing the horses was when you bet a horse at a big price, if the horse loses, that day that horse was your horse. They come back and they had a trip like this horse did and the whole public sees it. It's not your horse anymore, it's everybody's. Now, some people will say, fair and it's fair, well, she's still 8-1. So she's half the price she was last time. But I'm not sure this isn't twice as tough a field.
I will agree with you on that.
I feel like she was a great gamble last time, but just not as good a gamble today.
So I get what you're saying.
I'm betting her, I'm using her exactas, but I can't bet her.
It's almost like, okay, I don't want, I lost in the funeral, I don't want to go with the wedding now. I understand what you're saying, but her race before that, she showed speed and went to the front end, and she actually hung around for a long time. I think she wants a target. And then Eric rode her last time, and he had a target, yet he buried her on the rail. I think she's got more speed than you think, and I think she'll be involved a little more today.
Well, I think the 1 and 3 will probably be forward in here. Now, the 7 Sholin, tough to take an upstart on the dirt. A flatter, very good horse, good sire, but not really turf influence. But there's so much turf pedigree on the dam side. And Acacia said positive things about the way she looked, and I think she's it's a tougher field than the 4 ran last time, but it's not a killer field. And I think you have to respect a horse trying the turf for the first time with some pedigree.
No, with Joe, too. Joe Sharp aboard and Flavian Pratt. So you're getting a good team. Flavian seems to move up these horses. This is the Gray's daughter of Upstart. And, yeah, I don't mind her. And, listen, the Wyckoffs, they run a great operation. They know where to place their horses.
I picked the 10 on top. You seem to like the 10. The horse was running against much better horses. Slow pace or not, that race completely collapsed. Why is this horse such a huge price?
Okay, I'll tell you why. Tom Amos says we should have a segment saying they knew. Should we have a segment?
I'm the they knew guy.
Should we have the segment of they knew the 10's not going to run here?
I'm perplexed. I mean, they're betting the race like the 6 is an hour the horse to beat. And does anybody in this set think that the other set think that Stella Mars is an overwhelming favorite in this race? Or should?
Yeah, I didn't get this. Certainly 5-2 is just a bit ridiculous here.
And I think there's a question as to whether Stella Mars wants to get the 2 turns in a race, or it might be better going a little bit shorter.
I hate. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Tom.
No, absolutely.
Well, I was just going to say that I hate to do it. Can't believe I'm doing it, but I actually agree with Andy. I'm built different here.
The 10 horse.
Yeah, the 10 horse. Yes.
Paul, Andy, you, we all thought this 10 would take a lot more money than she's taking in here.
Okay, I'm not in love with her.
As Andy said, coming out of a much tougher race.
Yeah, but I mean, look, the turf brings them together. These weren't exactly stellar finishes on the grass, even though they're against better horses. She's been on it twice. You know, no firsts, no seconds, no thirds. Okay, I know they're tougher races, you know, but you get beat 4 lengths on the grass, you're getting beat.
7-1 right now, actually 6-1, I should say, on Built Different as we go back to the 4 Rosemary Potatoes. And you would have to think if she breaks and is as sharp as she was last time out, they're going to go on with it this time.
Yeah, well, there's speed to the inside for sure. Andy's right. The 1 and the 3 are going to show speed to the inside of it, particularly the 3, Voice of Spring, going with blinkers on. I think the intention is to try to go gate to wire there. Not enough information on the pedigree and very, 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 very lightly raced on the grass to this point. But I think the 3-horse wants to leave the gate running with Manny Franco.
Yeah, there's Manny Franco. Blinkers on to try and get maybe even a little more speed on this 5-year-old mare who is trying the turf for just the second time. 13-1 for the Michelle Nevin barn. Wide open finale here in this 10th at Saratoga on this Friday card. 5-2 favorite, Stella Mars. I'll say this about Stella Mars and that performance last time out. You watch that race and you see classic example of just how cool a customer Joel Rosario is. Dropped back to last early on in that race with a poor break, and he did not panic at all and almost got up to win that race.
Well, you don't find him on the losing end of many of those. When he's getting up in the final jump, he's usually in front.
Stepping in right now, Joel, our reigning Eclipse Award-winning rider, on Stella Mars. As we send it upstairs, John Imbrial, the call with a nightcap on this Friday from Saratoga.
And they're all in. And they're off. From the inside, Huntress Moon going out for the lead, and from the far outside, Runaway Rockette is now moving up. But it is Huntress Moon who will take the field into the clubhouse turn. Runaway Rockette ranges up there on the outside. And then it is Rosemary Potatoes, who's down on the inside and in third. Stella Mars is next and in fourth, followed by Voice of Spring in fifth. French Frank is sixth. And then comes More Mango, who's running in seventh position as the field hits the backstretch. And it is big long shot Huntress Moon, the leader here. Runaway Rockette in second by 2.5 lengths. And then it is Rosemary Potatoes in third, followed by Stella Mars in fourth. Voice of Spring down at the rail in fifth, and French Frank is sixth. We come back to More Mango, who is running in seventh. On the outside is In My Wake in eighth. And then it is Radiant Gem, followed by Lady of Thoroton. And on the outside is Built Different, and Shaolin is the trailer. The half mile in 49-1. Huntress Moon, Runaway Rockette, they are heads apart for the lead. Just in behind is Stella Mars, who's now making a move on the outside, and that move is followed by Built Different. And then comes Rosemary Potatoes as the field comes for the top of the stretch. And here is Runaway Rockette, who has come away with the lead. Stella Mars moving up on the outside of Huntress Moon. It is Runaway Rockette who has the lead. Stella Mars bearing down on Runaway Rockette as Lady of Thoroton moves into third. Runaway Rockette and Stella Mars. Runaway Rockette holds on to win the finale. Stella Mars was second. Lady of Thoroton finished third.
Oh, very happy Maggie Wolfadale, husband Tom Morley. Back-to-back wins off the claim with her two lovely daughters watching. They're in the right place already. They knew, I guess. We say they knew. They were already in the winner's circle.
I'll tell you what, Runaway Rockette, she had never showed any speed before her last race, an off-the-turf race. Trevor McCarthy, and he took them gate to wire that day and kind of employed the same tactics today.
That was a really good race by the 13 Runaway Rockette. Got to the front or right off the pace with Huntress Moon, the 1-horse, and they were going quick. I mean, this field spread out pretty good. And Runaway Rockette, when it was time to run, was able to get away from this field and show another gear down the stretch.
Great claim, wins a race taken off the turf, first off the claim, and as Andy said, we might see even more improvement getting back on her preferred surface, and we do indeed, guys.
Yeah, you know, Maggie and I were talking one of the dark days because this, you know, well, this horse was an AE, but another horse that Tom has, we were talking about, and had an outside post in the turf. And I said to Maggie, one thing about Javier Castellano, I don't think there's a better rider in the game than getting horses over from the outside and doing what he has to. And she said she agreed, and boy, it paid off here. Great win. Congratulations to Maggie and Tom.
That's actually pretty great. If you would have seen the end of that, Stella Mars, Joel Rosario actually looked at Javier Castellano and was laughing across the wire. I'll tell you what, I thought Joel Rosario gave Stella Mars a phenomenal ride. To have Stella Mars laying fourth the whole way around, but you made a great point. I said to you right out of the beginning, to 13 there, you see Tom right there with the hat looking stellar. Not Stella Mars, but Castellano just got the horse in the right place, and Stella Mars is the horse that just doesn't love to win. And Rosario looked at Castellano right at the end and said, "You got me," and a good job by Tom Morley. Good training job.
And I agree that Joel gave a good ride. And listen, Stella Mars ran better than I thought she would, underlay or not. But she didn't have that finish, and she handled the distance okay, but not in the way she needed to get the job done.
But it sort of was like you thought she was going to go by, but she's always got that. You think she's going to go by, and she just can't.
Not quite enough.
Yeah.
But congratulations to the house horse, as the Morley family is celebrating in the winner's circle.
That'll be a fun family to be celebrating with tonight to close out this Friday card with a win. Willow and Grace, picture time now, 7-1. And how about a 2-win day for Javier Castellano? We continue to talk about how strong he started at this meet. He now has 11 wins.
Very, very good rider, and it was a great ride right there. Andy had pointed out he's riding like he rode during his Eclipse Award years, and he is. He's brought his A game here, and he's getting opportunities on horses that are ready, as this one was. But he's winning on a lot of horses that are decent prices, too.
Yeah, he had a pretty good run, didn't he? 4 straight Eclipse Awards as outstanding rider. And he's looked like that same rider here this summer at Saratoga indeed. Picture time for the Morleys and Wolfendales with this nice claim by Tom Morley. Runaway Rockette, back-to-back wins off that claim. We're going to meet the field for the Jim Dandy when we come back. Stay with us. Zandon, third place finisher in the Derby, first start back since the Preakness champ early voting. And the horse, he outfinished in that Preakness. Epicenter going to take a run at him again on Saturday.
Standing at Gainesway.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
Clocker.
Assistant starter. Trainer.
ESL teacher.
I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing! I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away.
And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Jerkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Back on Saratoga Live on FS2. Thanks for spending your Friday afternoon or early evening with us. This has been a real nice claim for trainer Tom Morley. Back-to-back wins. Race taken off the turf and now on the grass for Runaway Rockette. And there's Maggie. Family going to be celebrating this victory, no question, tonight. $17.20 for the win. Let's go to Acacia.
Very pleased to be joined by winning trainer Tom Morley and one of my very best friends, Grace Morley, here as well. And Tom, runaway Rockette, who you claimed now 2 for 2 on dirt and turf. What a claim. What was it that attracted you to her?
It was very much a 50-50 claim, to be honest. I wanted to really, really like her as a physical. I wasn't quite sure whether she'd been running fast enough to make her worth taking, but when I saw her physically, and she just looked like a big rangy filly who was going to get better this year. So we went ahead and claimed her. We got a little, I don't know whether we got lucky or unlucky first time off the claim when she wired a field in the slop at Belmont, but you know, she looks like a grass horse, and you know, it's great when they go 2 for 2 off the claim.
And she really dug in today gamely. You could see her trying in the stretch too. And Javier Castellano has really just done really well for your stable too and rode this filly well.
Yeah, he completely disobeyed instructions, so we'll be having a word about that tomorrow. I tried to get him to ride like one of your father-in-law's horses. I said from the outside, you've got to save ground around the first turn. But he,
Hi, Willow!
You know, he did. He was in the 2-path going around the first turn, and she dug in down the lane, so it was great.
Special appearance by Willow Morley as well. Grace, would you like to say something too? How fun was it watching your dad's horse win in the winner's circle today? Did you have fun?
Yes.
Yes, good answer. All right, Willow, Grace, Maggie, the Morley family, very excited here in the winner's circle. Greg?
Good for them. So happy to see them win. And to do it here at Saratoga, it means so much. All the hours put in, and a hug for little Grace, Willow, Tom, Maggie, congratulations. Should mention the owners too, Rainbow's End Racing.
That would be good.
Back-to-back wins with this claim. And to get it from the also eligible and win this race. We talked about how competitive this one was. Big finish here down the stretch.
Big finish down the stretch. Great job of getting over out the gate. I think a contested pace. I mean, I think this horse can move on from here. 2 in a row. A good chance to make it 3.
You can tell when a horse is happy after they run, and that was a happy filly galloping back after the race.
Late pick 5 with 2 $17 horses in the mix. Comes back over $4,280. Not bad. Best bet in racing. Saratoga Showdown contest. Here's the top 10 from the afternoon. You can play each and every day. SaratogaShowdown.com. You're competing for real prizes, and it's free to enter, so no excuses not to get involved. $228 bankroll created by our winner this afternoon. Gonna meet the field for the Jim Dandy. When we come back, Zandon ready to try and bounce back from that 3rd place finish in the Kentucky Derby. Meeting his stablemate once again, and Epicenter training lights out according to his trainer Steve Asmussen. The big 3 in this division ready to rock on Saturday.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit IHDVStallions.com to book your mare today.
They come together from every corner of the globe in pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart: the title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation. The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
Back with you on Saratoga Live here on this Friday afternoon. Program brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the app or go to nairabets.com. Our ABR race of the week. Grade 2 Jim Dandy. Prep for the Run Happy Travers on August 27th at Midsummer Classic. Mile and an eighth and just 4 will line up. But certainly 3 of maybe the top 4 3-year-olds in the country right now. Tawny Port, no slouch either, would not be a huge surprise here at 8-1. Let's meet the field that's going to line up. Western River ran earlier today in the Curlin, so he's a scratch. Epicenter, runner-up in both the Kentucky Derby and the Preakness.
Yeah, and a horse that when he was prepping for those races down in Louisiana, one that showed a lot of speed. I think there was some concern as to harnessing that speed so he could get the distance of the Derby, 1.25 miles, and maybe it's taken his game away from him a little bit. Look for him to be more prominently placed.
Tawny Port for Brad Cox, Peachtree Stable, Grade 3 winner of the Lexington, and just came back to win the Ohio Derby.
Yeah, and he was only beaten 4 1/4 lengths, 4 3/4 lengths in the Kentucky Derby. Rebounded, he was even money in the Ohio Derby. He didn't disappoint. Brad Cox thinks that he's improving at the right time, and he very well could be.
And early voting, 1 of 2 for Chad Brown, Preakness winner, and maybe the most impressive thing about it was he showed new tactics doing it.
He did, and you know, if someone were to say to me, what's the best weapon a horse can have, I'd say it's tactical speed. To be able to be placed wherever you need to be placed based on the pace of the race. Early voting has that.
His stablemate, the Grade 1 winner of the Bluegrass, who was 3rd in the Kentucky Derby. This will be his first start back since.
And he fought a valiant fight in the Kentucky Derby. It was quite a ways back early on. He was squeezed in the first turn. Looked like he was going to win mid-stretch, could not get past Epicenter. Then Rich Strike comes flying. I'm excited to see him run and see just how much he's improved with this time off after the Kentucky Derby.
The goal, obviously, to get to the Travers and get that canoe painted in your colors. Last year was Essential Quality. We'll see who takes that next step forward in tomorrow's Jim Dandy live coverage on Big Fox, 4:30 Eastern start time. You do not want to miss it, and we have not had a big 3 line up in a race like this. Obviously, the Travers, you get it, but in the Jim Dandy leading up to it, this is big star power.
Big star power, and really, it's the second half of the year. For the Run Happy Travers, it's coming up later in August. This is the beginning of when championships are made, and they're made here at Saratoga.
Who will take that next step forward? As for early voting, how he's been leading up to this second half of the year and this comeback from him out of that Preakness victory. He's looked sharp, 3 for 4 in his career, and the only time he got beat, he was on the lead, looked like he was home free. Mo Donegal barely was able to run him down. He'd come back to win the Belmont Stakes.
Yeah, this race is going to be sort of a chess match early on. Early voting appears to have the most speed between the two. Epicenter, we think that he's going to be quicker than what he showed in the Preakness, get away good. I believe that early voting is the speed, but how's it going to play out after they get into that first turn? That's the question. It'll be a cat and mouse game early on.
You look at this race, and do you think the biggest question is Joel Rosario on Epicenter and what he does?
Well, it's one thing for him to say, I'm going to go out the gate and show speed. I fully expect Epicenter to get a strong warm-up before the race to try to show speed, but early voting is the speed of this race. He goes to the front, and everybody plays their hand behind him, in my opinion.
And I think that, you know, the question's going to be is what they do with early voting. Is he going to stay out off of the fence and leave it opened up for Joel? That's going to be the question.
And if he does, look, if early voting goes to the front again, Chad Brown said he gets out there in front, loses focus a little bit sometimes. We'll see what he does on Saturday. It'll be a terrific edition of the Grade 2 Jim Dandy. Again, live coverage on Big Fox tomorrow, 4:30 Eastern. And we got a new horse in the Travers mix for the Chad Brown barn. It's going to get crowded in there. Artorias, sensational in that Curlin Stakes. Epicenter, runner-up in the Derby Preakness. Does he have a big one with his name on it? We will find out. Early voting, the rematch with the Preakness champ, coming up tomorrow. We'll see at 1 on FS1 tomorrow.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as his precocious 2-year-old Power Attack wins his turf debut at Belmont.
It is Power Attack, who has a 4-length lead as they come down for the finish.
As well as a 1-2 finish on opening weekend at Saratoga.
As they come for the finish, Dancing with the Stars won it.
Now with 28 wins in 2022 and over $3.5 million in prodigy earnings, War Dancer is a sire on fire. Join the momentum today at